Gonzalez de Lucchia,
Here.
Anna Smith,
Here.
Sade Fashakun,
Here.
Trish Bodie,
Here.
Paul Gauthier,
Here.
Nikosi Nelson,
Here.
Francesca Romans.
Good evening. It is 6:17 p.m. and with the quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. It is my pleasure to start this evening with a Pledge of Allegiance led by one of our Winkley Elementary School students. So Everett Carter, why don't you come up and lead us in the pledges tonight?
Please stand and join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas pledge. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one invisible.
If you'll join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Everett. Let's give Everett a round of applause. Thank you, Everett. And next, we're going to move on to our Spotlight on Learning and hear from Winkley Elementary students and staff. Come on up.
Hey, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gearing, thank you so much for having us tonight. I'm Erin Leander, the proud lead learner at Winkley Elementary, and we are going to give you a little snippet and a taste of our first annual Winkley Learning Exhibition. And this event that occurs next week will highlight not only the academic achievements of our students from this school year, but it will also highlight student voice and choice, which is so deeply rooted in our Leander ISD profile and what we want from every learner in our system. I'm going to pass the mic and let our Wolverines introduce themselves and tell you their grade level.
My name is Emma, and I'm in kinder.
My name is Hudson, and I am in kinder.
My name's Abigail, and I'm in first grade. My name's Amelia, and I'm in first grade.
My name's Everett, and I'm in 5th grade.
My name's Avery, and I'm in 5th grade.
My name's Duncan, and I'm in fourth grade.
What?
My name is Mackenzie, and I'm in 4th grade.
My name's Eli, and I'm in 2nd grade.
My name's Eliza, and I'm in 2nd grade.
Good evening. I am Rachel Baker, the assistant principal at Winkley. So as our learners are getting set up, I wanted to give a huge shout out to our Winkley staff. They have truly embraced the shift from the traditional student-led conference to this learning exhibition. You are going to get to see the graduate profile on full display this evening, along with that true student ownership and empowerment of learning, live and unfiltered. So please enjoy, please engage our students in conversation for a few minutes and enjoy the conversation centered around their learning.
Board members, Dr. Gearing, thank you so much for listening and sharing and let our learners get to share with you. We are excited about our learning exhibition and really appreciate you giving us some practice and getting to show off our student voice and choice. So thank you so much.
Turn it on. Hello. I turned it on.
Sorry. It's still on. Okay, it's still on. Here we go. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Hi.
Another picture.
Hello. Hey.
All right, let's give Winkley and Winkley staff and Winkley moms and dads and family a big hand. That was fun, and we had a hot mic incident at the end there, and that's always fun too. All right, we are going to move over to our video recognitions, and we're going to watch a short video highlighting LISD staff and students.
Art, athletics, and a whole lot of CTE. We have it all for you today. I'm Miley Boswell, a senior at Vandergrift High School.
I'm Josh Goldfinger, a junior here at Vandergrift High School. You'll want to stick around to the end for a pair of special shout-outs. You want to know what's better than regular art? Art that you can see driving around the city. Well, one of our schools got the privilege to see their work go mobile.
To celebrate Earth Day, Cap Metro held a contest to give students a chance to have their work featured on their bus. Our friends over at North Elementary were one of the few schools selected. The event also served an opportunity to learn about the environmental benefits of public transportation. Next time you see this bus driving around, remember that this masterpiece is an LISD original that would make Picasso jealous. Now, if you took the bus up to Georgetown last week, then you would have gotten to see our Vandergrift girls golf team take the course by storm.
The Vipers capped off the two-day state tournament placing second overall. This is the 5th year in a row that our girls team has finished in the top 2 at the state level. Additionally, Michaela Partridge also placed second in the individual category. Oh, we're not done celebrating this team just yet, because Coach Aaron Ford was also named the National Federation of State High School Association Sectional Coach of the Year. Congratulations, Vipers, on all your success. Buckle up because we have some amazing students we want to highlight across several CTE programs. Let's kick it off with DECA, where students are working hard to become future entrepreneurs.
All 6 of our comprehensive high schools had student teams that advanced from state to the national level last month, and 2 teams from Rouse walked away with medals. In the category of sports and entertainment marketing team decision-making, the Raiders team brought home a 3rd-place win. Lastly, a Rouse team won the whole thing in the Virtual Business Challenge fashion category. They, along with Vista Ridge High School, had teams place in the top 10 of their respective categories. This is an amazing accomplishment. Congratulations, Raiders, and all of our LISD students participating. We're going to keep this CTE celebration going. Next, we have the students who are pursuing careers in order to support their families in the FCCLA competition. 3 of our comprehensive high schools had students place in the top 5 of their category.
We're of course starting with our Viper team. They earned a first and second place win in the Level 3 Interior Design category with an additional second place in the Level 3 Fashion Design category. Lastly, Vandergrift brought home a 4th place finish in the Level 2 Repurpose and Redesign category. Sticking with design, Vista Ridge High School took home the bronze in the Level 3 Interior Design category and a 5th place finish in the Level 2 Fashion Design category. Additionally, the Rangers earned a 2nd place nod in the Level 2 Nutrition and Wellness category. Cedar Park High School also won 2nd place in the Level 2 Food Innovations category. Way to go, everyone. We are so proud of you and your accomplishments. As broadcast students, we think it's only right that we recognize future journalists across Leander ISD because 3 of our schools just brought home a multitude of awards.
Starting with Cedar Park High School, they claimed several first-place wins in student life spread, beginning photography, and organization writing, in addition to a 3rd-place finish in alternative story form. That's all part of the Quill and Scroll Yearbook Excellence Award category. That's not all, because the Timberwolves Yearbook and Wolfpack brought home a ton of awards in the individual IAAs. This includes 22 gold, 13 silver, and 12 bronze awards. Our very own Viper team had plenty to celebrate in the individual IAAs categories as part of the Interscholastic League Press Conference, earning 5 gold, 3 silvers, and 6 bronzes. Additionally, VHS earned a 1st place nod in the Gold Circle infographic category. Rouse also performed well in the Gold Circle categories, earning 1st place in sidebar writing and 3rd place in people spread with mugs, plus a 2nd place finish in the large school category as part of the Columbia Scholastic Press Association competition. Over in the broadcast category, our very own Vandergrift team won 1st place in the Division I silent film category as part of the STN Challenge. Additionally, Cedar Park High School walked away with several awards in the broadcast category. For the 8th year in a row, the Wolfpack won the award for Distinguished Merit, along with the Silver Star Award for the 2nd year in a row. Several of the CPHS students also won individual achievement awards. They won gold in general feature writing, general news writing, individual on-air talent, and on-air team. From a couple of broadcast students to another, congratulations on these incredible accomplishments. You all deserve it and more. We've got more CTE celebrations. Now let's head to the FFA state competitions where 3 of our high schools walked away with medals.
The Rangers were named semifinalists in the Ag Issues Forum, while the Lions earned a 3rd and 5th place finish in the Agricultural Science, Plant, and Social Systems category. At the national competition back in October, Vista Ridge High School became national champions in the Marketing Plan CDE division. Additionally, the Vandergrift team placed 3rd in Vet Science while also having an individual national champion in the same category. Sounds like the future of agriculture is in good hands with these amazing students. 2 of our schools proved their abilities at the Skills USA State competition.
Leander High School had 3 different students earn 3rd place in the Career Pathways Management categories. Meanwhile, the Rouse Raiders earned a bronze for their demonstration of job skills. The Skills USA competition tests students who are looking into continuing their education in a trade field. Keep up the good work. Wow, that was a lot, but what can you expect when we have such amazing students across LISD? In fact, our CTE department is so great that we were named CTE District of Distinction.
This was presented by the Career and Technical Association of Texas. This esteemed recognition celebrates districts across Texas that demonstrate exemplary leadership, innovation, and commitment to student success throughout high-quality CTE programs. LISD is one of only 38 schools in the state to receive this honor. Congratulations everyone on a well-deserved honor. This week is National Nurse Week, and across our district, we have an amazing team of nurses and nurse aides who look out for us in so many ways.
Our friends over at Fabian Elementary have a special message for a special group of individuals.
Oh, my knee. I'll call Wonder Boy. He'll know what to do.
What seems to be the problem, human citizen?
My knee.
Your knee, right. That's in your...
leg.
In your leg, right. Thinking of my training. Let's see, and...
My leg.
Better?
No.
I don't know what to do.
I know who you should have called. You should have called Nurse Lucy. She knows everything.
Why didn't I think of that?
Thank you, Nurse Lucy. Happy Nurses Appreciation Week.
We're not done showing our appreciation just yet because it's also Teacher Appreciation Week. We can't say enough about the amazing teachers we've had during our time in LISD.
From our teachers to instructional aides and substitutes, they are truly what keeps our schools running, and we love every single one of you. Our friends over here at Leander High School share the same feeling.
Just a quick shout out to all of the educators in LISD, specifically here at Leander High School, all of our substitutes, our instructional assistants, and our teachers who show up every single day for every one of our students, from planning lessons to grading to taking attendance, all of the things. You guys are what makes it go around here at Leander High School and the rest of Leander ISD. Thank you.
Thank you for all the teachers I've had over the years. Y'all have all been amazing, especially Mr. EJ.
He's very tolerant and he's always there to help whenever we have a question about the class, and he's always very nice to all of his students.
We would like to say thank you to all the teachers we've had over the years at LHS and Leander ISD. We especially like to thank Mr. Tran, our math teacher, for helping us get through algebra and helping us understand it more.
I'd like to shout out Jay Gonzaba. She works at RBMS. That's my favorite teacher. She's always made things great, helped me when I need to talk about stuff.
I wanted to thank a lot of my teachers from elementary and middle school, especially Miss Moulton, Miss Jones. A ton of people have helped me throughout the years.
I shout out Mr. Meller. He was a great guy. He was my 8th grade social studies teacher, and he's really funny. I really appreciate him for all he done. Thank you.
I love all my teachers, and throughout all the years I've been in school, and some of my favorites are this year Coach Aguirre in math, because he's helped me and explained a lot of stuff to me.
Happy Teacher Appreciation Week!
This was awesome getting to brag about our amazing students and educators all across our district.
I could do this all day, but we unfortunately have to leave you for now. But it's reassuring to know that we will always be one community,
one family,
one LISD.
Thank you, SCR. That was a lot of fun. There was a lot of celebrations in there. That was really fun. Okay, next we're going to move to citizen comments. And before we get started, I'm going to read something about the citizen comments portion of our agenda. The board appreciates our community's engagement in tonight's meeting and your valuable input through citizen comments. In accordance with Leander ISD Board Policy BED Local, the presiding officer may make adjustments to public comment procedures in order to accommodate large numbers of individuals wishing to address the board. This evening, we have 51 individuals signed up to speak. In addition to this being a lengthy list of topics for the board to consider the remainder of the evening. Normally, the board would allow each speaker in public comment up to 90 seconds for this evening, but tonight we're adjusting this to 60 seconds per speaker so that we may hear from everyone and have time to conduct the business of the district after that. So before I invite the first speaker to the podium, we're going to watch a short introductory video.
Hello, my name is Kira Cox. I'm a junior at Cedar Park High School. The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body responsible for serving the educational needs of all school children, like me and my friends here in the Leander Independent School District. Their mission is to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the citizen comment agenda item. This is dedicated time during this meeting to hear from the whole community, and the entire LISD family is listening. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. To our speakers, before you speak, we hope you have read the guidelines specified in Board Operating Procedures and BED Local. The board wants to hear from everyone. Please be mindful of your conduct and the example you are choosing to set when presenting complex information. Remember that school children of all ages may participate in board meetings either by watching them online, or you might even see some of us in the audience. Still remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email or just tell them that you would like to chat sometimes. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be hard, but please conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
Thank you. Before we start, I'm gonna ask if we're gonna start with 1, but if we could have like 1 through 5 line up in the back, and as one person goes, if the next person wants to just keep going up to the front, so that we can move through those quickly. We're going to start with speaker number 1. Speaker 1, you can come right up to this microphone right there in the middle. Whenever you're ready, you start talking and the timer will start.
Hi, my name is Harvey Kinsell, and I'm a 4th grade student at River Ridge Elementary. At my school, our teachers always tell us that before we start a project, we need to have a plan. We don't just jump in without thinking things through. We brainstorm, we ask questions, and we make sure we understand the goal. That's why I'm asking you to do the same before you close any schools. If you're thinking about shutting down an elementary school, we deserve to know the plan. Not just what you're closing, but why you're closing it. What happens next, and how will it help kids learn better? Please don't treat our schools just like buildings. They're communities where we grow up, make friends, and learn to dream big. So before you make a big decision, make sure you have a clear, fair plan and input from others, just like our teachers expect from us. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 1. Speaker number 2. Come on up, speaker 2. Whenever you're ready, the timer will start.
Hi, my name is Reese Puchloop, and I'm in Miss Luna's 4th grade class in Laurel W. Bush Elementary. We just moved to Texas last summer, and moving to a new place was a very scary experience. I didn't know anybody, and I was nervous to start at a new school in a new state. The teachers, staff, and students at Laura Bush did an awesome job of welcoming me into their community. They helped me feel included, and that moving much easier on me. Like most students at Laura Bush, I walk to and from school every day. I love that our school is at the center of our community. Even when school is out, my friends and I like to meet at the playgrounds. The community at Laura Bush is special, and I want my little sisters to have the same special experience as I had this year. Please don't close my school. Please don't hurt our community. Please consider other options that will keep my school open. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 3. Speaker number 3. Speaker number 4.
Hello, my name is Leighton Miller, and I am a student at Fabian Elementary. Fabian has great teachers. They are kind, fun, and just overall amazing. Closing Fabian down would be devastating and take our joy. To close Fabian down would not just break hearts, but disturb the foundation of our learning Fabian has started and continued. I know Fabian is small, but it helps us connect way better. Fabian being small also helps kids not feel so overwhelmed. I hope you reconsider closing Fabian. We are a little school, but we have a big heart.
Thank you. Before I move to 5, is speaker number 3, speaker 3 signed in. Do we have a speaker 3? Okay, all right. So we're gonna check speaker 3. We did speaker 4. We're moving to speaker 5. Okay, come on up, speaker 5.
Hello, my name is Emerson, and I'm a student at Fabian Elementary, and I'm here to save our school. And if you close Fabian, you're not just breaking hearts, you're breaking a promise. 2, Fabian is part of our community, and closing Fabian would break our community. And this is our mission statement. Fabian is a little school with a big heart that empowers all learners to be confident leaders and compassionate community contributors who embrace their learning journey. And I really want to keep Fabian. Please don't close it, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Speaker number 6. Speaker number 6.
Hi, my name is Mill, and I study at Laura Bush Elementary. I love this school because I can focus and learn better. The teacher is always challenging me to do my best. I feel safe because everyone stands up for me. Please keep this school open. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 6. Speaker number 7. Speaker number 7.
Hi, my name is Madeline, and I'm in 3rd grade at Laura Welch Bush Elementary. I think you should keep the school open because it's where you can make friends and learn new things. That's why I think you should keep the school open. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 8.
Hi, I'm Estella Muscala at Laura Welch Bush Elementary. I'm in 3rd grade, and I think you should keep our school open because, the teachers are very kind and they could help me learn more. That's it.
Thank you very much, Speaker 8. Next is speaker number 9.
Good evening. We've been told that no decisions have been made, but a finalized paid pre-K pilot was announced. That signals movement, and our communities are simply asking for a holistic feedback to be genuinely considered. Yes, the Texas legislature has failed to fund our schools, but that's exactly why we must be innovative. Let's reimagine, not reduce, what's possible. Picture this, an expanded paid after-school enrichment program taught by teachers that complements YMCA. A paid pre-K option to get families in the door early, a small school model for learners who would benefit the most with efficient admin, and if financially feasible, a flagship innovative school that coexists with smaller campuses offering real choices like our competitors. We took it upon ourselves to collect community feedback on what families would use most in our neighborhoods. Marina will share more, but there's a strong support for expanded paid after-school programs and facility rentals. While paid pre-K didn't top the list, it meets a need during school hours. Let's not close schools in the 2026-27 school year. Instead, let's explore forward-thinking options. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 9. Speaker number 10.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sean, and I'm a parent of 2 children who attend Laura Bush Elementary. I'm here tonight not just as a parent, but as someone who chose this neighborhood because of this school. Laura Bush Elementary has served our community with excellence for over 20 years. It's not just one of the top-ranked schools in Texas. It's a place where our children feel safe, inspired, and supported every single day. Shutting it down would be devastating, not just for the students, but for the families, the teachers, and the entire community that's grown around it. This school is the reason many of us live here. It's more than just a building. It's the heart of our neighborhood. Please don't take that away. Keep Laura Bush Elementary open for our kids and for the future of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 11.
Hi, thanks for having me. My name's Tom. I'm a parent of 2 students at Nauman Elementary, so 5th grader that's graduating just in a couple of weeks. Just to give some perspective, his first year was kindergarten when COVID was starting, so we've kind of had the whole experience, as well as a 3rd grader who's doing really well. I know the board has a very difficult decision to make because of the funding situation regardless, so I want to talk a little bit about what's special about Nauman. 2 key points. I think the staff and the admin are really highly engaged. I think the school is really an anchor and a hub of our community. So on the staff front, I mean, elementary school employees are unsung heroes across the board. They're really special at Nauman in the sense that a lot of them have been there for decades. We see them in the community, not just at school events, and I think they're highly engaged. All the staff, all the teachers know both the kids by name. They know their siblings. They know we're their parents. They know our cards when we pick them up. It's amazing. From a school perspective, it's tucked into the neighborhood. It's not on a busy street where people zip in and out. We walk our kids to school, we pick them up, and I think it's a really key place for them to grow. So it's a great part of the community, really important. Good luck with the decision. Thanks for having us.
Speaker number 12.
Hi,
my name is Tiffany Taylor, and I'm here today on behalf of my family and the many families who love and support Laura Bush, one of the top-ranked elementary schools in Texas, a true model for what education should look like nationwide. In Steiner Ranch, our neighborhood schools are like Laura Bush are the heart of our community. Closing them to reallocate funds elsewhere will not fix the deeper systematic issues in our district. If we must close a school, we propose a smarter solution. Invoke Chapter 12A of the Texas Education Code and use it to adopt a District of Innovation plan. Nearly 1,000 districts have done this so far. This allows districts like ours to develop their own innovation plans, giving local schools flexibility to waive certain state mandates like class size limits so they can better meet the needs of locals. This would allow us to pilot innovative small school models without shutting any schools down. Let's think outside the box, focus on fixing struggling schools, not closing some of the best. Our kids, teachers, and community deserve better solutions.
Thank you, speaker number 12. Speaker 13.
Hi, I'm Caroline Cook, mom to one student at Laura Welch Bush Elementary and one at Canyon Ridge Middle School, and president of the LWBE PTA, which is active and has a great partnership with the school. I understand that the district is facing complex issues. Before any school is fully closed or repurposed, I ask the board and administration to communicate with the staff and communities of the targeted schools. What are the actual savings that will result from closing or repurposing? And what are the costs for remodeling, transportation, et cetera? Closing schools negatively impacts students, teachers, and property values and will likely lead to more students leaving the district. Please first explore all other options. Can we operate in a small school model? Can we repurpose partial buildings instead of whole buildings? Are there other revenue-generating options such as paid pre-K and expanded after-school enrichment? The board has repeatedly expressed that neighborhood schools have value. Please remember that as you consider the future of LISD. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 13. Speaker number 14.
Hi, I'm Angela, and my daughter attends Laura Bush Elementary School. I'm also a room mom, and I try to volunteer as often as I can on campus. I like to check the staff and teacher vibe, see how things are doing, and I find that they're doing really well. And it's so rare for amazing people to work well with other amazing people, but we see that there. It's amazing how they can connect, click, and create this strong, loving, caring environment for our kids to thrive in. And I believe it's because that we have the resources, and so that the teachers have enough resource and give us their all, and then they are also able to provide individual attention to help push our kids. In return, our kids do and perform better. And as an individual hoping to have LISD future generation to do their best, I hope we can keep this magic going. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 14. Speaker number 15.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Angelica Roman, and I'm part of this district. My son is about to finish pre-K at Laura Welch Bush Elementary School. Before closing any schools, I urge you to explore real community-centered solutions. So far, we have not seen pilot programs, no exploration of small schools models, and no clear public strategy. I urge you to consider the academic performance and ratings of each campus as a key factor in that decision before even considering closing it. Laura Welch Bush received straight A's in the most recent state ratings, outperforming the district average. It is one of the highest performance schools in the district. The greatness of this school does not just lie in the teachers, principal, facilities, or students. It also lies in the community that we are here together talking to you. Closing it will be a huge mistake. It could damage the district image and its ability to attract and retain families, like mine, who just choose here to live based on this school. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 16.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Veronica, and I'm a proud mother of a first grader and a soon-to-be pre-K4 student at Laura Bush. My family moved from California in 2023. We made a life-changing decision to purchase a home right behind our beloved school. We fell in love with the dream of walking our children to school each day, a dream that now is under threat. Shutting down Laura Welch Bush could deeply impact not just my family, but so many others who now feel like an extension of our own. This school is more than a building, it's a community. It's a place of excellence, consistently one of the best rated in the state. Why close something that's working so well? We urge you, please, don't take this opportunity away from our children. Protect their future, protect our school, and preserve the heart of our neighborhood. You tell them.
What is my line?
You tell them whatever you want.
Hi. My
Thank you, Speaker 16. Speaker number 17? Nope, 17 isn't here. 18. Speaker number 18.
Imagine a district where every dollar is tracked and every investment tied to student success. As budgets tighten and enrollment shifts, every decision counts. Communities across the district have come together and want to find solutions for each area, not cookie-cutter fixes, and communities should not be pit against one another. After all, we are one LISD. First, publish campus-level income statements and detailed line item expenses. For schools under consideration for repurposing, factor in transportation, staffing realignments, facility upkeep, and so on to provide a true net cost savings. Next, share timelines and financial data now so families, staff, and neighbors can plan, ask questions, and be a part of solutions that balance budgets and complement each community's unique strengths while providing more learning opportunities in the district. Third, go beyond cuts. Pilot fee-based enrichment programs like EANS, explore innovative small school frameworks and magnet schools that reduce costs while honoring each campus identity. Transparency plus creativity equals progress. Release full financials, set clear timelines, and launch community customized pilots. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 18. Speaker 19 is not checked in, so I'm going to move to Speaker 20. Speaker 20.
I'm here to advocate for keeping Nauman Elementary open. Last week, I attended the assembly at Nauman because my son was recognized for participating in robotics, and it was a wonderful way to start the day. The gym was full of Nauman Knights sitting with their classmates. Many other parents were there too. As our neighborhood school, it's close enough to allow us to attend school events and then get back to our jobs. Students were recognized for Math Pentathlon, Destination Imagination, robotics, and student council. The night of the week for each grade level was also honored. As each child's name was called, all of the students clapped. At Nauman, the students show HEART, which stands for honesty, excellence, accountability, respect, and take charge. The assembly ended with a school chant of Nauman Knights Have Heart, and the students returned to their classrooms with the encouragement to take charge of their learning. Great things are happening at Nauman. Please don't close it.
Thank you, Speaker number 20. Speaker number 21.
Closing our schools is short-sighted reaction to temporary fluctuations in enrollment. In years to come, these under-enrolled schools will likely be full again. Will you then build new schools to replace the ones you closed? This cycle of close and build makes no sense. The new schools you're building will likely face the same under-enrollment issues in the future. Where is the logic in closing schools without a detailed cost-benefit analysis? We, the constituents and taxpayers, demand to see this analysis. We've only heard vague references to other districts' experiences, but one school saving doesn't equal another's. No corporation would make such a move without proving cost savings. Why should our district? You were elected to serve our interests. Closing schools, especially our best like Laura Bush, is not in our interest. Laura Bush is Leander's highest performing elementary school and was rated in the top 5 in all of Austin. I urge you to find alternative solutions to this budget gap. Show us you've exhausted every option before considering school closure. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 21. Speaker number 22.
Good evening. My name is Adriana Pejenaute, and I have 2 kids at Laura Bush. Laura Bush isn't just a school. It's a second home to hundreds of kids. Despite the budget deficit, closing a school may seem like a way to save money. However, the potential savings might not outweigh the drawbacks. There are key counterpoints to consider: increased relocation and transportation costs, community opposition, and questionable underutilization. Closing a school may offer short-term savings, but poses long-term risk and minimal budget relief. Laura Bush is a top-rated school with the largest enrollment in state neurons and the best location. We should be celebrating and supporting it, not shutting its door. Let's protect what's working for our children and for our future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Speaker 22. Speaker number 23.
Hi, I'm Alyssa. I'm a mom of 3 from Laura Welch Bush. Make it make sense to me why we would close one of our top schools. Make it make sense to me why we would take from our neighborhood to give to another. And then where does it end? The schools keep getting built. I mean, the houses keep getting built. The neighborhoods keep getting bigger. Where does it end that we close our schools? I know I have a preschooler here that's going to be in kinder soon, and there are a lot of her children, like a lot of her age children in our neighborhood. I feel like we have a lull in our enrollment, but it's not for long. And with the school district that we moved from California this past year. We're originally Texans, but we were out there for 7 years. They did a tax that was called a Melrose tax to all new neighborhoods. Those help fund their schools. I think that would be a much better option than trying to take from our schools. And yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Next, Speaker 24.
Hi, I'm a proud mom of a kindergartner and a first grader at Laura Bush Elementary. We moved to Steiner 2 years ago, right before the school year started. Trust me, no one moves 30 minutes from any errand that they have to do just because. They move for their school, they move for their kids, and they move for their community. After we moved in and I met the neighbors on our blocks, we found out we had a lot of babysitters, otherwise known as original owners to the houses there that had 16, 17, and 18-year-olds that were soon to be graduating. That's been the demographic. Ever since then, and we've moved in, house after house that's gone up for sale has repeatedly been moved in with small elementary-age kids. We're not the only ones on the block anymore. Just last month, 2 doors down, a family moved in with a 4-year-old and a 4-month-old. The first thing she asked me was, wow, that's amazing. You're at a top 10 rated school with A ratings. What do? Do you walk your kids to school every day? That must be amazing. That's our story, and that's the other stories of our entire community.
Thank you, 24. Speaker 25.
Good evening. I'm here to share the heart behind Full Steam Ahead, a grassroots effort created by community members who saw a need for greater understanding, unity, and involvement in our public schools and long-range plan. Each time someone purchases a Full Steam Ahead shirt, they're joining a peaceful demonstration of support for our neighborhood schools, our current feeder pattern, River Place Elementary, 4 Points Middle School, and Vandegrift, and to help increase public school enrollment in our area. But this is more than just a shirt, it's a call to action. We're asking all stakeholders to pause the finger pointing and instead reflect on how our words and actions in meetings, online, and in conversation can help unite Leander ISD. Let's move forward with energy and intention to support all of our students, educators, programs, and campuses. Of course, STEAM stands for science, technology, engineering, the arts, and mathematics. But Full Steam Ahead also means moving forward with full force together. Let's get on the board and fuel a positive future for Leander ISD. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 25. Speaker 26.
Hello, I'm a parent to a first grader and incoming kindergartner at Laura Bush. Considering the top ratings of Laura Bush, it appears the small school model is working for us. LISD itself provided expert data to the Long-Range Plan Committee stating that the learning sweet spot for elementary schools is around 250 students. This aligns with national research that shows elementary schools are most successful when they are capped at 300 to 400 students. These numbers aren't just theories, they are backed by research. Smaller schools tend to foster better teacher-student relationships, higher academic achievement, and fewer discipline problems. Yet, despite these proven benefits, we're moving forward with plans that could disrupt these successful models. Rather than closing schools or pushing for larger campuses, we should be embracing what works. Let's explore ways to optimize our current schools to stay within this sweet spot, which benefits students and the communities without the need for drastic measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 26. Speaker 27.
Good evening, Leander board members and Dr. Gearing. I am a grandparent of 2 River Ridge students. I recently moved to Steiner to be an active part in their lives. I am a retired elementary teacher and principal from Katy ISD with 40 years experience. I have been an active volunteer at River Ridge these past 8 months and have been impressed with the dedication of the whole staff, the parent involvement, and most of all, the exemplary performances the students have made intellectually and socially. It is an outstanding learning community. I know you are suggesting that the school needs to be closed due to the cost of a campus with modest enrollments. I am hopeful that you have exhausted all practical and creative solutions to solve this financial situation. You must not have made your decision yet because you haven't announced it and have welcomed community members to voice their concerns the last few board meetings. I would like to strongly recommend that you don't disturb the established community of River Ridge, but work on enhancing it. Thank you for keeping the students first in your decision.
Thank you, Speaker 27. Speaker 28.
Hi, my name is Tracy Gadomski. I'm another implant from another state, from Phoenix, Arizona. My husband was just basically got a job out here. We had to move out here fast. But my son was diagnosed with developmental delay right before we moved. Sorry, I'm very nervous. And we got services for him on 2023. We moved out here, and we just happened to have to move really, really fast. We went into Pleasant Hill. He's done amazing work. Those teachers there are amazing, and he's an ELE. So we wanted to go to kinder there and make a better transition because they're suggesting he will do better there. If we move him now back to Aiken to do kinder, I think it'll be too big of a jump for him, and we're not willing to do that. So I asked the board or the school to allow him to transition to kinder at Pleasant Hill, but they denied me because of the budget cuts. So I'm hoping today that we can keep him there. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 28. Speaker 29. Speaker number 30.
Thank you. My name is Adam Landstrom, and my children attend Steiner Ranch Elementary. Having experienced school closures and consolidations when I was a child, this raises deep concerns for me and my children now, and for all the children of Steiner Ranch. Building on earlier points, I want to focus on the safety and traffic. Closing a school would significantly increase congestion and create serious risk for our students. Many students would lose the ability to walk and bike to school. This is especially concerning in Steiner Ranch, where limited roads already strain traffic on 620 and 2222. And 4 Points Middle School and Vandergrift High School share a single access point that would have tremendous more traffic coming through, creating safety for all drivers in the 4 Points area. A closure would also require more buses and drivers, a challenge that remains unresolved. The school board has not shared any traffic studies to show how these changes would be managed. We should pause any new school construction and closure until we have clear, comprehensive studies on how traffic and, most importantly, the safety will be impacted for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 30. Speaker 31.
Good evening. My children attend Steiner Ranch Elementary. I'm urging you to provide transparency and budget data for the schools you're considering to close. Our tight-knit community has repeatedly asked for meaningful engagement, but that opportunity has not been honored. You've said that Long-Range Planning Committee will present, yet that committee was disbanded after the January meeting and now consists of just one person without community input. Even more concerning, key decisions are being delayed until summer when families are away. The method used to calculate campus capacity, multiplying classrooms by 22, regardless of use, is deeply flawed. It ignores spaces used for special education, early learning, and instructional coaches, and doesn't reflect how schools actually operate. SRE operates efficiently, as do other schools, and well below the state allotment. If closures bring minimal savings, why dismantle high-performing schools that anchor our community and contribute to the district's tax base? If there's little financial gain, what is the real cost of closing thriving schools? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 31. Speaker 32.
Good evening. My name is Chad Cartier. My wife and I live in Steiner Ranch. I have 3 kids that have utilized the Vandergrift feeder system, the youngest of which is a 3rd grader at Laura Bush right now. We are here today to strongly oppose any downsizing or repurposing of any Steiner schools. These are some of the best academically performing schools in the district. Laura Bush in particular operates without the need for school busing and has a large student enrollment. It's the heart of our community. Steiner is an excellent community which has drawn its residents largely based on the reputation of these schools. Closing or repurposing any of these schools will drastically affect the education of the students, home values in the areas, and ironically will reduce the tax basis in the neighborhoods that Leander ISD so desperately needs to fund district operations. Expansion in the north part of the district, especially due to promises made to Treviso at the detriment of the south, is unacceptable. We pay the highest tax load in the district, and anything less than a quality, non-disrupted education in the Vandy feeder network is unacceptable. No Steiner Ranch school should be on the chopping block. I recommend finding a path forward that's not adversely affect, repurpose, or close any of the South schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Speaker 32. Speaker 33.
All right. Hi, I'm Heidi, mom of 4, former teacher, former room mom, and current homeschool mom, partly because of the newfound lack of trust I have in the district. I'm also a big fan of ChatGPT bros lately, so I thought I'd share what AI has to say about this. Leander ISD, our beloved bureaucratic burrito, wrapped in buzzwords, stuffed with contradictions, and somehow always falling apart at the seams. Only you could take one of your top-rated elementary schools, LWBE, the crown jewel of education, and say, yeah, let's shut that down. Brilliant. Who needs excellence when you can have efficiency, right? I mean, closing your best elementary school is like firing your star quarterback because he makes the rest of the team look bad. Bush Elementary has top scores, check. Happy families, check. Great teachers and leadership, check. A supportive community who would literally throw themselves in front of a bulldozer for this place, double check. It's like they spun a giant wheel of misfortune labeled split thriving communities, break hearts and minds of kids mid-year, close schools people love, and blame it on budget forecasts from 1997. Make no mistake, when you close a school like Bush, you're not solving a problem, you're creating 10 more. And when enrollment numbers drop further next year, that won't be a mystery, that will be on you.
Thank you, Speaker 33.
Thank you.
Speaker 34. (34) is not checked in. Speaker 35.
Hi, good evening. I'm here to remind this board of its obligations under Local Government Code, Chapter 171. The Long Range Planning Committee came up with an idea, a preferred solution that did not target a Steiner Ranch school. A particular board member who was in that feeder pattern that was in that board immediately took to social media to start disregarding that. That brings up the specter of a conflict of interest. I urge you to take a real hard look in the mirror and a real hard look at Chapter 171 and figure out if you need to file the affidavit and if you're eligible to vote on the closure of any Steiner Ranch school when you've elevated your property values ahead of the rest of your district. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 35. Speaker 36.
Good evening. My name is Rayanne Doer. I've been a Cedar Park resident since 2003. My daughter went through Nauman, and my son currently is a 5th grader. My objective is to stress the prominent role of Nauman Elementary has been to LISD and the community, and hope will continue. During the early 2000s, Nauman was pivotal in supporting student growth in South Cedar Park when it outpaced school openings by bursting its regular capacity and adding portables. I also want to share the importance of accessibility of SCSS services, along with others, that Nauman has a strong foundation. Our community has greatly benefited, including myself, as my son was diagnosed with autism at 3.5 years old. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker 36. Speaker 37.
My name is Kim Ofke. I'm a mother of 2 elementary-aged children at Steiner Ranch Elementary, our local PTA treasurer, and a member of the LISD SHAC committee. My family left Lake Travis ISD specifically to attend Steiner Ranch Elementary School, CRMS, and Vandergrift High School. I'm asking the board to fully explore the small school model before making any decisions about opening or closing schools. These decisions go far beyond numbers. They affect our children's stability, mental health, and a daily sense of belonging. Neighborhood schools are more than buildings. They are safe, trusted spaces where students thrive and close-knit communities grow stronger. Before any decisions are made, the community deserves to see a full, transparent cost analysis of every option, and we deserve to be part of the conversation. Waiting until after the school year ends silences the very voices these decisions impact the most. Please protect our students, honor our communities, and preserve the neighborhood school model that helps both flourish. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 37. Speaker 38.
Hello, I'm Salisa. I'm a parent of a former, current, and future student at Laura Bush Elementary. I'm here to urge you not to close or repurpose any schools. This isn't just a building, it's the heart of our community. So many children and families have walked the halls of Laura Bush, and the amazing teachers and staff make it more than just a school. Closing or repurposing Laura Bush would disrupt so many families, force longer commutes, weaken a close-knit support system our children rely on every day. For working parents like me, that impact is not just emotional, it's logistical and takes away why we moved to Steiner in the first place. This school is thriving academically, socially, and culturally. We need more schools like it, not fewer. I ask you to consider the long-term cost of losing this community anchor for us. Please keep Laura Bush open and available for our kids, our families, and our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 38. Speaker 39.
Hi, my name is Michelle. I'm part of the Laura Bush family. I have 3 kids. I have a second grader at Laura Bush. I have an incoming kindergartner and a 2-year-old. We just bought our house in July in the Laura Bush school zone because we love the school so much. I'm here to bring up a point that we are told we have low enrollment. But I know families with multiple future kids trying to do an in-district transfer for kindergarten at Laura Bush for this upcoming year of 2025. And Bush isn't an option for an in-district transfer for kindergarten, as other Steiner schools are still open for this option. This is disheartening as to me. It seems like there's an agenda going behind the scene to keep low numbers to help the agenda of closing our school. Thanks for listening to me and looking forward to more transparency for a more positive outcome of keeping our school open. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 39. Speaker 40.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Norris, and I have 2 kids, a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old who will start Laura Bush Elementary School this fall. We moved specifically to this neighborhood to attend this school. Closing Laura Bush would break the promise this community was built on, a promise of strong neighborhood schools that families like mine counted on. These schools aren't just buildings. These schools are where our children feel safe, supported, and known. Please don't disrupt hundreds of lives when thoughtful alternatives exist, like paid pre-K or aftercare, or a small school model with shared services. Keep our school open. Keep our community whole.
Thank you, Speaker 40. Speaker 41.
Good evening. My name is Heather, and my son is a kindergartner at Laura Welch Bush Elementary. It would be a travesty to close one of our neighborhood schools in the Steiner Ranch. Our family absolutely loves the faculty, the staff, and the community of Laura Welch Bush, and it would be heartbreaking to lose that. In fact, we purchased our home specifically to attend this school. Additionally, I'm concerned that closing a school and relocating the displaced students to the remaining schools would lead to overcrowded classrooms, lowering the quality of instruction and overall educational experiences for all the elementary students in Steiner Ranch. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 41. Speaker 42.
Hi, my name is Brianne Hudson, and I'm a proud Laura Bush parent. My son is in the 1st grade, and my daughter, who is excited to start school, is enrolled in the tuition-based pre-K lottery for next year. We're hoping she gets in, but even that's uncertain despite the fact that we're trying to contribute revenue to the district. Laura Bush is more than a school, it's a community. And before making any decision to close it or any campus, we need full transparency. What does it cost to operate each school? What revenue do they bring in per student, per program? What have you truly explored to fill the gap? And what will the district actually save by closing a school? Closing schools also hurts families and neighborhoods, eroding property values and shrinking tax base that supports all schools. We don't need every campus to run on an 800 student capacity. There are proven small model schools and revenue generating alternatives that haven't been fully considered. Most of all, we were promised a voice in this process. Please honor that promise. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 42. Speaker 43.
Hi, my name is Ricardo Mosqueda. I'm a parent at Laura Bush Elementary, and as you have noticed, there's plenty of us here. So in 2023 meeting at Rosedale, families were assured that no school would be closed without full community engagement. We remember that promise. That's why we're here. The community showed up, and we care about our schools and our community, and we're showing up now for the same reason. If closing any of the campuses, Laura Bush or any other, is on the table, we urge the district to consider the community alternatives and protect the equity and long-term value for both families and the district. There's no open data, no clear timelines, no structured way for the families to contribute and to help shape solutions. If LISD leadership truly wants or meant what they said, we ask you to honor that promise and demonstrate a real commitment to community input. Real engagement means more than just creating a long-term planning committee. It means actively considering the ideas, tools, and suggestions that we have come out of it and modeling them for making any decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 43. Speaker 44.
Good evening. I'm James. I'm active in the community. I want to thank you all for all the hard work that you do. It's a truly thankless job. I feel like we've been going through this, and we need to make some decisions. I would encourage all the parents to, number one, keep in mind that we have kids here today. I was upset to see at a previous meeting someone who voiced an opinion got booed even though they were just voicing their opinion. And I don't think that sets a very good example for our kids. I would also encourage people, these folks are doing the hard work in our neighborhoods. One of the big problems here is that Texas is not properly funding its public schools. If you want to see some of these things improved, please reach out to your Texas representative. But the other thing I'll say is, unfortunately, sometimes you've just got to make some decisions, take some actions, and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 46. I'm looking at this. That was 44. 45 is a duplicate, right? And 46 has not signed in. So 47. 47.
Good evening, members of the board. Forgive my nerves. Public speaking is my nightmare. But if those Fabian students can do it, then I can. My name is Amanda Short, and I'm here as a property owner, a parent, and a voter to ask you not to close Fabian Elementary. We chose to send our daughter to this school so she could build lifelong friendships with other children who live nearby. It's where she and those children learn and grow together every day. We often see her friends and their families out and about in the community, and closing the school would tear apart the support system that ours and other families have built here. Beyond that, shutting down the school would have real financial consequences for us all. Our property values are directly tied to having a quality local school. Losing it would mean families like mine leave, fewer new families move in, and a decline in the stability of our neighborhood, just when the city is trying to attract new people and businesses with the Belt District down the street. I know tough decisions have to be made, but I also know that families in this community are paying close attention to what you do and will remember who stood with us when it comes time to vote. Please keep Fabian open and help us keep our community healthy.
Thank you, Speaker 47. Speaker 48.
Hi, my name's Iris. As a rising kindergarten mom at Steiner Ranch Elementary, I would like the board to consider these issues before closing, repurposing, or consolidating our schools. First, LISD already has a shortfall of $34 million this year, which will probably lead to a lot of teachers or staff to be laid off. With that, it will strain our teaching resources. Second, the state of Texas is considering cutting property tax by increasing exemptions for homeowners. This will further reduce the school tax revenue for LISD in the future. Third, the recently passed school voucher program provides family and LISD more options to seek private education that's closer to their homes. This will reduce enrollment and funding of our public school. Fourth, the lack of enrollment and reduced teaching resources as a result of both will drive the overall quality of our education down. If you're in my shoes with a rising kindergartner, would you move to a cheaper area in Austin to live and send my son to a private school nearby? Or pay higher property values and school taxes LLSD so that they can bus across town and attend a lesser quality school? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 48. Speaker 49.
Hi, I'm Marina. I'm a Laura Bush parent, and today I'm speaking up for all of our neighborhoods. Before closing any neighborhood school, we have to ask, does it actually make financial sense? The numbers I have are primarily from Steiner, but a deep analysis should happen for every campus. First, closing a neighborhood school conservatively will result in a 20% decrease in home values. Based on the tax rate, that's $15 million less each year to the district's budget, just for the one neighborhood. Second, a survey of nearly 250 families, over 100 said they'd be very or somewhat likely to leave for a charter or private school if their school closes. Applying that across our neighborhood at a conservative rate, that's another $1 million lost annually. Finally, among the participants in the survey, 3/4 were willing to spend money on either teacher-led enrichments, pre-K, or field rentals. That's revenue that you can generate when you keep our schools. Closing a school isn't saving. It's like taking a payday loan. They may help for the week, but ultimately creates a cycle of debt. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 49. Speaker 50. Speaker 50. 50. Okay, Speaker 51.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zila. I think we already heard pretty much everything about our community, our schools, and why we should not close a school. We could at least think outside of the box, as many of us has already said. And I think coming from Brazil and being in a classroom where we had 45 people, it didn't help me. But today I'm here in Texas, and I'm living in a beautiful world that calls Steiner Ranch. I could not believe that world actually exists, and it is beautiful, full of great schools, amazing people, and I can tell you, we're building new students, which they're gonna be able to change the world in the next future years. So if you guys can please, just not pay attention about money-wise, but think through, we could all help together and make this go way beyond. We are here to help as a mom, as a teacher, as a friend. We can all help and get this problem solved. Thank you. Obrigada.
Thank you, Speaker 51. Thank you to all of our speakers this evening. Thank you for showing up and sharing your comments. That concludes our citizen comments, and that moves us over to our next agenda item, which is our consent agenda. Board members, do you have any motions related to the consent agenda items?
I have a question about the innovative courses, so I'd like to move to take that off of the consent. So I can make a motion to approve the consent for all items but that one.
That sounds wonderful. Can somebody second?
I second. Only throw it out there.
All right. All those in favor of that modified consent agenda? Consent. Sorry. Yes. 7 in favor?
Yes.
Consent. Modified consent. Amended consent. Sorry. Approved. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to move over.
Madam President, on the next agenda, let's do a cost-benefit analysis for all the schools.
Sorry, Paul, before we move to that, since Trish pulled something off the consent agenda,
Sure.
we have to address that
Sure.
before we do that. Sorry about that. Okay, Trish.
I knew one of the trustees wanted that item, so I just was trying to move things along.
Thank you.
Can we get Dustin up here?
Dustin.
And I guess maybe Paige too, because this is an autism class. So the only question I have is this replacing our SCSS class? And I'm trying to understand what's the purpose of it, because it looks like an SCSS class.
The class itself is, yes, just a course code in the PEAM system so that we can code students to a class within our system in LISD. So it doesn't change anything that the students are receiving in class. We're just using a new code on the student schedule to put students into this. It's for making connections.
So we'll have this one, and then we also have SCSS as well?
Yes, the classes will stay the same. This is just how it's coded on a student's transcript.
That's it. I just wanted to make sure. I had some people reach out that we were replacing it. I'm like, no, we're not. So, but this will be served for all students in that program, and you're just changing the codes, that's it. But it's still the same program. We're not, still same teachers, still same model, still learning the same skills. No ARDs for replacement or anything. That's it.
Thank you. Do we want to then, okay, thanks.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the Making Connections innovative course sequence for the 2026-2027 academic year course catalog as presented.
I'll second.
Anna makes motion, Trish seconds. All those in favor? 7 in favor, motion passes. Next, we go to the superintendent. Paul,
Well,
did you?
at any time, we're supposed to be able to put something on the agenda, and I really feel like on the next meeting, let's do a cost-benefit analysis for all the schools.
That's actually on the agenda today, and
There's a full cost-benefit analysis.
no, there's not, but we
That's
we
what
put
I'm-
that it's going to be at the May 28th will be the full cost analysis benefit.
Okay, well, then we're just
So we don't even
telling the
need that
people
agenda.
that we're good.
Yeah,
We're
and we'll
telling
get to
them-
that when we get in the agenda too, but yes, that will be at the next board meeting in 2 weeks. What date is that, y'all? May 29th, I'm sorry, I said 28th, so it's 29th. Oh, also, Paul, in our board book, the board email, we asked, a lot of board members asked all those questions about that cost analysis, and we got it back. And so we have that in there, and so we can share any of that information as well, and we plan to go through that information as well. I think you sent that yesterday. It got sent to all board members yesterday. So,
Madam
just-
President, I think I don't want to go too far in discussion, but I had a lot of questions about that, so that didn't seem to me like a cost analysis that I think there were things missing.
Oh, absolutely.
Paul may feel like there's things he might have questions about, so maybe that might be a question of, we might want more clarity on the 28th, so we'll see what happens when we get to that
we
agenda
get to
item.
that
Is that
agenda
correct?
item tonight.
That's great.
And then from that agenda item, we're gonna talk about what was in that email, and then we'll talk about what items we still need admin to bring back for us at our next meeting. And so it'll be a very robust, important discussion, because we're gonna need to go through the data that we already received and then talk about what else we need. And I think a lot of us have been talking about, I know we've been talking about, what remains. But I'm going to try to move us back onto our agenda now, because we have a full agenda and we're going to get to that part. So, Dr. Gearing, if you'd like to give your superintendent report.
Actually,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Since we have our students tonight, y'all are going to come up, and we're changing things around so we can do the superintendent, student advisory council, student empowerment board report. So if our student guests would like to come up, we would love to have y'all come up. Y'all come on up, and if y'all want to grab a seat up there, we'd love to have y'all all up there. Right? Do we need more seats? Y'all okay? All right. Okay. All right. No problem.
Okay, awesome.
Hi, good evening. Hello, warm greetings, everyone. My name is Anya Bandari. I'm a senior over at Vandergrift High School, and I am a core leadership member on this year's Superintendent Student Advisory Council, SASAC for short. How do we do slides on this thing? Awesome, okay. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Perfect. So our purpose tonight is to explain a little bit more about SASAC. We're going to talk about our process, our progress over the year. We're going to be ending off each of our little groups with recommendations for what we think the board should be considering and implementing. And of course, we're going to be offering our vision for the future of LISD and what we want to see in our students and our student experience. But how do we do this? I'm going to hand it over to my good friend, Alexander, who's going to give us more of an overview.
All right, I'll get closer. So I'm from Rouse and Vista Ridge High School. I'm a senior for this year, so this will be my last time doing this. But to get us started, so we've recruited diverse members from all of our Leander ISD high schools. That process was a bit different for each high school, whether it be from the admin team, the principal, or the previous SASAC leadership that helped get the new team involved and recruited into this program. So that varied from teacher recommendations, QR codes around schools, and then the administrations over at the end pretty much had the final say in having which students would be joining us for this year, and that's how our recruiting went.
Hi, my name is Zara Saheen. I'm from Vista Ridge High School, and I'm also a senior, so this will also be my last time. But like Alexander had said, we had recruited several students from each of the Leander schools in order to gain a kind of really diverse student base for SASAC. And so during our very first meeting, we had a few icebreakers, kind of got everyone warmed up to each other. And then we started kind of getting into the nitty-gritty and just letting everyone just have a platform. I remember, I think we spent probably, I want to say an hour to hour 30 minutes just talking with every single table, and every table just went up and kind of talked about what issues they see, but also what things they liked about Leander ISD, just so we're able to kind of gauge, okay, what is Leander doing that's improving the student experience, but what is also taking away from it? And so from that, Pranav will kind of talk about more about how we were able to group those problems and kind of turn them into problem-tunities.
Yep, I'm Pranav, as Zara said. I'm also a senior at Vista Ridge High School, so we're last time here. But so while we were doing the kind of creating these like opportunities and figuring out the issues that are actually happening within individual campuses, we also wanted to review the work of previous SASAC teams. So SASAC's been going on for a couple of years now, and we've done some pretty great things, if I say so. The GPA change is obviously a really big one. And then also, like in particular, for like me, Zara, and the previous people who like worked on the FlexTime app, that's been in development for a couple of years. So basically what we did is while we were working on brainstorming these issues, we also wanted to see what people did in the past, because we want to know how we can continue on the work of previous teams to kind of not start things from scratch and try to not rebuild the wheel per se. So kind of keep going and continue building things that are happening. So through that, we created something called problem-tunities, or not used something called problem-tunities. So problem-tunities are essentially problems turned into opportunities. So not everything's a problem, but we want to make sure that things are something we can actually solve. And I'm going to transfer over to my friends over here.
My name is Andres. I come from the early college high school, and after we reviewed the past teams from SASAC team opportunities, we then prioritized the potential opportunities that we see common throughout each of the campuses throughout the district. After that, we divided into teams around each of these opportunities, divided them into a total of 6. After that, we used continuous improvement tools as a part of the PDSA, which is a plan, do, study, and act, where you plan out how you're going to figure out what the opportunity is and how to attack it. Then you actually do studying and do field research at schools, and then you study it, and then you act upon it and take action for each prioritized opportunity. Thank you, and I'm going to pass it on to my friend here.
Hi, my name is Roman. I'm a senior at Leander High School. So I don't know if we've ever presented this to you guys before in any of our past presentations. It's relatively new, but it's what has helped us kind of guide all the initiatives that you guys are gonna see here today. So this is our leadership organization. First at the top, we have our core leadership team, which is most of us up here, I think. And then we have the extended leadership team, And then under that, we have two branches, the Opportunity Group Mentors. Those are kind of in charge of the different opportunity groups that we're going to go into more detail in a few minutes here. They was just kind of lead it at the individual level, making sure that everything runs smoothly. Then we also have the Campus Mentors, which help ensure that every student at every single campus has a voice in the matters of their opportunity groups. And then all these groups kind of collaborate together and just ensure that everything runs smoothly under the core leadership team.
Yeah, so when we were talking more about at the start of the year how we were going to truly bring sustainability into the structure of basically student government for the district, we wanted to ensure that we have a way to really streamline everything that's going on. Prior to this, we had a few leadership positions, but we felt that it wasn't careful enough with how we were really, looking into smaller issues and making sure that everything gets heard and it doesn't kind of just get lost in this, giant group of students. So that's something that we really focused on when we have split into our extended leadership team and our core leadership team. So we find that the more we manage it at a smaller level, it just comes into a beautiful whole.
So as Chloe mentioned, as Roman mentioned, we're going to go into the opportunities. To start off, we have mental health and sustainability. So for mental health, we're focused on improving the accessibility and the effectiveness of our current district-wide resources. And for sustainability, this group addresses the reuse and recycling of clothes, spreading further awareness of our district's PTA clothes closet.
Hi y'all, my name is Chloe Smith. I'm a senior from Leander High School. Our next one is the Flex Time group. This opportunity group focuses on the implementation of Flex Time across the district, giving students around 35 minutes a day to themselves. We have a restroom group which focuses on creating a better bathroom environment within our district. And then the academic inclusivity group, which focuses on the accessibility to general student knowledge across the district. So before we begin our actual presentations from each of our opportunity groups, we do ask that y'all hold questions until the very end of all of our presentations, and we will bring back one representative from each group to answer your questions. Our first group will be Flex Time, so I'll let them transition over here. Okay, I will get us started off. As students were constantly engaged in coursework, clubs, sports, jobs, and other extracurricular activities, many students feel overwhelmed with everything they have to balance. This is where the implementation of a consistent flex time offers an opportunity for all students to have a dedicated time for themselves each day. The Flex Time Committee has been underway for 3 years now, and it initially began when 3 students at Vista Ridge developed an app to improve the Flex Time portal. Since then, the initiative has evolved with the goal of establishing a district-wide Flex Time program. As the app and committee continues to progress and expand, our objectives have also evolved to understand the effects that Flex Time has on the environment conducive to teachers' needs and administrators' concerns.
Hello, my name is Vaishnavi Gadamella. I'm a sophomore at Rouse High School. In order to gain perspective, we surveyed 2 groups of high school students from all 6 high schools, those who have access to Flex Time and those who do not. We received 178 responses. Among students who have Flex Time, 96.3% of students think that LISD should keep Flex Time periods for our high school students, and 54.4% of students think that Flex Time is helpful all the time. All right, yeah. Yes. Students currently use Flex Time primarily for homework, studying, resting and relaxing, tutorials, and collaboration with their peers. Students report that Flex Time would be helpful for the following reasons. Flex Time is perfect for students who use it wisely, like for passion projects and studying. It gives students time in school to study, especially helpful for students who have the inability to study at home. Among the students who do not have access to Flex Time, 91.1% want to have Flex Time at their school.
Good evening. My name is Jason Rodriguez, and I am a senior at Leander High School. Adding on, we spoke with multiple high school principals for their insight. And from our surveys and other research, we discovered the main problem that may interfere with the implementation of Flex Time. There is a lack of attendance and accountability. As well, schools disregarded their advocate attendance system, while others lack one and rely on passes. This issue stems from an inconvenient user interface for students and teachers.
I actually had the opportunity to talk to Mr. Sloan, the principal of Cedar Park High School. Cedar Park's flex time is every day, and students have the opportunity to portal to other classrooms. Mr. Sloan wanted to give students the opportunity to have guest speakers, club meetings, surveys, class meetings, and attending trainings or tutorials. Mr. Sloan found that the biggest advantage was allowing his own students to create their own independent decisions so that they would be set up for college and their future. Mr. Sloan said, yes, there are challenges, but the chaos is worth it.
Okay, to talk a little bit about our solution. So in the past year, a team of 3 students, Adit, Sujit, and Jay, developed the FlexTime app. So in this past year, me, Zara, and our teammate Jacob Tyra have worked on continuing this to help develop it further and implement it within our district. So in this past year, we tried to add on to things they did in the app and overall make it safer for students and have more features. So to do this, we rebuilt it on a new framework. So we built it in Python using the Flask library, so it wouldn't have to use like JavaScript or like the older more languages of code. Additionally, we implemented some new features. There's now anonymous reporting you can do through the app. You can access the lunch menus, and you're able to actually do bathroom reports. So another team in SAC, which we're going to talk about later, wanted to do bathroom reports in campuses. So they brought that up to us and wanted a way for students to actually be able to file these reports. We were like, that's a perfect way to combine 2 different committees within SAC and create a solution to a problem that many students face. Because as you probably know, a lot of students aren't the best with bathrooms, and a way to get someone to know about that is to do a report. And we could implement that into our app.
So getting to this point of implementing new features and, you're good. Implementing new features and building this app on a safer, more modern framework wasn't easy. We met multiple roadblocks, but we were able to work with Dr. Gearing, Sarah, Donna, Jason, and they provided an incredible support team for us. And honestly, I was able to discover more about myself too, and like my career prospects, because I was able to work hands-on with this app. For example, I learned that I'm actually not good at coding, but instead I'm good at, UI, UX design, and I really enjoy learning about the process of like user research, user journey maps. And I think it really helped me understand what I want to do in my future, but also kind of understand what it's like to work in a team. Because obviously, like, we had to use, project management tools, and that I'm new to that, and so I think just in general, not only was this kind of really helpful to help improve our district, but also improve ourselves professionally and personally. And so to conclude, we see flex time ideally as 35 minutes per day, every single day, integrated possibly after 2nd and 6th period, and this would allow students to go to different classrooms, but with an organized portaling system with their attendance being tracked through the FlexTime app. That way we're able to mitigate the issues of safety concerns with multiple principals, but also kind of allow students to have the option of, okay, like, I need to make up a test that I missed X amount of time ago, and I can do that because I have this allotted time period, But also if I kind of want to just relax, I'm able to do that, but this wouldn't be possible without the support of school administrators. And so, like I said, this format would allow students to have time for their schoolwork, clubs, relaxation, and mental health, but would also provide an opportunity for students to engage and explore their careers. And so, I think Pranav has something to say.
Additionally, I think I jumped the gun a little bit. I forgot to mention exactly what the FlexTime app is. So I know that we talked last year at the board meeting as well, but some of you are new here, and there's also people who might not know what the app actually is. So essentially, it's intended to be a one-stop stop for students. So they can essentially go to this app and access whatever resources they need in their day-to-day life. So you notice it's very difficult to go to the LIC website or an individual school websites and find some information. So we thought it'd be much easier if we consolidated that all into one platform where you could build portal to your FlexTime period. You could access lunch menus, access anonymous reports, and access everything you pretty much need in one consolidated location.
And so, like Pranav said, we really aim to kind of streamline the student process, providing a safe space for them in school, but also digitally with this new developed framework. And we hope to pass on this app to 3 other SAC students. So we're kind of continuing the legacy, getting this momentum forward, and we're hoping to scale this app throughout all LASD schools, or at least pilot first, research, develop it further, because obviously nothing's going to be perfect on the first run. But we hope to really help the future of LISD. And thank you so much for listening to us.
Good evening. We are the Mental Health Opportunity Group. My name is Anai Maknogia. I am a junior at Vandergrift High School.
I'm Jashida Halari. I'm a senior at Vista Ridge High School.
I'm Ruth Gardner. I'm a junior at Rouse High School.
I'm Sunana DeWagen. I'm a sophomore at Vandergrift High School.
So we came up with a problem statement that throughout our research, we found that there was a lack of effectiveness and accessibility of mental health resources throughout the district website and all the school websites as well, which can impact the environment and attendance throughout LISD.
So we first identified our problem. We looked at our current resources for mental health. We evaluated the quality, quantity, and accessibility of these resources. Then we collected these data, taking random samplings from both students and staff around the district, and we watched past board meetings and looked at what we had currently. After that, we discussed with our head of counseling and gained feedback on the forums. We used that to come up with our potential solutions, and right now we are set on improving accessibility for students to mental health resources and implementing presentations to better improve how staff and students can react to mental health.
To talk a bit more about the data that we collected, we reached out to students and we saw that most of them were, around 34%, were not as satisfied as they could be with the overall effectiveness, meaning the quality and quantity of current mental health resources. And this matched up, I think, with what Anaya will explain.
So we also found out that 65% of the students were actually not aware that there were any mental health resources on their district website or on their school website as well.
And then from the staff forum, we found that around 81% of teachers have had any student approach them to discuss any social issues, emotional, mental health concerns, both school-related and non-school related. And this kind of correlates with the percentage who've received mental health training being only 43%.
So we actually have some direct quotes from our surveys from staff members. One staff member actually said that some of her students actually dropped out of the harder programs in the school due to mental health problems, and also dropped some of their classes as well due to mental health problems. So they'd like to see more accessibility in those resources, just so that they can, improve themselves in both academically and mentally.
Another staff member suggested that there should be dedicated people who work on GPA, colleges, grades, etc., specifically who are different than the people who work on mental health resources for students, so that students can have better quality resources when it comes to mental health in the staff department. And although we have been focusing on providing resources and making them accessible, we have considered improving the staff side of things. And while it isn't entirely reasonable for us as students to help the district gain more staff, given the resources that the district has available, it's important for us to acknowledge a potential deficit in the area regarding quality and quantity of staff in our schools when discussing this subject. Keeping in mind everything we learned all throughout this process, we have a few potential solutions. One of them that we found was student presentations at staff development days. This was suggested to us by Mr. Steve Clark, who was the head of counseling service at the time when we spoke to him. Creating specific times and places where students can talk directly to teachers could help reduce stigma, help improve teachers' relationships with students, and overall allow teachers to better point students in the right direction when they need help. Another solution that we have found is improving the LISD websites and mental health minutes. On the LISD website, while we were talking about solutions, the mental health minutes was found under empowering parents. We suggested that we make it its own tab so that it is easier to access. And this was actually done by Ryan Hamrick, the web design and creative services specialist. There was a new tab created specifically for mental health where all the resources can be found now. We also spoke about improving the quality of mental health minutes. The content of the mental health minutes is very good, but the videos are unengaging. We can create better engagement through student involvement in the creation process and just making more dynamic videos. This is probably our most accomplishable of the options, and this is our most recommended solution. Thank you for your time and your attention, and we hope you will work with us to try to improve mental health resources for the district as a whole.
Good evening. I'm Mia Brandel. I'm a junior at Glenn High School, and we're part of the Sustainability Opportunity Group.
My name is Milan Benavides, and I'm a sophomore at Glenn High School.
My name is Yal Yavni, and I'm a junior at Vandergrift High School.
Our problem statement was inspired by Leander ISD's ethical principle number 6, law abidance and civic duty. We saw the importance of giving back to our community, which led us to support the PTA Clothes Closet. By promoting clothing reuse and recycling, we encourage sustainability while fulfilling our civic duty to care for others. This effort brings students together and reinforces positive values found throughout all 10 ethical principles.
So a little bit of what our process looked like. We started off by figuring out which sustainability issue affected the student population the most. From there, we actually set up multiple clothes drives at various high schools throughout the district, and we also went to the north and south clothes closet locations just to see a little bit of what their process looked like. From there, we discussed our findings and worked together to figure out the best plan for next year.
So for our findings and recommendations, so our clothes drives weren't too successful. Not a lot of students knew about them, and so not a lot donated. But as we talked to staff, to students, and to teachers, we realized that a lot of in-school programs could actually use extra clothes, such as theater department for costumes, fashion design, and many more. In addition to that, by volunteering at these clothes closets, we found that in the South clothes closet, there's actually too many clothes. It's overrun by clothes and not enough space for them. So for our recommendation is to increase social media presence, because we think social media is probably the best way to increase the awareness about the clothes closet. Because for me, I can speak from personal experience. Before being on SASAC, I did not know Leander ISD had a clothes closet, and I'm sure 99% of the school population doesn't either, and we need to raise that. I believe one of the great solutions for the overflow of clothes, I think we can take those extra clothes and get them to school programs. Just try to distribute them around in schools in LISD. And to further raise awareness, I believe we should get school programs involved in little competitions, like which fine arts program can raise the most clothes and the winner gets a nice little lunch. Just something to get the students and the programs involved, getting more clothes into the clothes closets and to those who need it, and getting students more aware of it. And that's it. Thank you all very much. Have a good evening.
Hi, my name is Kate Jones.
Hi, my name is Rakita Belleru.
And we are the group for academic inclusivity within all LISD schools. So to begin, we want to address our group as a whole. It was sort of a merge between two groups from last year, the Life Skills group and the GPA Resources group. Life Skills group sort of focused on active skills, opportunities, and life skills, especially the adulthood transition, while the GPA group mainly focused on course information and GPA awareness throughout high schools, especially the middle school to high school transition. Like I said, we were really focusing on the transition between all of these different stages of life, as a lot of times there can be discrepancies between communication, and in doing so, we wanted to sort of bridge some of those gaps in understanding and gaps in knowledge. So through this, we have our current problem of how can we implement resources to improve student academic and life transitions within the district. So we sort of have a main problem thing going on, which is there's a lot of scattered information and missed opportunities across the district. And students don't know about this, and like I said, it's not because that there's a lack of resources available, it's the lack of information concerning these resources. There's staff concerns about, time allocation and repetitive questions, especially within the counselors at these schools. Counselors are often getting berated with continuing questions that just take up a lot of their time, and we think that a way to consolidate all this information into an easily accessible thing would make it so that people have more access to the resources and more information about them in general and a greater sense of awareness. Some potential solutions that we have to this are to sort of, like I said, consolidate student resources. Right now we have Launchpad, the Student Advocate Portal, the CPHS and LISD Career Center and all of that, libraries, transcripts, and all of it. But a lot of people don't know how to access this or where to find any of this. So we think that being able to consolidate all of this information into one central document or website would be able to give students easy access to a lot of resources that they did not know about otherwise. Furthermore, this would alleviate school counselors' schedules as they would be less burdened by some of the quote-unquote easier questions, and they would be able to have more time to deal with greater problems at hand.
We dedicated the school year to deep research before creating a premature website. We want to create a student information center such as a website, and we decided to start off at GPA. GPA is a big part of high school, and many students don't know how to calculate it on their own and rely on apps like Gradeway. And we want to create a GPA demo video or a GPA spreadsheet that students can access and copy and paste easily. Through AP research, I was able to conduct a study on study habits on LISD students specifically in all the high schools, and I asked them what they think about life skills and what they think about study habits and how they can incorporate this and how they feel about it. 1 being the least, thinking they can incorporate it at all, and 10 being the best. More people were inclined to thinking that it can be beneficial for them and thinking that it was a really crucial part in their academic success and lifelong learning success. You can also see throughout the grades, after study habits were implemented, there was a significant increase in not only grades, and I know that's a big part of academic success, and also in all the high schools. And we also want to create general FAQs that counselors get asked a lot, like ACC versus APs, and commonly staffed ask questions like scholarships that might get vague answers from counselors, and we want to create things that we can have key decision factors. And I know many might mention Naviance, but we don't have the information necessary for that to know how to guide our ways through it. I recently just learned this resume portion of it, and I didn't know that until I decided to get on Naviance. So we want to create a website, at least in the future, to talk about things that can help guide students and about important resources that we didn't have given to us just off the bat because it's scattered all over the place. And that is a next year situation, but we're calling on the school board to help us. Thank you.
All
All right, good evening. In case you forgot, I go to Rouse in Vista Ridge High School. I'm a senior. My name is Alexander Hertzler.
My name is Leonardo Cantu. I'm also from Rouse High School. And we'll be talking about bathrooms. So, they've been in a situation. Now, school restrooms are often monitored in lots of schools because of vandalism and just general misuse and just poor hygiene amongst these. And so, a lot of times, not a lot of students are able to use these because, well, due to these factors. Now, we want these bathrooms to be safe and convenient and efficient and usable for students to actually improve their experience, and they don't got to hold it till the end of the school day, right? And this applies to every school throughout the district. So the process was to create a list of all the common problems between all the LISD school campuses, and that's what they like and what they don't like, and whatever drugs are being used and vandalisms that are being applied on the walls, and just general maintenance that they seem to have a problem with. Now, some of these issues are caused because, not a lot of people really want to take care of the restrooms, which is unfortunate, but that does affect a lot of students throughout the school and throughout the day, and it really impacts how one can learn in the classroom. And it only gets worse, right? And a lot of students that report these situations, either they don't get heard or they don't get filed, and there's just no outcome when it just try to be solved. Now, the timeline, we've been working on this thing since last year, and it started to get implemented at Rouse, and we have some information since the last month, but we wanted to ask students, right? We wanted to hear the voices of all the students that are affected of this situation, and that's everybody, right? And it's things of like what they don't like, what are things that could be worked on, what are things that they really hate. And there was a trend that was called the devious leg, and that really, really, really hurt a lot of students. Now, we wanted to pinpoint all of these situations and really come up with an ultimatum from every single school from the district, trying to really put the idea of what's really hurting us, right? And so me and Alexander and the rest of our team, we got together and we wanted to create a opportunity statement, what we can do to work on this situation to actually make it better. Now, we had multiple solutions, and we ended up coming to a conclusion that cameras in the restroom were not a good idea. But we wanted to see what was accessible to students, and well, with some references, we did notice that a lot of QR codes were being used, and so we see students use them, and it's pretty obvious. When you go up to the wall and get your phone out, scan it up. Now, it's quick and easy, it's a fast form, and well, we thought it was a good idea. Now, we met with some individual principals from every school, and with this idea of putting this up. Now, Rouse has already started this, and we've been having a really good outcome, right? And we're starting to see other high schools implementing this. And I'm hearing from my buddies from other schools saying, man, they're actually keeping the bathrooms clean, and they're keeping them unlocked.
You just stole some of my thunder, but I'll say what I have to say for this. So we have these example posters. On the top right was the one that we have at Rouse High School that was actually implemented. The one in the center is the one Vandergrift has. And then these other ones were quick posters that our team quickly came up with to show for presentations to the other high school administrations to show them what our idea was while we gave them a presentation of this. So they're all their branding of their high school, so the kids know, and it kind of pops out to them. It's clearly visible. So for our statistics, the Rouse one is actually a little bit wrong. I have some more information, but so we implemented that at the very beginning of the school year after I spoke with our admin team last year, and this was our pilot school. And with that, we've had about 75 responses that date back all the way to the beginning of this school year, and 44% of them were from teachers, which means it was received well by both the student and the teacher populace. So we're seeing that it's received well by everyone from all grades, no matter if you're a student or a teacher. Glen High School implemented it at the end of March with about 6 total entries so far, and Vandergrift also at the end of March with about 29 entries as well. Leander High School, Cedar Park, and Vista Ridge are all going to be implementing it like next year. I spoke with some of the principals about that, and it would be best to not start something new for the students right at the very end of the year. So students will hear about all this new stuff for their next year, so they'll be completely more well aware of it. So for our conclusion, we found that the solution was very well received by the student and teacher populace. We found that also that each high school handles the disciplinary actions differently based off of if they've caught the student. And we know that trends are going to be coming and going, just like Leo said, with the devious slick in the previous years, and our more frequent one this year, which is blowing up laptops, which I'm sure we're all aware of, which is very unfortunate. But I've seen videos of people doing those in the restrooms, and hopefully that's not happening here. But again, trends are going to be coming and going, but we want to make sure that disciplinary actions for vandalism and other things like this are handled equally across the district level. So maybe one student isn't being disciplined differently to the next one at a different high school. And I believe that Vandergrift has their own little policy for pretty much every single thing that could lead to a disciplinary action. So I was proposing that the principals get together and find a common disciplinary action for everyone, so everything about that is equal. As well as finding common deterrences. If principals know some certain things that are happening at their schools that may be happening at the other schools, and to speak about that to find anything that could help their school personally. Also, the implementation of these standard bathroom forms across the campuses. We're not going to plan on stopping it here at the high school level. With our team, even though we're both seniors, we're passing this down to next year to get this implemented across middle schools and elementary schools as well. While this might differ from the typical QR code that we're using for high schoolers, because elementary schoolers may not have their phones with them if they have them. Personally, I didn't. But maybe a paper form that they could fill out for their teacher, and the teacher can get it sent up. But we can clearly see that it's working at the pilot school, and it's starting to work at these other high schools, and we really want to get this across the rest of the district. And of course, discourage the damages. So thank you for your time. That's the end for ours. And then we'll be going into the questions now for each opportunity group.
All right. Okay, I'm excited. You know, I was waiting for this question just for you. Flex time. So I am a very big supporter of flex time. My kids love it. I've been fortunate that I've seen the impacts of it. My question is, when you were going down this pathway, right, I know not all campuses offer it. So how can we help you be able to get that at all campuses? Because that's one of the things on this board is we talk about consistency through this district. And one campus will do something and one campus will do it. And you guys saw firsthand this flex time, the inequities it's creating for our high schools. So what is one thing that we can do as a board to help promote that, to ensure that y'all are getting flex time at all 6 high schools?
I think like consistency throughout the district is very helpful because a lot of people sub-campus and coming, like Wesley Turner, he goes to Rouse and he sub-campuses to my CBA class, and he isn't on the same schedule, and so he'll come in 5 or 10 minutes late because he's having to hit traffic and come in on a different bell schedule. So creating consistency really is important because it allows those sub-campus kids to walk in and know exactly where they are, exactly what time they're supposed to be, and have that same schedule across the whole district. I think really what we ask is to implement it throughout the whole district. We have talked to principals and we've had to really see what their side of it was, because at the end of the day, those people run their schools, and so we really try to see like what is working at this campus, what is not working at this campus. And so we found like Cedar Park, I feel like, has the best one, if you will, while other campuses do struggle with accountability, attendance. I mean, it happens. Kids are gonna do it. Kids are gonna wanna leave. It's gonna happen. But we have to ensure that the accountability is consistent again, with the bathroom, like implementing like something that can get these kids disciplined, really, if they do leave campus. If they do, like, Cedar Park doesn't, if you abuse it, it gets taken away for a week, and you technically get put in timeout, really. And so giving that really like discipline, accountability, and then consistency is really what we ask for from y'all, because that's the best way to, I think, implement it throughout the whole district.
Y'all go.
I have a mental health question. And this is a question that I've asked of this committee before, so if you've been on the committee before, I apologize for different versions of this question. But every time we talk to students about mental health, the response is always, there isn't enough. We need more.
Mm-hmm.
You had 81% of students who go to their teachers with social, emotional, and mental health problems. The other side of that is there is a lot of noise that says that's not the school's job, that's not the teacher's job. Mental health funding is cut on all levels constantly for schools. So how, in your opinion, can boards like this one, or even student groups like yours, help advocate for the services and the help that you all are actually saying you need?
I think the best way to advocate about something like this is to continue to bring it up and continue talking about it and continue, like, keep pushing for it, even if it is faced with resistance. I also think that it's important to make people at all levels in the school district aware that it is an issue, because as we have, while students are very aware that it is an issue because they are living through it, it is their daily experience. Some teachers may not have the same knowledge of what their students are going through. So one of the things that we have discussed possibly doing is setting aside a time where students can talk directly to teachers about what they are experiencing within schools and how teachers can support them. We also discussed making teachers more aware of where to direct their students when they need help. So raising awareness is probably the best thing we can do.
And to add a little bit onto what Ruth so beautifully articulated, awesome. I would also like to say a lot of the time you guys are, admin in general, you're hearing from adults, you're hearing from parents. And as Ruth said, children are the ones living through it. I think I can very confidently say almost everyone on our SASAC committee, we can say mental health is an issue that needs to be addressed as coming from student feedback. And I know, of course, parents, they care about their children, everything, but you need to listen to student feedback when it comes to this. And I think that just focusing on that when it comes to this issue specifically is absolutely crucial moving forward.
I really liked the mental health point. They talked about using actual professionals. My freshman year, I had a classmate die, and I had to go downstairs to our library, and they had therapists there. They didn't have counselors, they had therapists there for us. And being able to talk to an actual professional that knew how to respond to me was much better than a counselor or a teacher or a parent or a friend, because they actually, that's their job. They knew how to help me. And so I know they briefly talked over it because that is like getting a whole new staff, but I think that's a really good point to highlight more on the professionals that are trained in this instead of going solely for your help by your friends or your teachers that aren't trained.
And we understand that counselors do have like a certain amount of training, but then again, they're overwhelmed with like scheduling. Like all the Vandergrift counselors, they always joke like, we're not just here for your schedule, blah, blah, blah. But like, it's just being overwhelmed with like so many things at once. And of course, like there's all this cutting going on for like different staff and everything. But I just think it's so crucial to like split it up. And again, it comes down to that piece of someone can only handle so much. Yes, it's your job, but like at what point?
I kind of want to build a bit on the two questions, because your board members are asking you, what can we do? What do we need to do to support your recommendations? And so I have a request, which is in the future, when y'all come to the board and you're doing your presentation, it would be so helpful if y'all would identify for us the next steps that administration's already working on, that y'all are working on, and then the next steps that you're actually needing board help on. what do you actually need? Because I'm sitting there trying to parse which one is already being done, which one are y'all working on, and which one can we just kind of jump in and help with, because we love to jump in and help when we can, especially for our students. So that would be my request, is kind of coming forward to be able to see that clearly, so we know how to engage better. And then my other question for y'all, and I asked some of y'all this at dinner, so some of you are already prompt and ready for prepared for this question, which is I want to know your thoughts. Some of you have been on this group for 4 years. 2 years, 2 years. Oh my gosh, I say COVID ain't math, it ain't my math. So 2 years, and I think, yeah, we've had this group for quite some time, and I ask y'all, like, what, you dedicate time to this, you come to meetings, you stay engaged, you're doing a lot for CISAC. What would you like to see happen because of your efforts?
Okay, so I'm gonna pass this over. So Ruth, this is their first year participating in CISAC. So we're gonna start with Ruth, and then we have Kate, who she's gonna be doing she's gonna be doing leadership next year. So we'll start off with that, and then we'll get to our elder members now. So yeah. Wow. So start us off, Ruth. Thank you.
All right, so I think a step that the board could take is, if this is possible, speaking directly to the principals of schools about things discussed in the meeting and making them aware of the things we discuss here, and possibly urging them to implement like stuff like flex time, or urging them to help their staff and students become more aware of resources and all of that. That's what I've got. I'm going to pass it off to.
Yeah, hi. So this is my second year in CISAC, and a lot of what we would like to just see in general is just, because you guys, when we respond to us, like I was here at the board meeting last year, right? There was a lot of, yes, we want to do this, we want to help, but year after year it seems like there's not much action being taken, and I think making a more concrete plan of what to do going forward, instead of here are some ideas, let's just throw this out there, but taking concrete steps to make sure that our voices are not only heard, but implemented on a larger scale, and you guys can really help with that.
Hi y'all, I'm Yali. This is also my first year in CISAC. And I mean, I'll just add on to what everybody said. I think the most important part is sort of just taking what we've done this year and passing it forward, because I feel like a lot of teams have changed over the past year or two, and I think now it's important that we really like stick to what we do so we can have a consistent plan that we can actually like implement over time, like start, donating clothes from the clothes closet to programs, instituting professional, like just making sure we have a plan for the future, and it's not just like, oh, we start the year, we figure out the problem, we suggest some stuff, and then we kind of move on. We need, I think, just solidify our plans for the future and really making sure stuff happens. But yeah.
So great points everyone there has made, but also something I personally would like to see is the creation of our future leaders, which is what we have here in CISAC. We have our own leadership teams, and also the critical thinking of what happens, of the problems that we see and the solutions we can create. That really kind of inspires the mind, find the different possible solutions to problems that we may have never seen before, never experienced before, have no knowledge for. So similar to how you may construct an essay about a specific topic, that's similar to what we have to do, and find the problems, what's been happening over the time, and the investigation of what we've done to get there. And similar to what Ruth has said, the board reaching out is a very strong thing for us, such as for the bathrooms even. You could ask the principals how the forms that they currently have are being put to use, how, if it's still being well received, if there are any problems with it, anything's being torn down, and then possibly even, for me, I've come to some of these board meetings outside of the presenting ones that I'm doing here tonight, and that's also opened my mind to other things that happen within the school district. Because typically not be aware of anything unless I would show up here or see something online. And seeing the inner workings, because there's an understanding that some things aren't just happening because someone felt like it. There's planning going and being involved with it. And as much as we all want something to happen some way, it may not happen that way and there's a reason for that. But coming to these board meetings have been very beneficial, just hearing the citizen comments, seeing the board operating, and even the board coming to possibly some of our SASAC meetings to speak with us. And that way we can provide maybe even more information than we would typically be able to provide here at these meetings where we're restricted to more of a time limit for us to speak. Thank you.
Chloe agrees with everything, so yeah, in summation, I think sustainability, we're such a young group, and when you're beginning something, when you're building something up, and you're not just, fixing small things, tweaking things, you have the opportunity to build a strong foundation upon something. So we're really focusing on that idea of sustainability and connection and making sure that having this powerful group is actually being fully utilized. I also just thought of this, but I think it would be a great idea. I know you guys face a lot during board meetings. There's a lot of information being thrown at you. I think if there was some way we can go through a process and after our presentations have a summation meeting, we can make a document or something for those next steps, kind of going back to your original question. I think that's definitely something we would implement, and we would love to implement genuinely just a step-by-step Google document if you want, and go over it in a separate meeting with all of you guys. So I'm sure Bruce can work with us to figure something out for that. But yeah, I hope that answers your question swimmingly.
Thank you all for that. And I think I'm speaking for all of us that we would love to see something like that, because I think that's sustainability. It's been really fun to see this group grow, and I think of the very first year, and when we had a student come talk to us about GPA, and I remember us over there at the Leo building, right? And I remember a student being there, but I reflect back on different initiatives each year, and I wonder, where did that one go? And I love these 5 that you've presented, and the work on them and where they are. I want to make sure that we have a historical document of that, so we can see where it's at and what needs to happen next, so that it's sustainable and we can continue to grow on the achievements that you've helped our district advance in this area. So thank y'all all for dedicating so much time, and I look forward to, it's kind of weird because I think of some of y'all graduating and not being here, and it's kind of weird. And then I think of some of y'all, we're going to get to see y'all grow up. And I'm sure Dr. Gearing feels the same way, because you get to spend a lot more time with them than we do. But thank you for all that you're doing for Leander ISD. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, I don't want to mess with that, so that's all great. I have a follow-up question that's separate, which is, can we arrange through you sometime to go visit a SASAC meeting? Can we get that somehow on the schedule?
We'll
or the
figure that out.
rotation?
Yeah.
Okay, that'd be great, thank you.
Do we have any more questions?
I think we do.
One more.
Okay.
I have a question.
We love answering them. We're here.
I have a question. So it's for the restrooms. Was there a study also of the girls' restrooms? Was it different from the boys' restrooms? Is there anything that could be done differently with girls' restrooms?
So we found that the vandalism is a little bit, it's still there, but it differs in the amount there is. On the Google form, we had some reports of it, but we've typically found more of our problems have been, at least at Rouse, in the male restrooms. But if I remember the numbers correctly, I think about 16 or 18% of the responses from our forum were from females. And we typically haven't really seen anything other than typical vandalism of maybe soap being destroyed or writing on the walls and things like that, though. Does that answer it, or?
It does cover one aspect of it, but I was just wondering if girls wanted female products in the bathroom.
In that case, yes, we've heard about that, and there's been a lot of voice for that as well. And there was this a group at Rouse that is currently trying to work with the principal to get that fully implemented rest there, and then that can easily be expanded to across the other schools.
I will also add, I'm the vice president of our student council over at Vandergrift, and recently we had a district symposium where we spoke with other student councils. I do not remember off the top of my head which high school was doing it, but having feminine products available through the student council, literally just through donation and whatnot, and just having that available in the bathroom was, they loved the idea, and we loved the idea, and having it there was so helpful, because sometimes, I mean, our high schools are huge. You don't want to walk all the way to the nurse's office. So yes, that's something that's very strongly voiced for, and doesn't necessarily have to come out of the school's budget, I would say. We can probably internally even implement that through our school-wide SAC groups. That's what our campus mentors are for.
And I will say with those feminine products, I've actually heard some things about those being messed around with and like flushed around toilets and thrown against walls and things like that. So that is still, say, another form of vandalism that is occurring. I've been hearing it's happening at other schools as well. So we hope to really get all that fixed up and minimized by the end of next year, as well as, again, implemented with the other schools.
All right. I think those are all our questions. Yes.
I'm gonna
Are
make
you
one
going to
quick-
close it up
close
first?
it up and
yes,
one quick
please
comment.
close it up first.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I just want to thank all of the students in the SAC group. For me, the shining part of this process, and specifically this year, has been the ability of the adults to stay out of the way. It's really difficult for us as educators to do that. We tend to want to jump in all the time and help. And we've really worked hard with this group specifically on staying out of the way. But they've helped us through really picking up the slack on that. And so you can see that they had complete control of this event tonight. They built this leadership structure this year from scratch, and that's going to really prove invaluable in the sustainability of SAC and how it grows and strengthens over time. So we took them down to Galveston for the TASB Winter Governance Conference. They did some really impressive things down there. But the thing that struck me was the number of other groups that we saw that had seen our SAC group present multiple years before, and were now imitating the work that these guys have been doing. And that's, flattery is the biggest compliment you can ever receive. And so just incredible work. And I would be remiss if I didn't shout out Dr. Sarah Martinez and Dr. Kimberly Waltman for the incredible work that they've done in supporting this group and will continue to do over time. Sarah, not so much, but we are going to try to rope her back in as we can. So thank you so much, Madam President.
Dr. Gehring, I have a question about you said people were copying what our kiddos were doing. I'm just curious if the process, like we had, it's getting late already for me. Can't even remember the gentleman's name, but the Plan, Do, Study, Act, Probatunity, working through those processes. They do a PDSA model. Is that what other student groups are doing, or do you think there's something that makes the PDSA model and our kiddos working with it a strong recommendation?
Close got it.
So we actually attended a little presentation from another school. They do something very similar to it. However, they actually have a leadership organization more, and they have classes within their schools that is solely leadership. They have to do some community service. We have the books that they gave us. They gave us books on how they did this all, but they really focus more on the leadership and the community service. And then there was an organization outside of that was above it almost, that was the SAC for them. But yeah, it was your senior leadership, your junior leadership, and then your SAC above those. And those were juniors and seniors. So that was one of the things that I had seen, but a lot of people did similar ideas. They just did different really ways on what worked better for their campuses.
I will also add that while we were presenting, we quite literally did a walkthrough of how our processes is. We went more in depth of basically how we started this presentation. After that, we had multiple student groups come up to us and saying, we are implementing this, how can we do it? So when it comes down to specifically, are they using PDSA? I would say in the future, we're going to see a lot more of that because we have people directly consulting us for that and just kind of staying in contact with them.
Thank you. Continuous improvement. I cannot believe my brain just blocked. Oh my goodness. I need to get my t-shirt that says "Do you CI?" But yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. We would like to take a photo with y'all with the whole group before y'all leave. It is 8:38 and we're going to break and come back here at 8:48, board members. But before that, we're going to take a photo. Hello? Okay, it is, didn't think it was on, sorry. It is 8:49 PM and the board will now go into closed session. Yes, I'm sorry. The board will now go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.082 and 551.074 to hear and deliberate parent complaint concerning school children and school district employees. No action will be taken in closed session. Any action related to a closed session agenda items will be taken when the board returns to open session. Board is now in open session. The time is 9:54 p.m. Do I have a motion regarding the appeal? I think I do. I have it. On behalf of the board, I want to apologize for what occurred. However, we do not have the authority to grant the specific relief requested. And therefore, I move that the board affirm the decision of the administration and deny the grievance appeal and the relief requested. Is there a second?
I second.
Gloria made a motion, Sade second. All those in favor? 7 in favor, motion passes. This grievance appeal is concluded, and we will have a 5-minute break, and we will come back at 10 o'clock, everybody. Hey, we are back from our break and we are moving to item 7C1, which is early college high school campus design update. And we have we have a student and then also a guest. So if you would just start off by introducing yourself.
So, good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gearing, and yes, we have some really special guests with us tonight to help walk through an update on the early college high school design, which is part of the 2023 bond. So, I'm going to go start down here with our student and let him introduce himself.
I'm Pranav Charakuri. I am a junior at ECHS, and I'm part of the legacy class. I've been attending ECHS for the past 3 years.
My name is Clay Currier. I serve as the proud principal of Early College High School here in Leander ISD.
My name is Scott Smith. I'm an architect with Pfluger Architects.
So yes, we do want to thank them, but there's also a lot of other people that you're going to see an acknowledgement in today's presentation. And so I do want to acknowledge Pfluger Architects. Francis Brooks, one of the project managers, is out in the audience. Also, Lori Black. Lori Black is one of the district's project managers who's been spearheading this entire process. And so she's put a lot of effort into it as well. But to get us kicked off, what our purpose is tonight is to really give you an update on where we've been through this process. And it started a while back, and the individuals you see at the table, we've been involved in it, but we've expanded that along the way. So I'm going to kick us off, and then I'm going to hand it over to our early college high school team, and then Scott with Pfluger Architects is really going to kind of run you through the design. We'll take questions along the way. And I want to point everyone to my left, your right. There's a scaled model over here, and this is something that wasn't asked to do, but once Pfluger Architects saw that we had Pranav over here, which is really interested in a career in architecture and wants to pursue that at the collegiate level, this is just something that's really neat. If you've ever been an architecture student, this was my favorite thing when we did, just to build models. And so it kind of gives you a different perspective. We see 3D renderings, we see two-dimensional drawings, but this really just gives a scale to the building. That thing, the roof comes off, you can remove floors, and you can kind of look into the inner workings of that building. So we wanted to share this. Really appreciate Pfluger taking an initiative and even creating this to share and allow Pranav to actually walk through it and describe some of that. So I did want to highlight that. It's a really cool component of this process. So let's talk about timeline. And so Early College High School currently sits in a portable complex on the Austin Community College St. Gabriel campus. And so this design is based upon utilizing land on the ACC campus just adjacent to the current building. So it kicked off back in August of 2024. That's when the project design kickoff, the breaking of bread, as Pfluger refers to it as. And then in September, we actually went on some facility tours in Manor and Del Valley, early college high school facilities. Very different, right? And this is not a replication of anything they saw there. There's little components here and there, but that was very valuable that from an administration, the design team, the construction team, and that's working on some of the pricing with us, and then also students and staff joined us. And in October, November, that's when a lot of the design and the workshops were going on and getting us through this process, through schematic design to design development in December through March. And then now, April through July, there's actually final design and pricing. And when you see that, when we include designing in a current bond only, that's to inform a future bond potentially on what is the cost associated with implementing a design like this. So that final design will be completed this spring with a budget developed for future bond planning. But I do want to highlight that the design was included in 23 bond, but the implementation and the construction of a actual facility would be require a future bond for that construction. So here's your first glimpse from a three-dimensional perspective. This is actually kind of as the students enter the building. Is that a good way to refer to it? This is the parking lot. This is the way that they approach the facility. And this is all the individuals that have been involved up to this point. And so we do want to acknowledge their commitment and their hard work along the way. In the purple box, you see something very familiar. And it's very unique to this process that we're continue partnership as we build toward our bright future, where we do not prepare students for something, but rather help them prepare themselves for anything. That's probably familiar to a lot of y'all. And this is a highlight of the tours that we did take to these different facilities, again in Manor and Del Valley. And so they had different concepts here. They were not adjacent to an actual community college, though, and so they were adjacent to an actual high school. And so this just gives some pictures. I'll let Pranav actually talk a little bit about his experience as a student as walking through this. And this is really the first time that I got to walk with him and see from his perspective, a student, but also aspiring to be an architect, on what he was seeing as we walked through these different examples. And with that, I want to now turn it over to Dr. Courier and Pranav and allow them to elaborate on their experience so far in this process.
All right, good evening, everybody. So I want you to get a little bit comfortable on this slide because we're going to be here for a little bit of time. So you'll be able to have a second to go ahead and read through this. But as you're noticing on the left side of this, it starts talking about the guiding principles. So let me tell you where those guiding principles came from, and I need to read something to you first. This is the mission statement of Leander ISD Early College High School. We believe in empowering scholars through equitable access, academic rigor, and leadership opportunities to create a legacy of positive impact on our global community. That foundational point are part of those guiding principles that then drove this entire process. So some of y'all have joined the board at different phases of this process, if you will. So to give you kind of a high-level view, what this campus started as, the way it began, is it has been a student-led and student-built campus from day zero. A lot of times whenever we stand up a campus in this district, we stand up 4 walls and we stand in grade levels. And so we know what programs we're putting there, we know what kids are going there. But this program was done uniquely in so much that we started with a grade level year over year. So we knew what students were coming to the campus first, and then their student decisions in their classes drove the staffing decisions of the campus. So when I say that this campus was built from the ground up by the students brick by brick, I can't overstate that. That permeates further into the 18 student-led clubs and organizations. And then that continues on to what we're going to discuss tonight in phase 3, as students were involved from the design committee, along with staff, administration, and district representation as well, to make sure that the culture and the soul and the ethos and the instructional needs of the campus are going to be met as we proceed forward with this design. So as you're looking down that right-hand side, it's kind of convenient that we've got it broken up across those 5 ways. So when Pfluger Architects talked with their students, talked with their staff, talked with myself, looked at our vision statement, they originally came up with these guiding principles. The key words that stood out were leading, equitable, collegiate, holistic, and stewardship. And those definitions you can see in front of you. Now what I want to do for you, though, is I want to connect rubber meets the road between what you're seeing there on those slides and what academically would occur at the campus through the nature of this building, because that's truly the answer that we need to look at. First and foremost, when we built this campus, we built it from the ground up on the graduate profile. We combined that with the best practices of Austin Community College, and they're implementing some of our LASD guiding documents in the way that they're approaching all early colleges that they partner with going forward. Whenever students entered this campus, they entered the campus through a blind entry process because they wanted to access this program to do this thing. They wanted to pursue college in high school with holistic supports. They've started those clubs. They lead our Griffin Day of Service, which is community service not only for Austin Community College, but for adjacent schools, for businesses in the organization. They fully lead that program. They set up who goes where, who's going to what sites. They lead our Summer Bridge program, where our students come to our campus. It's akin to what you would imagine fish camp at college being. It's an acclimation process because all 9 of our middle schools are represented at Early College High School. We do not have a direct feeder pattern. We go out and recruit our students. We talk to our counselors because early college, if done correctly, can act as early intervention, and we are doing just that. One of the other key components that our students have taken a handle on in leading is performing arts. Our students have started a performing arts club because we know that academic rigor it can't be everything. And I know that some of the board members have already even attended some of those performing arts performances. Those are currently happening at other campuses because the spaces that we currently have available to us would not satisfy us in our location. That is another problem that would be solved moving forward. As we move forward too, when we talk about equitable access, those that were on the board whenever we started early college, we talked about that a school of choice, it's not really a school of choice if you can't get there. And so as a district, we decided that for early college high school specifically, we were going to make sure that transportation isn't an issue. Now, I know that we're going to talk about a lot of different topics. We've already talked about some topics tonight. I listened to citizens' comments tonight, also talk about repurposing. So one thing I would like to address to make sure that everybody's clear on it is one aspect of repurposing, how it may or may not work with early college, just so everybody is aware. Early College High School is sitting on the grounds of the Austin Community College San Gabriel campus. Those of you that have visited know that you walk across a sidewalk to take your college classes. That allows the footprint of the school to be smaller. And the biggest thing that it saves overall is transportation. If you were transporting students back and forth to utilize these classes, it would be very, very difficult to implement. Not only in terms of master scheduling, but in terms of academic minutes and transportation alone. So I just want you to understand that some of these design decisions and things we're looking at are intentional. Okay? Additionally, when we look at an ISD facility and we talk about that we're offering early college high school and we're offering a collegiate experience, we want to make sure that that experience matches the design standards that you would see at the other buildings within the facility. So we want to make sure that that ISD facility matches that college-going experience and expectations that we would see for those students. Also, it will enhance the safety of the campus to bring it in line with other LISD schools. When we talk about collegiate and student-ready behaviors, when a student comes to early college high school, remember, we don't look at grades. I don't care if you're a C student, I don't care if you're a D student. We want to build the supports so you can be successful to get to the end. But the reality is that you've got to have an environment that's set up in such a way that allows for those college-ready behaviors to develop. Situations like having collaborative spaces and workspaces for the students will allow for those sort of things. 44.5% of our current students at early college high school are first generation. And they're going through and they're fulfilling their promise that they wanted to do with early college high school. 89% of our juniors are Core 42 complete or higher, and 55% of our students are going to have their associate's degree, meaning that they will graduate college before they graduate high school. Lastly, it's going to kind of take away from some of the siloing that happens whenever you have spaces that have an exterior hallway adjoining them versus an interior hallway. It allows for teachers to be able to step out and team with other teachers. If they notice that a student is struggling in their class, they can now step out and say like, hey, Johnny was in my class, he was having like a bad day, was he good in your? Yeah, he was good in my class. Now we can start to address those problems with those students. So some more early intervention pieces that happen. Ultimately, we promised with ACC that this, our Leander ISD Early College High School is going to represent a marriage between ACC and ISD, and we have accomplished that. That partnership is very strong. The outcomes that we are having there are exactly what we anticipated having the intentional design. The state of Texas is looking at kind of shifting to K-12 and K-16 models whenever you're looking at accountability for some of these components. So this will allow us a great opportunity to grow together. I have talked way more than enough. So what I want to do is I want to be able to hand it off to Pranav so he can talk about the student experience, and then we'll be able to kick it over to Scott.
Again, my name is Pranav Cherry. I am a junior at ECHS, and I'm part of the legacy class, and I've been attending ECHS all 3 years. I'm here to represent the student body and voice why we think this building is important to us, and I was chosen because I'm part of the design team, and I aspire to be an architect. Firstly, I believe this new building, with all its new facilities, will benefit classes, such as biology and physics. I personally remember us using the ACC Chem Lab for our biology labs. One such was separating DNA in a strawberry. And though it may seem as a fun test to do, it also did let me fully understand and grasp the concept. We did something similar to this in physics, and this let me grasp angular motion. Not only did these help me grasp the topic, I actually do remember recalling these labs and using them on my AP and EOC tests. Additionally, these past few weeks, we've had inclement weather, and I believe that this new building will put a roof over our head, which will help us from inclement weather. On Tuesday, we had lightning close to our campus, and we had classes locked down for a period. I was in the middle of an ACC class, and many of my peers lost valuable class time. We have finals coming in, so class time is more valuable than ever. And many of my peers lost valuable quiz time in that same class. This building will let us go to other classes regardless of weather. Along with this, extracurriculars will also be strengthened from this new building. The small gym will let clubs such as sports club and performing arts, along with classes like PE, perform to their full capabilities. I remember in PE and sports club not having the proper building and infrastructure to store balls and play such things. Collaborative spaces will also give students a place to engage in extracurriculars, which will help academic growth throughout high school. This is true for me and many of my peers in the ACC building, which we were situated in freshman and sophomore year. We had collaborative spaces, and I do remember going in these collaborative spaces and studying on tests like the AP test, my PSAT, and my SAT, all of which have been very helpful. However, we do not have these collaborative spaces in our building. I also believe that this building will help us foster a college environment. Throughout my high school career, I've seen many of my peers gain important life skills through the ACC facilities and its resources. I believe that this building will foster student ownership and responsibility over their own education. I personally have seen people spend a lot of time studying on their own, revising their notes, and becoming students who are at risk of failing to students who have A's in a certain class. Additionally, I personally have used these facilities, and they help these facilities shift to my needs so I can study efficiently and implement information efficiently. Another reason I believe this building is beneficial to ECHS and LISD as a whole is because of the large NPR space and the community it fosters. This year, we had the U.S. History EOC, and because we are taking U.S. History through the ACC side, our college professors are not bound by TEKS. To make sure we had all the information available to us so we can pass STAR, our faculty put us in NPR. The only problem is that the NPR was not able to hold all 89 juniors, and we had to split between two. This caused a information gap where one NPR would receive information about another topic and receive either more extensive or a lack of information, and it required double staff on an already tasked day. Additionally, on Fridays when ACCs don't hold classes and its facilities are shut down, me and my peers are stuck in the NPR through a lot of time. Me personally, I'm stuck in the NPR for 6 periods in a row, and What it does is it doesn't let me concentrate as well as I could have. And with times like these when I have finals coming up, I believe that a flex space will let me and many other peers study efficiently to make sure we have the time and resources we need. Along with this, community. Many of our NHS and performing arts events, along with many others, are held off campus, and this feels like we are guests to our own events. I remember my NHS induction ceremony. Rather than a ECHS induction ceremony, it felt like I was just a guest to a Vista Ridge High School NHS induction. Additionally, I remember freshman and sophomore year when we were situated in the ACC building, we had a much more tight-knit community. I remember passing period, beginning of the day, everyone was outside in the halls, and we were all talking. I got to talk to teachers I didn't have that semester or year. I got to talk to peers that I didn't have at all. And now with the portables, it's not as tight-knit as it could have been. That's it. I'll pass it off to Dr. Courier.
Thank you, Pranav. So really what you kind of heard through this is really what ultimately will happen here is an elimination of barriers. Some of those barriers may be related to either student experience, proximity, scheduling, culture, or safety. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Scott at this time so he can walk us through what that design looks like.
Yeah, thank you for having us. So I'm going to walk through kind of the rest of the process. We talked about the tours, and I'll talk a little bit more about how we got to where we are in terms of the design. If you have any questions along the way, feel free to ask away, and I'll do my best to answer them. So after we've done the building tours and we've been talking with the students and staff, we do what's called a visual listening board. And this is really before we're kind of designing what the building looks like. We're starting to learn how they want it to function and what adjacencies want to be in the building and everything like that. And so we do 2 of these boards. There's an exterior one and an interiors, and there's more images than this, but there's a lot of images on there. And then the various people there get red and green dots, and they kind of vote on different things. So there's different labels that they can assign them to, and then that gives us a pretty quick instant picture of where there's maybe some clashes, where there's some agreements, and then some things that we really know that that they're not interested in. And so that's very valuable for us to learn. Go back one there. And so after that, actually this was in the same meeting, but we play a game, and so we have these visual pieces, and we've kind of been going through this process that we call a day in the life of the student. So we're learning what they do now and maybe in the future, and how they want to function and how they functioned in the existing building. And so we take that information and then give them these program pieces. And so some of them represent the kind of 3 clustered ones represent a neighborhood. So a neighborhood of classrooms. They want outdoor space was a big theme, covered, comfortable outdoor space, both at grade and then up in the building. And then what spaces want to be around there, so some admin presence, science being central to the 2 neighborhoods, so not split into the 2 neighborhoods, a maker space. So levels 2 and 3 with the tight site, and we'll kind of show that here in a second, but we kind of knew that it was going to be 3 floors, and so this we were working it as though we were kind of planning the building out. And so on the first floor, there's some common spaces. On the levels 2 and 3 are mostly classroom spaces. And then we won't really go over this, but these are the numbers that kind of make up all of these different spaces. It's based on things we've seen, amount of staff and students, site available, and kind of what is best suited for the needs of the school.
And how many students does it hold?
500 currently.
So the design is going to hold 500?
Yes. Yep. So there's some site context. We've talked about this already, but some visuals here. So in the top picture there, that's the existing building, and then there in the portables behind. The bottom image is a Google site grab for the ACC campus as it stands. There's a rail station. It's actually a pretty unique site. There's a rail station to the west, and then like a river creek if you will, to the south, and it's got some running trails and things like that, and this area has really grown a lot. There are master plans for this site, and we had those in hand. And then this site that you see in the red circle is an existing parking lot today. But as part of the master plan, we knew that would be the future early college high school site.
I have a question about the current site that we're looking at, and first of all, I love the partnership with ACC. When we talk about innovative programs, I can see a lot of potential with our early college high school, and oh my goodness, I mean, if we can build this, and it can not only be like that focus on CTE, so it's like net positive for the district, and it could pull off and make it where we can help with capacity on high schools. I mean, there's a whole lot that we could do with here. We are discussing so many things right now because of different financial things. So as I'm looking at this, I'm wondering, do we have to use that ACC site, or could we use another ACC site where we have land? Does this drawing, does this architect model only work on ACC Gabriel campus, or could there be modifications made?
I mean, I'll talk a little bit on the architecture side, and then Jeremy can answer the other question. But this building was designed to go specifically on this site. I mean, any time we do a project, there's a site boundary that we have to design to. There are master plan standards that we have to adhere to for the kind of eventuality of the campus when it's all said and done years from now. It could be adapted to other sites potentially, but this one particularly was designed for this site.
And then I'll just ask my other question, because I'm noodling right now. All I'm doing is noodling, no final decisions. I just want to know. I love the building, and I want you to continue to talk about it. I think it's so important, and I want to keep that focus. However, I have to also have a duality and be thinking of where do we need to go as a district, and how are we going to move forward. I'm curious, is there a way to add on to the building? I just curious if I wanted to add a flex space for a New Hope campus, and I wanted to add 100. Could that be something that could be added later if the conversations went down the road, but I'm just curious.
I can jump in here real quick, and Scott is correct that most buildings are designed around constraints that we have a site and it's designed specifically for that. One thing to consider here as well is within any design, there's a program tied to it, right? So that program is really important. That's kind of the manual, right, to whatever the facility needs to be. It needs to include these things. So that's important involved in here. But also the integration of this site with the overall master plan of ACC. Like if you look at all that grass, like all that area is part of an overall master plan, which is going to implement other types of facilities and buildings from CTE and things that possibly our students could leverage those opportunities. I know, Clay, you've looked into this a lot more than I, because you've had those conversations. And so while, yes, there's a program built here that could be adapted to other opportunities, this one's very specific. What you're going to see tonight is very specific, obviously, to this site. But if you, Clay, really want to jump in and talk about those opportunities.
So to your point, that's a very good point, and I want to say that on the ECH or on the ACC San Gabriel site, I want to say that's a site 16 maybe on the master plan. So what you have to understand is they've already even passed their bond for a couple of L1 cert buildings that go in that will get added to this site here in the future. So by us having the high school programs, anytime they add a level 1 certification program, our students would be able to access that, and that actually works with the accountability of the school because it still all fits within the CCRSM umbrella. So by having this one site, you'll actually spider web out to everything else that ultimately comes to that campus.
Sure, and if that's possible, stay on the San Gabriel campus and put New Hope there with it. I think that's a great conversation. I want to continue it. But if I'm told that, well, if you want New Hope, you got to move it, well, then I want to know what my options are to move it. So, yeah.
I think my concern, I like what you mentioned, Trish, about putting other options there. And the reason why I say this is because we know Rouse has jumped up in population numbers, and we can't don't seem to have any kind of clear path forward what we're going to do. I keep getting told that it's a bubble, right? This is going to have, what, 500 kids in this building?
The program is to, can accommodate 500 students.
See, and that's what I'm just really worried about this section of our district, and we all know that growth is there, and I'm really worried we're going to limit ourselves and have our other campuses like Glenn and Rouse be impacted by this campus that's not really going to have an impact on the population numbers at these two schools. Like, I'm just trying to understand, like, if we wanted to maybe make ECHS more than 500. Like, I get the model of it, but I'm also understanding the financial situation we're in right now. Like, I don't know if we're even going to be able to go to bond again, whatever happens at the legislature. And so I'm trying to be really real here and trying to figure out how can this have the most impact in that side of the district so we don't have to build a high school 7. But at the same time, I don't want Rouse and Glenn and portables for the next 10 years because a lot of the experiences you were talking about, those students should have that experience as well. And we know that we're coming up on those numbers. So I'm just wondering, like, say they completely pass all those bills to completely, tank public education for bonds. Could we possibly look into expanding to ECHS to 700 to 1,000? I would say like 1,000 for me would be ideal because then you could see some of those students come off of Rouse and come off of Glenn.
Just a quick comment about the 500. Is that also because the juniors and the seniors spend more of their time on ACC campus itself and not really needing to be in ACHS? I think that was described to us some time ago.
That's what we described about kind of why the need happened to why we needed to move out of the building at this time, because that is true, because we increased more college classes over the years. So that piece of that did occur. But the reason that we originally started with the 500, so I did market research, and it was kind of based off what the appropriate size of was based off the district and then the size that they were able to hold in ECHS. What we found that sweet spot to be was about 125 incoming was going to be realistic. Because again, without it having a pre-described feeder pattern, this is a selection criteria, right? So as the campus builds out and the community understands what it is, because next year we'll have our first graduating class, and the community goes, oh, wow, this is actually how this thing works, you start to have that enrollment increase over time. So we didn't want to kind of overpromise anything, so we knew that that would be a sweet spot. That was where Round Rock had started, Elgin, and some of the other districts that we had visited. So that's where we had arrived at that number.
But the 500, I think I was talking about program. I see flex spaces in here, so there is space to grow with the way y'all have designed it. Is that correct?
There are some spaces, so the maker space, the spaces that are not classrooms, we tried to make the same footprint as a classroom, so in the future, if you needed to add that, you could. To your earlier question about adding on to this building, I mean, you couldn't really like add a floor or something like that from an architecture standpoint. There are some collaboration spaces in the building that are meant to be used between the different classrooms. So if you changed some of the program and you needed a few more classrooms, you could accommodate things like that. But to add on in a significant way, I think we'd be looking at something else. So.
Yeah, and I think, from an expectation standpoint with ACC and kind of what they're expecting, this kind of aligns with the conversations that we've had with them. And so if this needed to adjust, obviously we need to revisit that conversation with the leadership team there. And but really, when we set out on this journey, right, there's a path laid out in front of the team to look at, early college, high school transitioning into a facility. And that's kind of what you're going to see tonight, understanding that, yes, there are some constraints that we have just in our environment that we may need to have different conversations. But what you are going to see is kind of what the program grew into over time based on the committee feedback. And so that's kind of what we're sharing. But I do want to acknowledge that there are some constraints that we're having to deal with.
I mean, we've had high school and middle school, at least that I can think of, that have been expanded, added on in the past. So why wouldn't we have that kind of situation? I mean, I know there's maybe some constraints with being on ACC campus, but is there any possible design that can be considered or adjustments that can be considered for add-ons later?
I think we have a site, right? And so we have this boundary that we have to work within, and that's kind of what led us to 3 floors. We don't have a lot of 3-story campuses in general. And I don't know if we can go to 4, but so that's really, when you look at the expansion, it really has to go vertical to some standpoint, unless we revisited with ACC, but understanding that they have like every square inch of this site accounted for in their master plan. But to adjust, we would have to have a conversation with them.
I think
Yep.
I agree with Trish of we're at this point where we're having this discussion about, what this growth looks like. I think we're having a lot of discussions about we don't know what this legislative session's gonna bring for bonds, right? For
Absolutely.
school districts and so had that same question you did, Trish, about what do we have other sites, locations that are near other ACC campuses that are close, walkable? I'm starting to think about, I just want to know what all of our options are, because the reality is we don't know if we're going to be able to pass a bond.
Right.
And so looking at the resources that we have, knowing that we have high schools that are starting to, our demographic report shows us that those are going to be highly over capacity. And we don't want those students at our high schools in portables for their entire high school career, right?
Right.
And if we're going to build this, then how can we utilize and maximize to take some numbers off of those other campuses? Because we've got to, I guess right now it's all of limited funds and maximizing what we have, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think we're all we love this, and if we thought we had, if we knew what the forecast was,
Yeah.
right? But I think given what it is, it's hard to look at this and say like, all right, I'm so excited because financially I'm struggling with that.
So I have a thought,
Okay.
and with kind of the dialogue conversations that we're having right now, I think if you look at it from a couple of different perspectives, one is that depending on what direction legislation takes, we have this, like this is a thing that we have, and it's a path and it's an opportunity solution. But then what can we learn from this process? Look from what the team designed, and what could that mean if pivot is required? And so I think that and I think we'll go through it, but what can we learn from the process, and then what opportunities does this lead us to? And I think you're in the right mindset of just how do we try to be forward thinking in all of this. And so I think as Scott goes through it, I think we can all think that way, and kind of how this would fit in the grand scheme of all the things that we have to think about.
Well, and
Yep.
I don't want to interrupt or go back. I want to have that discussion.
Yeah.
So then let me do a small little pivot, since you're pivoting anyway, and say I would like, Jeremy, for you to continue to think about, we're talking about these innovative programs, and we've just talked about some of the high schools. How do we take off some of those students? Is it fair to think early college, high school does it all, right? Are there others? So maybe they only do a percentage or a portion. Maybe there's something else you're thinking of, and so that would be a good conversation for later. So not this one. So anyhow, thanks.
What is the estimated, I know this is a loaded question, cost? If we were to go to bond, what would that be?
So again, with the design stage that we're at, we're looking at that, but I mean, again, I would be throwing out it'd be a ballpark a guesstimate, and I know our construction
Don't do
team
it.
is still working on that, but we will have that pretty soon though, right? And so we will have that number when we get kind of direction where we're going with legislation. We're going to have that number, and that's the good thing about being where we are in the stage of this design is we're going to have those numbers pretty quickly. So when we see what direction is going, we'll be able to make decisions based on that number. So just a little bit too early for me to share tonight, but as soon as we have that, we'll share it with the board, and so you know when legislation comes out, we'll have this tool to work with. All right, so I'm gonna hand it back over to Scott, and you get to close us out and just kind of run through the design.
Sure. So again, this is based on this site. If we were to move, we would have to reevaluate it. This is zoomed in to the kind of the southern portion of the master plan, but you can kind of see in the image there are some ghosted in buildings. That gives you some context of future buildings to come. There are other sites. So there are other possibilities. This is the one that we were given. So the ghosted part there on the bottom, as we're displacing some parking, because this is an existing parking lot today, and we're expanding it just a little bit. As we're displacing that, we have to replace that parking. And so that's what that swath of that kind of funny shape there is at the bottom. And then zooming into the actual building, there's kind of two sides to the building. So there is a, down on this image would be a future large parking area. And so if, as a future student coming to ACC San Gabriel, you would likely park in that outlot and kind of walk past this. I'm actually going to go back into the campus north on this image. And so this building faces the Paseo and kind of the main drive as you come in. And on the rear side, which faces 183, that's how the buses would come in. And so we have kind of a public side and we have a student side. And so thematically, as you look at the building, there's kind of two sides to the building. So on the bottom is the student side. That's a bus drop-off area, a small staff parking lot area, some back of house trash, things like that. And then on the front side is their master planned campus is very urban, which is kind of hard to imagine because there's nothing out there right now. But if you put on the future goggles, one day this will make a lot more sense because all the buildings are pushed to the street, and so they really want this urban feel to the campus. And so that's really why the building is positioned where it is. We have to be a certain setback from the street, and so again, all this is very purposeful. And then where we can kind of push away from the site and have that activities lawn is why we've done that there. So inside the building, this is on the first floor. It's oriented the same way as a previous drawing. So as a student, you'd come in at the bottom into a central commons area. If you were a visiting member of the public, you'd come in on the top into a security vestibule. There is a large lecture hall there that could also function as a community room off of that security vestibule, and that could potentially open into the cafeteria, dining space, and that's adjacent to that central commons. So that's all kind of one big area. The orange color is a fitness room. It's not quite a gym. It's just kind of a large, somewhat flexible space that's oriented towards fitness. There are some locker rooms, changing rooms off of that. Again, scaled down, not what you would see in a typical large high school, but scaled down appropriately to the student body. The purple is an art classroom, and then all of the red is administration. So that's what makes up the ground floor. It's mostly common spaces along with administration. The gray is some boring building core stuff that you don't want to know about. The central stair kind of punches up through the building. It's visually open. And kind of connects the school together vertically since it's 3 floors. And 2 and 3 are very similar. So on 2, we have the 2 neighborhoods left and right, and then the darker blue is laboratories in the middle. And then a maker space, that space we talked about earlier, is very similar to a classroom footprint. So you could expand that into a classroom if you needed to in the future. And then this level has a large exterior patio, which is that kind of greenish gray color, and you can see it pretty well there in the physical model. That has a big covering over it that we'll see in the renderings. And then jumping up to 3, very similar to 2, the labs are kind of adjacent to each other now, and then we have a patio. So as you come up that central stair, you land in kind of a little media cafe, and there's an outdoor, I keep calling it like grandma's screened-in porch, that'll face back towards the campus and be kind of a really nice place to be, protected up in the building, shaded. And then another maker space, again, a somewhat of a repeat of that classroom facing the central stair. These are some sections of the building. So the section on the top, the student entry is on the left. So you get dropped off on a bus and walk under that canopy into the central stair area. And then the various spaces beyond that, you can kind of see the porch at the top right there that we were just talking about. And then cutting the long way through the building, you can get a sense of the spaces that we just looked at in plan, the different classrooms, the cafeteria, the central stair, and how that connects everything together. So this is just a quick slide. This is a pretty robust document, but this is a kind of a grab from that document of ACC's master plan. They go through all kinds of stuff like the different setbacks, what the landscape has to be, what the materials on the building have to be. It's not terribly limiting, but there are some things we have to adhere to. That's why it may not look like a typical building in the district. And then these are some elevations. So that more public-facing side is the elevation on the top, and then the south elevation on the bottom. That you can kind of see that student canopy there on the right. And then on the back side, the student entry side, that would be the top elevation. And then finally, the north side is the bottom elevation. And then this is just some bird's eye view around the campus. So on the left, the 2 kind of public-facing sides, you can see the main street coming in there, what the scale is up against the street. There's some street parking and some steps and a little porch to get you up into the building. And then on the back side where the students come in, you can see the lawn pretty prominent there. And the bottom, on the top image, there is a little drainage area that seems to be ever expanding in the design, and the parking lot and the canopy. So this would be literally as you're driving up into the campus in the car there. This is what you see. It's very prominent. So even though our site is small, it's mighty. So the building as you're driving in is kind of off. The existing building is off to your left, and then this is really very prominent as you drive into the campus. And of course, in the future, there will be other buildings kind of surrounding it. From the paseo, this is an existing lawn. So if you were sitting on that lawn looking back towards the building, this is kind of the more public facing side to the building. And then flipping around to the back, you've been dropped off and you're walking into the school as a student. This is what you'd see under that canopy, which is extra tall to kind of cover that outdoor area on level 2 as well. And that was very important throughout the design of the building because it is such a tight site, and we really wanted to give them adequate outdoor space like you would get in a different kind of setting. And then I believe this is the last one. Finally, this is kind of on the sidewalk looking at that activity space lawn. Oh, one more. Just another approach. So this would be if you parked in that kind of parking lot expansion. We didn't want to leave those people approaching the building without. And so this is kind of somewhat of a secondary entrance that gets you into that same central common space.
Okay, so this is just a reminder that the design was in 2023 bond, but any construction would require a future bond referendum. And so I do know that we're having a lot of big discussions, and so I do thank you for allowing our team to come share about the work and the process, Pfluger to share a lot of the end results of that design in that committee. So again, thank you. And if you have any other additional questions, this team is ready.
Well, I wanted to hear from our student about the process. Like, tell us about kind of how it was going through it, and I don't know, what were your takeaways?
In the process, there was me and 3 other students, each representing a field and the class. There were multiple staff members and teachers, and again, like he mentioned, we had the shapes where we shaped what we thought our neighborhood would look like, and we personalized the school to fit our accommodations because we are not a traditional campus. Then they came up with designs, and they showed us pictures of other buildings and other designs, and asked us what we liked and what we thought would fit with our campus. Again, staff, teachers, and students all looked over these. We did the visual board where we ranked each design style to what we thought would be efficient and aesthetically pleasing. And then we had floor plans. They showed us their first initial drafts. We gave them improvements and suggestions on how it would be more fitting for all students and teachers. And then they showed us the exterior. We voiced concerns on either security or facilities there. There were multiple changes to either outside area or the balconies and patios. And overall, we were very involved in the design process, and it's a really good learning experience for me.
Well, how did they find out that you were interested in this field? I'm curious about that journey. I mean, you're here at the meeting, right? And thank you for including our student voice and bringing them. That's amazing.
I remember I told Ms. Payne, our assistant principal, about my interest in the architecture field, and she remembered it. I think I told her freshman year. She remembered it until now. And
I have a question kind of to the points that were mentioned earlier. What is the contingency with how the legislature is handling bonds right now? I mean, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but if I understand correctly, one of them is to the extreme of school districts should hold an election to get permission to hold a bond election. It's really not great. So what happens with this campus if we can't get bonds passed anymore? Because I'd love to see this campus expand. Like to Trisha's point, it's an incredible program and it's an incredible benefit to kids in this district. But how do we expand it if we can't do that?
Yeah, again, Francesca, it's an incredible point, and because we're not alone in this, right? Districts across the state of Texas are having to try to set their minds in a place that they never want to go, right? And so bonds are the way in which we do capital improvements, in which we enhance programs, in which ways we support that as well. And so a facility like this, incredibly difficult, right? Without INS dollars to do so. And so obviously, Dr. Courier, the entire team have set up a culture, a family in what they have now, right? And so they can lean on that, but we don't know how long they would have to lean on that. And I think that's what we're concerned about, and how sustainable is that. And I know Dr. Courier and the rest of the team would go as long as they needed to, right, to provide the supports to the student, to allow them to have that experience. But I think it is a main concern, and we have to be thoughtful of that. But we do have time. We're hearing probably some really extreme things, but that probably not how it's going to end up. And so I think we have to have some optimism, and if we remain optimistic, this is a possible solution, understanding that we may have to pivot in the end. But it's a great question that we don't have answers to right now.
I do like the optimism. I do like the idea of what are the pivots we could do. Like if y'all could start thinking 1, 2, or 3, because there may be different options of pivots we might need. So thank y'all.
I do want to share real quick that we're going to be providing these design briefs that Pfluger has put together, and it literally is an entire catalog of the process. And so we just talk about bits and pieces, but you can look in here and follow that process, which will kind of inform the thinking of any pivots, et cetera, because there's so much content in here that we'll be providing each board member this, and so you can refer to it in the future. while we have these conversations.
Thank you. We appreciate you sharing, and apologies if we were kind of downers about. I think we're just there's so many pieces, right, to consider right now with the budget and with this legislative session that we're in. But we appreciate the work of our, we appreciate the work that you all did. We love that our students were involved in this process. We appreciate Pfluger for just engaging in that, with our campus and our students. So thank you all.
Just one closing remark. I mean, there was a comment made about not wanting portables in our comprehensive high schools. I know that ECHS is currently housed in portables, and so it's the same want that we have for them too, not wanting them to be in portables as well.
Thank you. All right. We will move to our next agenda item, which is 7C2, discussion of the long-range planning framework, Innovative Academies.
All right, so again, good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gearing, as we transition into just the long-range framework, the continued conversation. Tonight is kind of framed around innovative academies, but we know we want to have expanded dialogue around a lot of subjects that we have on our minds, and we want to allow that to happen. I'm joined tonight by a couple other members here at the table, Dr. Binnicker and also Dr. Clark. And I'm going to walk you through most of this. I just want them here, if we have questions, to be able to engage in the dialogue. And as I discuss what we're going to be really reviewing today, it really, when we remember the timeline and the framework, this was the moment that we were going to really discuss innovative kind of academies and innovative programs within long-range planning. But as we've always had this slide, no decisions have been made at this time regarding optimization of any specific campuses. I do want to acknowledge that tonight is not really a time that we're going to make any final decisions on any specific program, any specific thing. What we're going to do tonight, what we're going to try to do, is get clarity on some specific priorities. We want to make sure that we're aligning to a shared intention, and we also want to outline just some potential innovative strategies that could possibly help support the student experience in some circumstances. But one thing we do have is we do have a constraint. And that constraint is that we cannot continue to operate our under-enrolled campuses in the way that we are doing it now in the future. And so as I bring that up, I know that there's going to be additional data, additional cost analysis, additional clarity that we will need to provide. And that can be done throughout this process. So really what we're asking is really to engage in a partnership, right? So then we can shape the direction. So that those discussions beyond today can be grounded in that shared intention, but also informed planning. And so we're going to have to discuss some different things. And I just ask that just allow us to walk through some of these items, each of them along the way. And I need you to believe, and I need you to trust that we do not want to do any particular thing. We just want to engage in a conversation with you and discuss these things and make decisions, hopefully in the end, together on what we're going to do moving forward. We have to decide that. We're at a very pivotal moment. And so the goal of tonight is for us to lay these things out and for you to tell us if any of these things need to be brought back as part of the May 29th considerations conversation. Because we do have another big meeting coming up in May that is going to be very involved. And so that's what we want to do today. That's kind of our goal. but I know we have a lot of discussions along the way. I just want to set the stage for the conversations that we're going to have. And so this was part of that long-range planning. I wanted to bring it back because really, if we look at our facilities, we a lot of times think that they're a specific purpose, and we know that they're not. And so our job is to ensure that they are equipped to meet future needs, because we do have future needs and we have to make future decisions. And this framework is just like that bridge that we've talked about before. And that bridge represents that pathway that we're on right now, and that's going to get us to those future possibilities. So here's our timeline. There's been adjustments along the way because we kind of jam-packed May here for us. And so we're going to talk about this innovative program tonight. We're going to talk about optimization considerations in next meeting. We still have that open enrollment concept to talk about as well, all part of this framework. So I want to remind us of that timeline. And when we look at an intention, I think we have a shared intention just based on student experience, that the conversations, discussions, and decisions that we're going to make go back to that student experience. No matter what our facilities look like, however our curriculum look like, and whatever our teachers do, it goes back to that student experience. And so for context, like, what is an innovative academy to start us off? And this is taken directly from our district website. Innovative Academies is not necessarily a new conversation. It's been defined before. I don't want to read all this to you, but these are just some of the variables that we've identified as a district in the past. And these are some of the variables that Dr. Binnicker used as when he facilitated this subcommittee of Innovative Academies back in the fall as one of those priorities that we wanted to look at from the board. But here's a pivot, right? And looking at the broader vision and opportunities that we're going to discuss today, we're transitioning from just the term of Innovative Academy, which is a mechanism, it's a thing, it's a lot of times referred to as a building, and pivoting to Innovative Program, because that's going to capture a broader range of solutions beyond just a campus building alone. And so that's going to hopefully get us in the right mindset to explore things just beyond the mechanism of a building itself. The image below is actually some of the presentation that you saw from Dr. Binnicker and Kim as well, one of our community members, how they tried to lay out this Innovative Academy idea and how those were prioritized. And we're going to use some of that framework moving forward. So why are we talking about innovative programming at all? And what this does, it creates a space to explore some opportunities that can help support, again, that student experience. And it allows us to consider some alternatives as well and have that discussion here. And that's why we're discussing it today, because we need to explore some different ideas when it comes to our under-enrolled campuses and the challenges that we're having on those, which they range from a number of factors in different geographical areas of the district. So I wanted to put this slide on here. And why I wanted to put this on here is because we kind of need to understand what a problem is. And so we can define a problem a couple different ways. But when we look at long-range planning, if I take it back to the first day that I stepped into this role, we really had a problem, and that was identified as we have an imbalance. In this district, we have a couple extremes. We have overcapacity in the northern part of the district. We have in the central and south declining enrollment. And so that creates capacity, and that creates a problem. And so how do we approach that? Well, that's kind of what we laid out. That's what y'all helped laid out in the fall on what are we going to look at. We're going to, here tonight, what we're concentrating on is evaluating innovative programming along with other key district needs that we've talked about before to lead us to optimization opportunities on some of these under-enrolled campuses. But those both lead to an intention. And that intention is to optimize underutilized facility space in ways that enhance that in student experience, which is that shared intention to support a range of evolving needs and ensure responsible use of district resources.
Jeremy, on page slide 11. So just as we're going forward, my head is going back to what you're identifying as a problem.
Yeah.
And so you're saying that if we get overcapacity, that creates an issue. If we get under capacity, that creates an issue. And so at some point, it sounds like the solution or the discussion that you're opening up for us is, let's talk about innovative programs to either address under capacity or over capacity, because early college high school could be one of those innovative programs or innovative academies that could draw off from over capacity districts. I mean, you could use an innovative program on a campus that's under enrolled somewhere in the north to help draw students, to help leverage that out. And is that what we're trying to solve for, is under enrollment, over enrollment, and trying to find that kind of balance here?
I think what we're defining is there is an imbalance, and so there are two different challenges that we do have, and that's why I tried to lay this out, because from a navigation standpoint, we have a well-traveled route, and as a fast growth district, we got really good at adjusting to growth. We've had experiences for over 25 years when we've exceeded capacity. We kind of know what to do here. Not that we want it to be a sustainable solution, but we've been down this road before. But right now, the less traveled route is this under-enrolled campuses and underutilized facilities. And so that's different. That's a scenario that we have to have a different mindset, and we don't have decades of precedent like we do in that in the fast growth areas. It's new to our district, and that's why really it's two different challenges and two different types of paths that you may take. But right now, we're concentrating on just that under-enrolled because we haven't explored that before, and we want to spend time in this space to really dig down into that from an innovative programming. You could apply innovative programming to many, many different scenarios, but right now we want to kind of talk about that unutilized facility, and you can expand it however we want in the future to have future discussions.
So I have a question. So tonight then is really just for the underutilized facility space, but tonight we heard from early college high school, and we know where it's located in the district, not in an under-enrolled area. So I guess what I'm just trying to understand, we know we have these two issues. I mean, if we know we have these overcrowded capacity campuses already, why not look at that same model that we're doing for all these under-enrolled campuses? Like a micro school high school, micro school middle school, micro school elementary as well. Like, I'm just trying to understand, we know we have these two problems. Why not hit it tonight, give some direction? So on the 29th, we can have that conversation, because we have land in the north where we could make these micro elementary schools if we wanted to, or we could make a micro middle school. And I mean, that's going to help with Danielson and Stiles population. We know that those middle schools, we see that bump. So I'm just wondering, can we not have that conversation too tonight? Because it is a problem as well.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point, right? And just from a scalability standpoint as well. And so typically what we've done is a fast growth district, we build schools when and where we need them, right? I mean, and again, we've seen the shift in the cycle of demographics across our district, and we see that it's led to the problem that we're looking at right now in a certain part of our district. And so really looking at, from an elementary standpoint, early childhood center, okay, there's one component of programming introduced into the northern part of the district that should hopefully draw down some of that stress that we're feeling, right? And not all of it, right? But it's a step in the right direction. And then elementary 31. And so we look at elementary 31 knowing that our one of the campuses is more overcrowded than others. And so then that relieves that piece. So we're using traditional methods, that was what I'm trying to refer to in the north. But it's, what does that look like? And so that's the kind of the challenge that we're looking at from in the north, a micro school, knowing that we have full campuses. A small school concept would be smaller enrollment. And so what assets do we have and resources in order to fulfill something like that?
Well, I think that's what I'm getting at, because, I know I asked, I think, Clark, right, about the ECCs, right, what campuses were going to be impacted, right? And we know that those are our four biggest, pretty high enrolled campuses. So in my mind, we know that those are going to alleviate and provide like 25 additional classroom spaces in those three schools. So, I mean, yes, those schools impacted by 31 are not going to be as impacted because of ECC. So why not go ahead and explore what a micro elementary looks like in that area? That's what we have the land. We, by the time ECC opens, we know that's going to help Tarvin, it's going to help Larkspur, it's going to help North, not so much Parkside and Aiken, right? Because their kids go all the way over there.
Correct.
So I'm just wondering, like, if we're going to go ahead and put this model on the table, then let's talk about it for the entire district, because that could work in that section of our district. It really could. So I want to throw that out there. I want to talk about that tonight.
Yeah.
Can I say, I also, I don't know if I'm going at it the same angle that Anna is, but I'm coming at it at a different angle, which is that I don't know if I want to say what's in the north, what's in the central, what's in the south necessarily. I'd rather just have a discussion that focuses on student learning. How are we achieving student learning? And so from what I think the district's going to tell me is, when we're over-enrolled, at some point, we've gotten really good, but at some point, we know we're not hitting those optimum levels. And when we get under-enrolled, there's the district, and I think Long Range Planning Committee came up with some type of matrix that said at this number, we feel like we're not hitting the learning where we want it to be. And so how do we address over-enrollment and under-enrollment? And I think an under-enrollment you would address with a small school. I wouldn't say micro school, because micro schools are completely different. I mean, they've locked up a copyright on what a micro school like is. But like, your under-enrollment you address with small schools, and that happens in the central or in any parts. That's the problem, is once you start doing it, you're like, well, what about this part? What about this part? But just thinking about overall. But you could also address under-enrollment with an innovative program, because you could have a program in to draw new enrollment. So I think what I almost see is, where's the sweet spot of enrollment we want to get, and how do we identify schools that have gone outside of one or the other, and then what do we do as far as innovative program to either take off some of the students from a campus or put a program in place to draw students from homeschool or from charter or from private. And I think those are really valid conversations. I think when I get caught up in the north and the central and the south, it's like, well, are we really central? We're kind of more north, and well, we want this thing and we want that thing, and I get it, and I want all of our campuses to do amazing things. And so I really want to focus on how are we getting learning done, and if we're saying enrollment impacts it, then let's talk about how we address those things. That's where my head is in the process.
No, mine is totally that way as well, Trish, because when we start breaking down ratios at these over-enrolled campuses, and then also to just, y'all know, and I'm sorry, Dustin, I'm always going to steal this thing from you, but we've got to get competitive with our choices. And if y'all want to break it down, the most per square or whatever as far as access to charters, it's in the city of Leander. I did that. They're there. So that choice is there. So I'm just saying, like, we're talking about these micro school models. That's great. But let's go ahead and, like, let's apply this idea across the district. Because I want that choice for everyone else. And we have we have the land, we have the opportunity. Tonight we talked about early college high school. That is kind of a micro high school, I guess you could say, because it's 500 kids. So I'm just saying, if we're going to introduce it in one aspect, let's do it across the board.
But that doesn't make sense. I mean,
Well,
that's
hold
what
on.
That's what
Can
I'm
we-
trying to figure out more about.
They haven't gotten even to this part of the presentation, but so I kind of want to move us to those questions there. But I'm like, at the same time, the last presentation we had, the reality hit us of how are we going to pay for this, right? I mean, we started talking about how are we going to pay for this. I'm looking at innovative academies. We just voted to close 2 innovative academies because we said we can't afford IB elementary schools. That fiscally, we could not sustain it. It was not efficient because it was a financial thing. One of the things that we're talking about tonight, we're looking at innovative academies. I want to know some bottom line. What are the numbers, right? Because I can fall in love with all the innovative academies, and you tell me this is how much this is going to cost, and this is how much this is going to cost. Unfortunately, right now, we've got to make decisions based on financially what we have the capacity to do. And so I'm struggling with, let's talk about all of this. I brought up about a month ago, I said, we need to cut another $1 million from central admin. Y'all remember, because everybody here looked at me like, Gloria, are you crazy? How can you do this? The next day, I had every friend I had at central admin call me and say, Gloria, please no. Please don't say that again. We are strapped at capacity. Teaching and learning cannot do this. We absolutely can't. We have low-performing schools that we have got to bring up. And now I'm being told, like, we can do this, and we're going to create a new teaching and learning model, and it's not going to cost anything. And so I want you to go through, let's get through those, let's ask all the questions to make sure we have the data. I think what we're all struggling with is not a lack of excitement. I think it's a lot of, like, the reality, just like early college. It's like, God, that's so cool. And I want that for our students, but there's also the reality of, y'all, we're gonna have to pass a bond to do this. And it doesn't look like a good environment to try to pass a bond. And we don't know what legislature's gonna do. So it's hard to move there when I like Trisha's question of, tell me how we're gonna do it. What are the options if we don't pass the bond? How are we gonna pivot? And so right now, we're having a conversation about innovative academies. And a month ago, y'all were saying it's very dire financially. And Pete's telling us, and it's going to get more dire next year and the next year after that. And so I want us, let's go through it. And this is what we're struggling with. It's not a lack of excitement over the content, because I think we all want that for our students and we want those. I think it's a lot of, like, angst of, how are you going to financially pay for this? So we'll try to hold our questions to different points. We're gonna try, y'all, okay?
And I just wanted to add one more thing. So we do have a school, elementary school in Leander that was designated a STEM school. This happened in the last 10 years. And nothing's happened, or my understanding is that that was never really rolled out for whatever reason. So I hope that we've been able to learn from that experience. So as we're trying to think of the concept of innovative programs or academies, just to remember that we've had that before and what happened with it.
Before I started that, Francesca and I both hit our button at the same time. And so Francesca, please feel free to hop in there.
I'm just wondering on slide 11 and through a lot of the slides, we're prioritizing underutilized schools. And if we're talking about this process is to create equity across the district, and we're going to talk about student learning experience, no one is here complaining about their kids having not enough kids in their class. There are no parents here upset because there's only 15 to 20 kids in an underutilized school. The ones who have 30 some odd kids in the class, that seems like a more emergent problem to me. As somebody who had a kid in an over-enrolled school and spent a whole year in a portable, he loved it, it was great, he got to commune with nature. But why all of a sudden are the under-enrolled schools something that we have to deal with right this second, right now, when the learning experience of the kids in the classrooms with more students in them are being impacted more than the kids that don't have as many students in them? And that's a staff question as well. Because I understand there's issues with the staff planning and with the finances, I understand that. But we have teachers with 30 some odd kids in their classroom, and we're saying that's a smaller issue than teachers with not that many. I'm just confused as to why within the last few meetings, the underutilized spaces have become this emergency that we have to solve right now. And we're just telling the campuses who are very over capacity, oh, just wait till we build you a new one in 3 years and we'll see what happens. The process here isn't making sense to me. From an equity and from a student learning perspective, I don't understand where the shift is to now we're prioritizing underutilized students when that's not where the heaviest impact is happening. Because those kids aren't having the same impact. Because as you heard 50 some odd people here say today, it's great for kids when there's less kids in their classroom. It's better for their learning. It helps them learn more. It's better for staff. But for some reason, that's our emergency now, as opposed to the classrooms that can't even hold the kids they have. So if somebody can explain to me what happened and why we're suddenly prioritizing what to me is not as emergent as we've got villages of portables and teachers with too many kids in the classrooms. I am struggling with what happened with the prioritization here.
So I'll do my best to address. From my perception is two different challenges, and that, like I mentioned, that the issue with continuing to operate these under-enrolled campuses from a financial standpoint becomes unsustainable. From no matter whether I have 22 ratio in that classroom, where I have 30, where I have 15, right? My costs stay the same. And so we have that ratio of 22 to 1. And that's what we set. But from a financial standpoint, this is that perspective. From a financial perspective, that's not sustainable. And I think that's one thing that we're realizing right now. And we identified two extremes in this district: is the declining in a portion district and then growing in the other one. So we've acknowledged this, and from a long range planning perspective, they've looked at the committees across since 2022 have just looked at growth, but they've also had to shift to looking at under enrollment. And it was part of the last bond as well, from a repurposing standpoint, is included in the 2023 bond, repurposing under-enrolled campuses to become something different. But I think how I see it is it's like kind of two different perspectives depending on how who you ask and what they may perceive as the problem that we should be trying to solve. But right now, from a financial sustainability standpoint, those under-enrolled campuses are a priority, but not, I don't believe it's the only priority.
And just a reminder that this is part of us developing the long-range plan. So we're talking about the next 10 years in the district and what that looks like for facilities development. So we've been working on this since January of 2022. I looked back at all of that work over the last several days to make sure that I understood where we had come from. And this idea of underutilized campuses surfaced right at the very beginning of that. So if you go back and look at their PASA data, they've had the red on the charts, but they've had that blue on the charts this whole time. And so this is not a new concept. This is not something that we've only just started talking about. What we're doing tonight is just really exploring what are the opportunities for us to address some of these. And this is a two-part conversation because it's too big a conversation to have just in one meeting. And so we want to talk about these pieces in this meeting. It's just a conversation, just a discussion. And we'll come back to some of the other pieces of this in terms of the optimization, the repurposing, and all those other pieces that we've also been talking about since January of 2022 on the May 29th meeting. So this is really, we've got to see this as a whole conversation. I do believe we have to put all of these pieces of this conversation up on the table. We have to talk about it in here so that we can all have the conversation together. And it has to happen in the public because these are our community schools, and we have to be very transparent in how we have these conversations. And so that's what we're trying to accomplish tonight. I'd like, to Gloria's point, for us to try to walk through some more of this, because I think as we walk through more of this, it'll become clearer as we go, and we'll certainly have a lot more conversation about it as we go. But I would like for us to try to get through some more of the presentation if we can.
So again, good questions so far, and thank you, Gloria, for that perspective as well as the challenges that I know that you have just from your side of the table looking at this presentation. And what just happened? Now we're early college, high school, Christian help. And we hit our time limit, unfortunately, Christian's time limit. And so, okay, so I talked about before from that subcommittee within that long-range planning that did look at innovative academies. I thought one interesting thing that they introduced was this concept of ground, airplane, and satellite, and how we look at the different components, and from a ground to short term, and airplane a midterm, and in satellite long term. So I want to break that down, and that's how we're going to kind of discuss these categories. So the ground are those ideas to enhance what we do better or to add complementary offerings to enhance the current student experience. This is kind of defined from that subcommittee. I think it fit well in the conversation we're going to have tonight. This is short term. This is kind of 6 to 18 months. We already have these things in place, and there may be opportunity to enhance. I'm going to talk about two things here. And two innovative academies, technically innovative academies that we currently have within this district. First one being New Hope High School. This is not the first time we talked about New Hope High School and enhancing this program. And so when we look at that, what strategy, potential strategy could be utilized to enhance that program? And so that would be involved in the program specifications through the optimization tools and potentially considered for facility optimization. So that is the identified potential strategy that could be used to enhance this program that we currently have. The other one is early college high school, which we just saw, and I know you have thoughts about this. But looking at this from an innovative academy enhancement, what would that strategy look like? That potential strategy is the building design, which you've already seen, but that would require future bond, and implementation would be just new construction. Based on where we've been and where we are right now, understanding that there could be a pivot here. But I wanted to identify two innovative academies that we currently have that the enhancement that we've talked about before would be involved. So these aren't new ideas, these aren't new concept, but this is something that we've talked about before, and I want to lay out those potential strategies.
So I wanted to just make a quick comment about slide 15 on New Hope High School. So my understanding is that the reason why we'd need that optimization or it needs more space is because we have a waiting list and for New Hope High School. And I've heard from some of the comprehensive high school principals that some students on the waiting list actually just end up dropping out of school.
So I think it's expansion is consideration here from New Hope High School. We know how valuable this program is and what they're actually operating in right now. And so that would be an opportunity. It's completely scalable though, right? You know, to what degree do we expand it? We have a little bit of flexibility there, but yes, that's why it's been talked about for a while now, is to expand that opportunity. Okay, then we go to airplane. This is those midterm type ideas and concepts. These are ideas that are outside what we currently know. We don't do these things, and will require us to adapt new methods and systems, but it could yield some enhancement and enhanced outcomes. So when we look at that, what we're going to do is kind of focus on a couple of different possibilities to discuss. One of those being tuition-based pre-K, expanding it beyond the traditional pre-K that we currently have. And then the other one is just a small school concept, understanding that there's variations of both of these and how scalable are they. And so the potential strategy for implementation of a concept like this would be right now possibly utilizing those optimization tools in facility optimization for underutilized campuses. These are a couple of concepts to consider, but we need to outline some of the background on some of these, some of the context. And so obviously we know there's a lot of interest in our pre-K programs, but traditionally the district has offered pre-K to students who meet the required qualifications. And so this would be beyond that. This would be a tuition-based approach that would expand those opportunities to pre-K students that didn't meet the requirements that they wanted to have this opportunity, and then that tuition would offset the costs for providing that education to those early learners. And the location of these obviously is very important. We see how important the Early Childhood Center off of Halsey is. We know how important that is because how it fed and relieved some of those campuses. And why it matters is because strategically placing these potential pre-K programs can help the under-enrolled campuses, could support those broader facility optimization and maximizing our available facility space. Also, we've talked about this before, while we're having the open enrollment conversation, is early engagement with families. And that strengthens the long-term problem that we're having. And so if we engage them in pre-K, then we're more likely to engage them and keep them within our system, and that's what we want. And also, we have a high demand in our community, and probably a demand that we don't even realize right now because we don't have this opportunity out there. And then it would generate revenue to support that district program. So the intention here, if under consideration, is that it would broaden that early learning access and build community connection and long-term district engagement. That's what this concept would lead to. But I want to go over to 4 key factors, just to kind of summarize this concept and this discussion, that while it does generate revenue, that's set by TA sets that tuition, right? And so that would offset the cost of providing this. But remember the benefit here, that we're capturing those pre-Kers and keeping them in our system, and that's obviously a goal. But the lack of interest, we don't know what the interest is. We're assuming some interest, but if there's a lack of interest, it could lead to future reconsideration on what that program would look like. And then if we fail to meet those enrollment targets, that could, again, lead to underused space. So there are unknowns here. I do want to let you know that there are unknowns involved with this concept as well.
Well, I wanted to hit on that because right now there is a bill out there that would prevent us from doing this. So I don't know if my other board members are aware of that, but here's this, I mean, I guess for me, I don't know how I'm supposed to give direction when this could potentially be taken away from us. And then that's a whole, it's hard. There's uncertainty is here because of what's happening at the state. And so I don't want to go here tonight, and we heard citizens tonight say, please do an ECC, please have, provide this. Well, that option might be taken away from us. So then what happens on the 29th? We're not even going to know if it's taken away from us possibly by then. Mm-hmm. So what is y'all's next steps if we can't do this?
Yeah, and so it's a challenge that we have right now because we're talking about some big things, and there's some unknowns, and we know what those unknowns are. But also within there is the possibility that it's not a constraint, in the end. And so if the board believes, administration together believe that this could be a concept that we want to explore further, that we could plug in, we could lay it out in a couple of different ways. That on the 29th, you wouldn't see that tuition-based pre-K would be the only solution for every underutilized campus, right? But it could be a solution, possibly to explore, and then we would know. We would know what would that involve, what are the costs associated with that, what would that look like, and understand that if it was a possibility, we'd have that kind of ready if we wanted to even consider the concept, irregardless of I think what was it, House Bill 2252s, and so we know that's on the block, but there's so many things even from a bond.
I think my fear is sometimes it takes more than one session to push things through.
Understand.
We've heard that with vouchers, how many they Didn't happen last time, but it came back. And so I have a lot of fear about, I'm all for this. I was the one that was pushing this the hardest. And now I'm like, we can't create a plan for this. And right now, I never thought that would have been something that would be pushed. And so I'd like to see what happens this session. And if it gets a little bit of traction, it may come back with, it may come back on steroids in 2 years and then pass. And then what have we done? We've invested, we've redone schools to create in areas where we think that we can do a tuition-based pre-K. And I've thought about that. I've kept saying we can do that in Cedar Park. We can do that in Steiner. There's families there that have asked us for this. We heard them tonight, and I thought, here we go, y'all. We can bring some revenue. Well, now I'm worried about us putting too much in there, because even if it doesn't pass this session, it's moving. People are talking about it. And so can we really use our repurpose funds to do this, and in 2 years they tell us, oh yeah, you can't charge for tuition-based pre-K anymore. I think that's a real consideration that we have to think about before we start investing money in that path. Because even at the end of this session, if it doesn't make it all the way, it's something that's being pushed now. It took a few sessions to get those vouchers over the line, and it happened this time. And so that's a reality that is really going to impact my decision around around really investing a lot of money in repurposing schools for tuition-based pre-K.
I think that's a really valid concern, and one that we need to think about really carefully. I think that's part of the reason we need to be thinking flexibly about these programs and about the ability to not necessarily put them in whole buildings, but to put them in parts of buildings. That doesn't require as much investment. Not necessarily. We have pre-K programs in many of our buildings right now. We have
When
pre-K
I
hubs
mentioned this like a month ago, you told me how much money we were gonna how hard it was, because those spaces for elementary were gonna be different, and we would have to invest significant dollars in repurposing those space for small little people. So I think it is still a reality.
Okay. Again, I think it's great considerations. That's literally why we're having this discussion, right? And looking at all the variables that are right in front of us. So then I'm going to transition from just that concept to a different concept. And that concept is small school concept. I do want to preface this with that small school can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And so just understand that this is some thoughts a model, but knowing that there are variations under this category of small schools. And with the small schools working with low enrollment right now and underutilized, currently with the fiscal and staffing conditions, continue to operate them independently it's not really a sustainable model. And we're seeing the constraints that we have financially right now. So when it comes to staffing implications, and if you recall, some of the long-range plan, they kind of looked into this because they were looking at like where do I see impacts here? When I get to a certain level of low enrollment, how does that affect my staff? And so that's where that 60% number actually was derived from, because you start getting 2 sections of classes, and how do I deal with a whole lot of logistics and things like that, and how are my PLCs, how am I teaming together if it creates issues with the teacher experience. And so the staffing needs to match the enrollment. And so eventually you get to a floor. It's kind of a glass floor to how small can I go, but I still need core staff. And so that's the challenge. We can scale up reasonably well, but scaling down becomes difficult once you reach a certain level. And also, so when low enrollment schools kind of are isolated and they stand alone. That's when those collaboration opportunities are limited. You just are limited to what you have in that campus, and with low enrollment, you have fewer teachers and fewer staff members. So that staffing becomes less efficient, and then program support becomes harder to sustain. And we're seeing that right now, and why we're having this conversation.
Jeremy, just a small pin on this conversation is
Sure.
At some point, Leander ISD was a growing school district. We were not fast growth. We had smaller size campuses, and it worked. I would posit that as we became a fast growth district, we adopted a fast growth type model. We adopted this traditional model that we have where we do things at scale. And there is a certain economy at scale that you do get when you do that. But, the more we keep talking about a small school, when we're talking about at under 60, it doesn't work. It doesn't work in a traditional model. It doesn't work if we staff at the same numbers. You've got to rethink that. A micro school would be you'd cut out transportation, or you'd cut bus, or you'd do small pods, or whatever they call them, those little learning pods. But when I think of small school in my head, the reason it's different for me is you're still going to be able to provide services, but your PE class may look different. Your campus, your classroom could have grades 1, 2, and 3, and you're doing like the true neighborhood model in that case. So then you staff differently. I mean, we currently staff for fast growth all the way across. We haven't had a discussion to really talk about staffing it differently. Is that correct?
Yeah, so a lot of this is based on what we know now, and so there would have to be an adjustment to staffing in order to support a concept like this. Yes. Correct.
So what I don't know about how things used to be was, as we've grown, we've also introduced a lot of programs, like say in the middle school, high school, and so those have also drawn a lot of those funds. And so are there any other districts that you have come across in the states that are operating these small schools, just to see how they actually work? Not small schools on the traditional model, which is what we currently have,
Right.
but small schools on the small school shared resources type of model.
I think there's not a whole lot of examples, right? And then that leads you down a road.
Well, there's the Montessori example. We talked about that over the phone. I mean, that works.
That's
from public schools. but
Yeah, I'm wondering public. Because, like Richardson ISD went through this, Plano ISD went through this, Carrollton Branch.
Well, I get
None of them brought this up. Ian's ISD, nobody brought this up. So I'm just trying to understand, where's that model exist?
Well, I get that, but when I go exercise, sure, I want a model to see am I doing the right exercise, but at some point, I have to do what my body is, what works for me. I think it's the same thing. I have to do what works for this district. I can't keep looking at Richardson or Eanes if they're not looking at this model.
But the other thing is, when it's been described to me, yes, that's the first thing I kept saying, well, this sounds like Montessori. But those are tuition-based programs where, yes, we do get funding from the state, but it's different. I think it sometimes, as we go on, really understanding what this model, the implementation, could look like,
Right.
and then also starting to discuss the differences in costs, I think will be very helpful too.
Jeremy, you just recently left a nationally ranked school district in a very socioeconomic affluent area, and y'all decided to combine elementary schools. And those elementary schools were in close proximity. They were about 5 miles away when I looked at one to the other. It was like 5.4 or something like that. And I know we watched all those board meetings. I watched all of that, and that community. I mean, everyone's devastated about closing, having to consolidate school. Yeah. Was this an option that you proposed in your school district?
So what I can reference is that at the time of my departure the consolidation of that campus was not being discussed at that time, and so that took on momentum later on and in this fall. And so obviously with the challenges, they had the same challenges we had, just on a different scale, right, from a budget standpoint. And so I would say that Eanes ISD has a very different lens, than we would have. But a lot of us have the same thoughts on, what are solutions being brought to the table. And I don't believe they discussed this in a public meeting. I don't know if they didn't. Maybe they discussed it administratively. I don't know, and decided not to. I just don't know what their thought process was on that. But here in Leander ISD, we typically like to look and think innovatively and consider all the options. And so I wish I could tell you. I wish I was there maybe just a little longer so I could give you some insights there. But unfortunately,
I just came back from a school board thing, and I was asking trustees from across the country that are on one side of this or the other. Yeah. They're having these discussions, or they came from the other side. And I said, what do you think about these micro schools? And they said, we wish we would have done it like 5-10 years ago when we saw enrollment dropping and we weren't in a financial crisis. But now we're in a financial crisis, and it's not about hey, this option will save us some dollars. They're like, we're at a point where we've got to think about what is the most efficient, what saves the most amount of dollars. And so that, I know we got some data about what that looks like. And I think that's really important to share. And, another piece that Dr. Geary and I talked about was it's that teaching and learning component, right? And I'm real curious, Chris, I know talking to teaching and learning, they're telling me that they're really strapped. And like I said, when I said, hey, I want admin to cut another $1 million from there, I had a lot of teaching and learning friends that called me and said, Gloria, stop, please, stop. We have low performing schools that it's all hands on deck. We've got to support these schools. We have schools that are overcrowded. We got to make sure that we're providing enough resources to support these schools. So I called these same folks that called me, 2 months ago, a month ago, and I said, so Dr. Gearing's telling me that that it's okay, you have a year to create a new learning model, because we would talk about combining classrooms. And, this micro school model could include kinder and first together and second and third together and stuff. And I said, how do y'all feel about adding, is that doable? Can we do this? Because tell me we can do it, and I want to believe we can do it. And what they're telling me is, you've got to be kidding me. No, we can't do that. Not if you're going to tell us we need to also be supporting our underperforming schools something's going to have to give. They're like, are y'all going to hire more staff, or how are we going to do this? So I'm curious, as teaching and learning, what does that look like in supporting the teaching and learning of a new micro school learning model?
I appreciate that, the easy question tonight. I'm not being curt when I say this. It's really hard to determine, honestly, because it depends on the model. As Jeremy said, a small school can be a variety of different things. You can have a small school model, and I don't have a strong opinion on what model we use, quite honestly. I don't want you to think I'm trying to convince you of anything. If we made a small school model that was a STEM-based school, it would be very labor-intensive to create an entirely new curriculum, to be real honest. This was in the answer I gave to the questions that were proposed before this meeting. But if we do a small school model where you're sharing a PE and a music and an art teacher, and the curriculum is going to remain the same, so from a teaching and learning standpoint, there may not be that much or anything to do in terms of our curriculum. Now, multi-age would probably be somewhere in the middle. So we wrote curriculum for our 5-6 class and our 6-7 class because those aren't multi-age classrooms, but it's multi-level TEKs within one classroom. It wasn't simple, but it's not as complex as rewriting a whole STEM-based curriculum, if that makes any sense. So it depends on the model that we would choose. Be the answer. Does that answer your question?
So I'm just, and I guess maybe I'm gonna need Pete here too when we talk about when we're looking at financially. He gave us a cost of, you know, what is the savings if we do a micro school approach, and the savings he came up with was like almost 700,000, right? And then the savings that he gave if we combined a school was like 1.7 million. And so Pete, as we're stepping into next year and what you're telling me, I'm sitting in those legislative calls with y'all, and y'all scare me real good about like, this year it's bad. Wait till next year, Gloria. We're gonna come back. We're gonna have to cut even more next year. And then you said the year after that, we're gonna have to cut even more. Do you think fiscally, what do you believe makes fiscal sense for our school district? Should we be looking at the most cost-effective opportunity for us, or should we? I want to know I don't want to do something and then in a year from now we have to go back and tell families, sorry, we were wrong, and we can't do this financially. So I'd love to hear what you think financially. What can we do right here? Can we make this happen? See, no easy questions for anyone, Chris. See what I did? I need to give Justin one.
Good luck, Pete.
Thank you, members of the board. You've asked a great question, Madam President. So we got a couple things before we jump into that answer. Number one is we don't even know what this legislative session is going to do yet. I'm not counting on any great amount, but even the two models that are out there are about $7 or $8 million more. One model, the other model puts us at 15, 16, 17 million dollars more. 40% has to go to salaries. So you're looking at a $19.4 million deficit going into next year. If you get somewhere between 8 and 16 million, minus the parts of salaries, not even including any conversation about adding any positions back, health insurance, anything of that nature, you're still looking at about a 14, 15, 16 million dollar deficit, based on everything being the same. So I want to step back a little bit, because before I jump into this particular savings, I think there's a bigger question that we really have to look at. And number one is, we've talked tonight about focusing on the staffing and for the term we've been calling micro schools. But I think everybody needs to be in the back of your mind, everybody fully needs to understand, going into next year, it's not just looking at micro schools, or we have to look at how we staff every campus we have, even the 850 campuses. That staffing is going to have to be reviewed. And then part of that bigger question is, we're going to have to transition to what are those positions that we have in our regular staffing guidelines with 800 students, and what do we have if we did a 400 student smaller school? How do we staff that in a way that we have a central admin that can provide that support to those 400 size campuses and the 800 size campuses, when historically we've used to having them all at the campus level, which is great, but it costs you 3 to 4 times more. So where's that sweet spot? What needs to be at the campus? Because some positions need to be there. What needs to be at central admin, where it can be specific and focused and targeted and get the biggest bang for the buck and still provide the services that we need. Now, back into the micro piece. I think I want to say something a little different. We have, most districts have a micro. They just don't call it micro. Mm-hmm. They have a little piece of paper, just like we have. But ours says, well, you have a campus, you get a principal and an AP. Theirs says you get a principal. At 400, you get an AP. At 800, you get a second AP, and you go down the line. So they have a micro. They just don't call it a micro. They have a staffing guideline. This is what you start with. And if you're a small campus, you don't get an AP. You may not have an IC. You may have to rely on some support from the central admin to get to fill in those gaps. Or you're two small schools next to each other where you can share a dyslexia teacher. You can share the AP. You can share some things. So they have them. We just don't call them micro schools. But we do. They are around. Everybody has and staffs a little bit differently. So you mentioned earlier about the cost. So I've got a slight revision, nothing significantly major, but basically, Shay did a real good job today and put us in the chat and gave us some updated information on the marshals for the elementary school. So that changed a couple things, and I found one or two small errors in my numbers that we put together pretty quick yesterday. But general sense, if you were to close a campus, and when I say close a campus, I mean you lock the door, you go to the main power in the back, and you shut the power off, which that campus is not going to last long. One summer here with the ACs off.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's ugly. It's about 1.8 million is what you're going to save. Now, I'm not including any teacher salaries because typically teachers will go wherever the students.
Can I ask you one thing there?
Yes.
When you don't include teacher salaries, which I get why we're not, but when if we combined a school, don't you think there would be a reduction in force in there? Because if you have one school that has 2 fifth grade classes and they're all both operating at 15 students, and that other school has 5 fifth grade classes, wouldn't they be absorbed? I mean, don't you think we'd at least see a 10, 15% reduction?
No, I would see some. I think you used the term reduction of force. I don't think that's the correct
Yeah,
term
that's
you want to
right.
use.
I don't want to use that. Sorry,
Let's
Casey.
don't get that rumor out there.
Not that. So
Yeah,
Casey,
let's don't get that.
we would absorb some of
Yeah,
those.
there would be an opportunity there.
Yeah.
Again, the number I'm going to give you is going to be on the
Yes,
conservative
sorry.
side. I mean, it's going to be on the conservative side. But you're right. The example you gave, if you had a small campus that had 2 fifth grade classes with 15 students in it, and it all happened at those students were all moving to another campus that was closer, and they had 4 sections of 5th grade, and they had an average of 18, 19. You'd probably be able to have one of those teachers through attrition not be needed, and one of them would go to that new campus. That would work its way out, whatever grade. Some could go the other way. I mean, some +1, some -1, but in that result, you'd probably be a little bit more savings. But again, I'm going to give you a number that's going to be fairly conservative because I'm always going to under-promise, over-deliver, okay? So it's about 1.8, and that was doing something we would never do. You would never turn a building off and just not in Texas heat. And then the other one you mentioned, I said 700. I've kind of revised. It's about 600,000. So there's a 1.2 delta, 1.2 million delta between shutting a campus down. You're going to save 1.8, conservative. Or if you did what we're calling a micro school, or you staffed it differently and shared some services, you'd save about 600,000. Give or take. I mean, I haven't even shown this to Dr. Clark and his staff on the instruction side yet. So when you look at savings, I don't think you're going to get all of the deficit we have next year, but in one area. It's not going to be just small schools. That'll be a piece of it. The other one's going to be the other 26, 24 of our elementary schools that are 800. Those staffing are going to have to be reviewed too, and they may lose a position or two. And how does that save?
I have issues with that right there.
I have issues with it too.
I'm going to fight that, and I will, and y'all know I will, because if we're going to we're talking about student experience. We heard that tonight. We heard it from students. We heard it from this board. And you're going to go and cut campus. You're going to surplus campus at people where we have students, where we have 24, 25. I mean, we have a high school next year that is going to have the highest ratios, and you're going to go cut positions from that campus, but then we're over here. Here's your micro high school, here's your micro elementary. Like, I have some major issues with this because we are creating an equity problem across the district. And then we want to take it a step further. Like, what about our ratings? Like, we heard tonight from parents how they love their school because they're a rated A. What about these schools that are a C right now or a B? And then we're just going to cut more support services? Like, I
think I mentioned this campus staffing guidelines. Remember what I said earlier about the district positions. Because there are a lot of districts in the state of Texas that have a much higher low socioeconomic, much higher at-risk population than we have, that score a lot higher than we have, with a lot less positions. So,
Well,
Not
and that
trying to
was-
badger it, but there's just an opportunity for us to really look at what
Yeah.
we're doing and how we do it.
Yes, because my comments about student outcomes and really about some comments that we've heard about the size or the enrollment of a school and how that is better for outcomes. We do have schools that go from 300 students to elementary schools to 1,000 students. And the student outcomes is not determined by just the population or the enrollment. Actually, it's not. We can see.
No, I agree.
Yeah, there are other factors, not just that, but there are just a lot of factors beyond just student enrollment.
Thank you for bringing that up, because Tarvin, we know what their population is, 851, and they were rated an A. So, I mean, they're making it work, but you're right. There's other factors into that a lot of people are failing to factor into that. One question, so these micro schools.
Small schools.
Micro schools, because I actually attended a micro school based on the description that Dr. Gerens gave me. I've been that parent who went to one of these schools. I know, and I would be, I get it. I've done these micro schools. My question is, though, they're going to share possibly special teachers. Okay, fine. What about special education? Because we can't tell these students no, and I am definitely not supporting a micro school that is going to segregate our students. I will not support it, and I will throw down. I'm sorry. But we know we're going to need an ICAP classroom, an ARD facilitator, 504 specialist, SCSS teacher, behavior coach. I mean, those are all positions that, plus their stipends, they're going to have to be at these micro schools. So I'm trying to understand, we're going to scale it down. But you can't scale those positions down because, minutes, we have speech therapists, students. We'll get ourselves in a financial issue here, and then we'll have more grievances like we did. So I know, but that's my point, is you're still fully having a full operational staff. You're just scaling down specials. Is anything else going to be scaled down? As far as admin, programs? I'm trying to understand this, because to me, when I think about the micro schools, right, and I understand it from what y'all are saying, we don't, one AP or one principal. So will these micro schools have, half a counselor? Do they only get half a nurse, half a SEL? What does that look like? I'm just half a receptionist, half a librarian. We already took away the campus technologist, so we know that that's not an issue. So I'm just trying to understand, the SPED side is specifically, that's not going to reduce. That'll stay there. And when you look at some of these under-enrolled campuses, they have some of the highest special education rates. So we're not going to cut money there. So I'm just trying to fully understand, where are the other cost savings in this model?
In the cost savings that I created, I did not do anything with special education. I left them as is. But there were some positions, like the counselor was shared. There's a dyslexia teacher that was shared, because you have 400 and you have one over at the 800. Now, that was my cost calculation. Doesn't mean that's the final answer, okay? Just, ballparking it. I may have shared one that Chris and Dr. Clark and his staff say, no, we need that one full, but we can share this one over here. We'll figure that part out. But special education, I didn't even touch. I left those as is. There are some other conversations that could happen. If two campuses were very close to each other, you could put half over here full and half over there, but that's not really where we want to go starting out. So I didn't go there. I just left it. We'll cross that bridge when we get to that point. But I didn't touch the specials. I just looked at the positions that we have. If we only had a 400 student campus, would you need to have both a receptionist, and a registrar? I don't know. I put shared, but we'll look at it. The positions I felt comfortable. I left it as a nurse because I figured in this day and age, there isn't anybody who doesn't want to have a nurse. I thought about putting an LVN, but I left it as nurse, okay? We left that. I didn't put that in that cost. I figured this right now will, and like you said, if those campuses do have a higher than normal percent of special needs students, you really want to make sure you have an RN on the campus, okay? So, that's why I left it there.
That's where I'm going down.
Yeah, so I didn't touch that. I left the RNs at every campus. I didn't touch that one. So again, the positions I looked at were really positions I thought could be shared or shared with central admin on some helping with some issues. One of the things they did talk about, this is very big picture, so we're not coming to you with a final, but we talked about potentially having a department or a portion of a department of a T&L or someone over housed in the other half of that campus that could help out replace with the IC, the instructional coach, or could help replace when the principal's off the campus, that person there could be designated as the administrator in charge while that principal was up at Central Avenue for a meeting. Ballpark things, nothing set in stone. We're just trying to figure out how will we work through some of these things, because we know if you don't have an AP, principals are up at Central Admin at least once or twice a month for some meetings and other things. There's going to need to be someone there that can fill in that gap and keep that school running on a day-to-day operation. So we looked at that, but when I did start looking at positions, I didn't touch special ed at all on those estimates. I really tried to only find the ones that we could share that really made sense. And if I wasn't certain, I left it as is, because I'd rather have it, if it's not certain, I'd rather have that decision be made on the instructional side to look at it than me doing it just from finances. So hence, even more conservative on the savings side.
I mean, the special education piece really concerns me, because we start talking about student outcomes, student experience. You're gonna have a student in SCSS, or let's say speech, at a micro school of 400, 500 students. They're gonna get their minutes met. I know for a fact right now in our over-enrolled campuses, some of these students are not getting their minutes met. So this is like, if we go down this model, I'm going to be pushing for more special education teachers at these campuses that need the support. Because otherwise, we're going to find ourselves in a pickle like we're already starting to. Yeah. And I'm going to y'all know how I feel about this. I don't want this district to go back. And I feel like we're setting our special education students up right now. We're setting them up for failure in this model. And I'm just not okay with it.
Well, I don't think we're setting them up for failure, but we really haven't gotten to have the discussion. And I think that's important, is that you're saying, what do we want to hear back? And if Anna wants to call it a micro school, we can call it a micro school if that name makes it happy for discussion. But I think small school is different from a micro school. And that already lets you know, okay, then we might be on different pages. I might be visualizing something different than what Anna's visualizing. So I'd love to make sure that as we're having these conversations as a board, that at least we're on the same page of what we're talking about. And if we've done this fast growth model, and we now find ourselves looking at our budget, and the state's going, we're not going to keep funding the way you are. We're scaled in a way that we can't do anyway. So it is a time, I think, that we're going to have to innovate and think about how do we do it different. To your point, we've done all this front-facing, or people putting people to campuses, and we're not going to be able to keep that. And so what does that look like? And I wonder if there's the budget discussion that has to happen first, so we are all on the same page of what that looks like, and then we could move over here. Because otherwise, we're making the small school a budget issue, or we're making this, and we shouldn't be doing this for necessarily budget. It's about learning. So maybe that's what we do first, is we do that bigger conversation, and then we can move on to okay, now, knowing what we've done, how do we do learning in all these different campuses that have higher enrollment and lower enrollment? How are we going to do learning the way we need to do it? But until we can figure out budget, and we can't keep doing it the way we've been doing it, we have to be innovative and different. So that's what and Gloria, you were talking about somebody else talking, and I need to apologize because I rolled my eyes, but not at you, but the other person, because I was kind of upset because they felt like they knew a whole lot about my district. I was like, they don't know what they're talking about. But I wasn't rolling my eyes at you. I was rolling it at
That's okay. They said they said they were like, so Leander thinks that all of us didn't think about this. So every other school across the country, we're just a bunch of dummies that wanted to shut down our community schools. And all along, we could have done a micro school and it would have been great. And they're like, well, we are so glad Leander ISD figured it out for us. Well, and I said, you're welcome. We will.
We'll help you out with this. We've done amazing things.
I want this to work. I have to know financially. It is also a financial thing, Trish. Yes, it's teaching and learning, but we just ended our IB program. Our elementary IB, we said this is not financially efficient. And that was one of our innovative academies. We've been touting that as innovative, and we said we cannot afford this anymore. And then we said we're going to get rid of librarian aides because we cannot afford this anymore. Then we said we're going to increase the classroom size because our budget demands it. So we are making decisions right now based on our financial situation. Given that, I do not want to roll something out and then in a year or two tell everybody, like, yeah, we need to now go do the thing that we should have done 2 years ago because we can't afford this. So I would like us to do an external audit on this process of what it costs. I'd like us to have an outside entity do an audit on the numbers that have been given to us and what the actual cost is. I want somebody externally to dig down into that because it's not that I don't trust y'all. I think that we all have like our own, sometimes we want this to happen because we don't want to disappoint people. But then I don't want to, in 2 years, really disappoint people. And we've invested this money into redoing campuses. We've created a new curriculum. And now we have to take things away. It's always harder that's why we're here, right? So I would like us to do an external audit. I know it moves the calendar. It's going to adjust the calendar. We're not going to be able to do things maybe at the next meeting. I think we can still have more discussions and look at our numbers at the next meeting, absolutely. But I would like us to hire an external auditor to really dig through and give us a better idea of this is the cost that this is going to cost you. This is how much it's going to cost, say, whatever, if you combine schools. And I think we need to have an outside entity come in and do that and give us that data.
Can they also include all the cost, which includes like cost of learning loss? I mean, there's studies out there on how this impacts students' overall employment, salaries. I mean, there's studies out there, so can we not?
I was like, I don't think that's realistic, but you can tell them that. I mean, are we gonna ask them, I also want you to do the loss of learning and salary costs and all that for all our over-enrolled schools? Are we gonna ask them to
You said you
outline-
wanted an
I
audit
want
on
that.
small school, but if we want to do
I want
an
an audit on the
on-
financial pieces of, I think everybody, who wouldn't want I want a classroom size with 12 or with 16. We all want that, Trish. Right now, I want to know financially, can we afford to do this and is it sustainable? That's what I want to know.
I don't mind having the conversation. I just want to make sure we're not trying to just be like, oh, well, y'all just can't have 12 because this one over here has 14. This campus might love their 14, and I get it. And we are talking about other ways we're drawing students off for those bigger campuses. It's like Elementary School 31 and the Early Learning Center. And I didn't say I want an audit on that to make sure we're really drawing off those kiddos. I think we are.
I'll take an audit on that. No, I'll take an audit because that's my concern right now.
Yes. I have a comment that I think can maybe help with what I'm hearing from you. So we did get numbers about what, so an 850, so it was Tarvin Elementary, 850 students, they got an A rating, and the cost per student was $5,500. We have numbers on another school that has less than half the students, a lower rating, much lower, and the cost to educate those students is $8,500. So we're talking about $3,000 difference. Is there a way that we can get a more balanced cost per student across our elementary schools? And give them a high standard of learning.
Yeah, it's a great question. So I've looked at, on average, we're about 2,000. But the high and low is 3,000. But on average, we're about 2,000. between a smaller elementary school and a larger elementary school. Now, the bulk of that is spreading out the fixed cost of the additional AP. You have a principal in an AP. I'm not talking about positions. I'm just saying you have a fixed number of positions, that no matter what size elementary school you have, right? You have a principal. Well, now I'm taking that principal's salary and I'm dividing it by 400 kids. Over here, I'm taking a principal and dividing it by 800 kids. So your per pupil is going to be like this, right? I mean, in the way we staff, we pretty much staff your 800 the same as the campus with the 400 right now. I mean, there's small differences. So you have this cost that's going to make this small school look very high. 8,500 was the example, the highest one we had. And then you have the same staff over here. It's going to be the exact same staff at this larger elementary, but that per pupil is going to be 5,500. And the bulk of that is not the teachers, because the teachers follow the students. You may have a few examples where you have the 15 to 1 over here and you have 19 to 1 over here. Or in one instance, you might have 31, okay. But I mean, in that, but the general rule, and you have some anomalies in that you're right. Sometimes you only have 2 sections of 5th grade and there's 30, so you have 2 classes of 15 kids and you have 20, 21, 24 over here. But the teachers pretty much, as I'm just gonna say, they just wash, we'll call it a wash. The cost is, why the difference is because you have the same fixed cost almost at 2 schools, with one with 400 kids, one with 800 students. So the issue comes back to, we still have to look at how we staff the 800, that'll come this next fall, and also how do we staff the 400, and how do we get those numbers to, can we get them to where they're only within they're 500 apart instead of 3,000? Can we get them to be 250 apart, What's our little, what's our gap that we say, hey, you know what? You're not going to get it exact, but if you can get it within 300 or 400, that's tolerable. We all feel good about that. So that's the happy point we can try to see if we can get to. But you're right, it's a great point, but it's not like we're getting more, the larger campus is getting more dollars. They're just spreading the fixed cost over many more students. And so how can we tweak that to make that a little closer on the per pupil side? For cost-wise, and still make it budget-friendly, and still keep the programs and the services that we have for all of our students.
I want to be able to do this. I want to know that financially we can afford it and we can sustain it. And I know we're not going to be able to tell the future 10 years from now, but I'd like to know if this is what the legislature does this year and no big changes next year from the forecast that you shared, and Bruce, you shared in our legislative update, if that's our forecast, what does this do to us for the next 5 years? And does that mean, our deficit is this much, so everybody needs to increase the classroom ratio again? When we do that, at the micro schools, it doesn't impact them in the same way as it does when they have 2 5th grade classrooms and they're at 15 and we increase the classroom size to 23. Guess what?
Still at 15.
They're still at 15. Our over-enrolled schools those are our schools that are losing teachers right now in this process. They've all told us. They're like, I had to remove this many teachers. So if you tell me, yes, we can do this, but next year we're going to have to increase the classroom size by another 2. That might influence my decision. And so it is a budget issue, because I don't want to roll out something that we cannot afford, and I want to know that we're going to be able to afford this for a bit here, that we have something that can be sustainable for a minute. So I don't know. I think hopefully you can bring us some of that information in 2 weeks, but I really do think we should look at an outside auditor that does this type of stuff, that can pull some numbers together for us, look through all of our stuff, because I think we have feelings and we want to make things work, and sometimes we don't. We overlook some things, and so I'd like an outside auditor to come in and look at it from a financial lens of can we afford to do this, and what the actual cost is to do this year over year.
What I would like to add to that, because I like that idea, it sounds very innovative, was from some of what the people had said earlier tonight when they spoke, where they said, well, we sat down in a group and said, well, what are we willing to do? So using the community input heavily about what are they willing to give in order to keep theirs open or not, or maintain. I was talking with a gentleman last week who went to Fabian, and I was like, well, where did you live? He's like, well, I actually lived in Steiner Ranch. I was like, you went from Steiner Ranch all the way to Fabian at elementary school. That's a long way. It was. Can you do it? Well, no traffic, true, but what are people willing to do, and what is the geographic area willing to do? No one wants to take their kid and it's going to be 45 minutes for elementary school. We do know some people do it at private and do other things, but what is our group willing to do? So getting an outside source financially and having the people come in and having a real honest discussion, like what are they willing to give? Because we really put ourselves in a box where we married this model of a neighborhood school, and in my opinion, there is no divorce. So how do we keep it going?
Yeah, just so what I heard is that we have a small schools concept. We haven't figured out a model, and there are multiple options for that model, which could be blended classroom, and I'm just throwing it out without any judgment on any of them. Shared resources between specials and supports, reduce admin or staffing models, and so I like the idea of the external audit, but it'd be great if maybe in 2 weeks we could just have, here are the 2 or 3 options of what a model might look like, because that's going to drive what then the financial model might look like. And then as we look at the numbers, if we can look at the variable cost versus that fixed cost, and look at those separately, will be super helpful in kind of evaluating those options.
Chris.
Sorry. I would like to see, along with the financial analysis, the equity issue, because that's a massive one for me. It's great to say, well, the communities can give and okay, but then what do you do with the communities that can't do that? Are they just supposed to go without because they don't have, community A doesn't have as much as community B? I'm not saying that every school should have the same experience. Every school has their own culture, but it should not be wildly different from one campus to another. And if you, like everybody listened to Sasak earlier, it is different. They can't even go and be on the same schedule in some campuses because that's different. My high school kid doesn't have flex time. Anna's does. We already have a huge number of inequities that we're still trying to figure out. And doing something like this small school model scares me, one, because of what Anna said about the special education issue, because that's not going to go away. And like she said, you can't understaff that. But then you're going to have special education students in a small school getting more resources and more access to the things that they need faster than the kids in the over-enrolled schools are. I need to know before I go anywhere near this, because I'll be honest, right now I'm a hard no on small schools. I am an absolute hard no, because there is no information about what it would look like, how we would handle the equity piece of this. And again, I'm not saying that to where everybody should have the exact same experience. But every student in the district should have the same access. And looking at this right now, they don't have it now. And this makes it worse, in my opinion. So I would like to see the equity analysis of what that would look like.
Chris, in addition, I'd really, when I love what Nkosi said, bringing like, what does the teaching and learning plan look like? You know, and a micro school, is it K through 1? Is it, you know, what does that look like? And I'd really appreciate if you went back and talked to your team, because when they reached out to me this week, they said nobody has talked to us about this concept. We've only, you know, kind of passively heard through board book and other rumors that that we're doing this, and they're like, we're really concerned because we're stretched thin, and we've been told we've really got to put focus on our underperforming schools, that we have schools that we're worried about, and we need to put in more resources and more supports there. And like Francesca said, schools are gonna have different things. They're gonna have different things. What I think I told y'all last time, one of the trustees at a district that just made some hard decisions said at a certain point they noticed that every year they were slowly bleeding all these other schools so that they could keep these schools open. And that's when it was problematic, when I've had to increase the classroom size on your school over and over again, when you don't you really need 2 special education, you need 3 dyslexia people, but I'm gonna leave one over here that doesn't even have a full caseload, you know, but I really need somebody over here. I'm okay if somebody has, you know, they're gonna have more here, they might have a little less here. I wanna make sure everybody has what they need to be successful, and I don't want one model to be at a cost to the success of somebody else. Does that make sense? Like, it's never gonna be equal. Our community is vast and different. I just don't want to say, in order to do this, it's gonna come at a cost to you. Your classroom size, it's gonna have to be 30 at the end of the game, so that I can do this micro school and they can have 2 classrooms at 15. That's what I need to hear from you guys. That's what I'd like an audit to be able to provide me with. If you tell me financially we can do this, and it's not going to drain our overcrowded schools, it's not going to be a burden, you know, that comes at the cost of our underperforming schools. And financially, Pete says, and long term, we can make this happen, then let's do it, you know? I mean, this is what I think we all want to do, but I need to be able to see that, because y'all scared me like 2 months ago about how dire that we are in a financial, and Pete says, he's like, we're in a financial crisis. This is a crisis. Okay, so then tell me we don't need to do the most financially, you know, the item that saves us the most finances. We're okay, we don't need to make that jump. Show me that we don't need to do that, and then I will fully support it.
No, I do have one clarifying question. Just, you use the term financial audit quite a bit. I mean, are we under the general rule that we want a independent third party to come in and review? It doesn't have to be a CPA firm. I mean, it just has to be a consultant.
We have one.
No,
We have one.
We don't.
Yeah, it's just a third party, independent party.
Yeah, independent party,
that's fine.
not a financial.
Yeah, no.
Oh, you said external financial audit. I just want to make sure we're.
Yeah,
those are
not
two very separate
financial.
terms to
Yes,
account,
you're like,
okay?
hey, not a financial audit. I want an independent third party audit to come in and look at the numbers, look at the data, look at the infrastructure of a micro school model, small school, whatever you want to call it. I don't care.
Can we have this as a vote for the next meeting, so that we're all clear on what we're voting on for this cost that we're directing admin to do for the audit?
We can put something on the next.
Yeah, we'll try and get something.
Well, yeah,
We'll get
absolutely. Thank you.
From my end, when you talk about proximity, when you're creating these models, I think it will be interesting to know, like, what is considered proximity. is 5 miles too much? But 5 miles can take you 30 minutes depending on, I mean, it's, so how close time-wise to get from one campus to another? And then when we talk about bleeding resources across the district, because maybe one area is just so much more expensive to run than another, it's not even just at the elementary level. We're seeing high school programs being cut as well. And so these students, they go to elementary school, they may go to middle school, come to a school like here, and you have 1,400 kids here. And so you're now in a big school, and then you go to high school, and then some of the programs you want might not exist. But it's because of decisions that have stayed on several years back. So we want to make sure that the entire end-to-end experience they have will be a rich one. And my last one, because I always yes, we talk about cutting, but I still have to go to one thing. I know it's not on here, but because Pete, you're sitting here, as we talk about these schools and we talk about student outcomes and we talk about numbers in student enrollment, and yes, I did mention before that there's no student enrollment and the student outcomes, it's not the only correlation. A big part of what I'm seeing with the outcomes is that chronic absenteeism. So if we can somewhat have a plan and see how, well, even if we take that school and make it into this model, does that help that issue as well? Because I'm seeing it in some of these other schools.
I'm curious on these, whenever we discuss micro schools again, how is the transfer policy going to work? Because I've got some concerns that I'm hearing that, for instance, a parent tried to transfer into Glenn. We know it's not at capacity and they were denied. And I can't help but think we're trying to play in a numbers game right now, so we don't have to add an AP or have to add an extra thing to these campuses. So I'm really curious, how's this transfer policy is going to work? Because then I pulled up this campus moratorium, and there's campuses on here who are under-enrolled who are closed. And so I just don't get it. Like Fabian, for example, is considered closed for kindergarten, 3rd grade, 5th grade. This is a campus that is trying to get people to come here, or not here, but you know what I mean. So none of that makes sense to me. We've got these under-enrolled campuses closed. You heard someone tonight ask, and they were denied. I looked on the list. They're clearly under-enrolled. They're not, 400, but they're about 700. So I'm going to have to see a solid, and I know policy's been working on that, and y'all know this has been an issue of mine. I hate our transfer policy. It could be better. But I don't know how we're going to make it work with this when we're doing this night now, and we have, 200-something denials? And how are you going to create this equity across the district when we're already denying students access to these programs that are cut because we're bleeding across the district? I'm just trying to understand this.
And we want to do open enrollment, or we're thinking.
Exactly, we're thinking about doing it, but yet here we are. We have campuses here that could use these students, and we're saying, nope, transfer denied. I don't get it.
To Anna's point, I do wonder, as we're talking about this audit, is there a way to look at, how efficient are we? Right, and that goes to the question about administrators, of what happens when you don't do that campus push and you do administration. Are we gonna get information on this, right? I think there is a way for us to look when we're doing an audit holistically. I would like to say, as we're looking at these numbers, I think the reason I like a small schools concept, or the reason I keep going to it, is because I don't think it's just a few campuses. I don't think it's 2, I don't think it's 3. When I look at the numbers right now, I'm just looking at PASA. The amount of declining enrollment on our elementary school campuses, to me, as I'm looking at it tonight at 12:33, looks staggering. And I'm thinking, what are we going to do in the future? Or is the plan then to close all of these campuses? Is the plan then to do what? What are we going to do with these campuses? And so for a small school, at least to me, it's okay, what can we do that still helps with the learning, that still helps with the model? Because I don't think closing all these campuses and rolling them up to make these big overcapacity schools, to which we're all not happy with, when it's that overcapacity that we're impacting learning, why would we do that? Why do we keep doing that same thing over and over again? because it's what we know. And so I do want to make sure we look at the totality of what's happening with under enrollment across the campuses, because it's not just a couple of, I mean, you can look at it in years out. It's large. Nkosi mentioned small school models. There is one that I keep thinking about that we saw when we did the innovative, and it's, I don't know, Bruce knows the district, you can ask him, but they're doing public-private partnerships. And there is a model there on a public-private partnership. And so I would also like y'all to bring something like that back to us, to see how does that work. Because we have a public school that's using, we have a couple of public schools that are using that type of model. So I don't know what that trustee was saying, because it's not Leander who's just thought of this. There are other districts that are innovating, that are thinking differently. And I think we can do it too. So I'm hopeful. I'm thankful for the board for having these really, really hard conversations, because they're not easy. But I do think there is something to think about with small school when I look at the fact that we may be losing enrollment in a lot of our campuses. And so how do we keep delivering education in these campuses? How do we manage in the new environment in which we're going to find ourselves?
Trish, I'm glad you brought that up, because I had a conversation with Dr. Gehring about this, because I feel like right now in the conversation in the community, it's Fabian, Nauman, and Steiner, right? But you might correct, you need to help me if I'm this list. But we've got Bush, Blockhouse Creek is about 500. You've got Cypress, you've got Deer Creek, you got Fabian, you got Giddens, you got Grandview Hills, you got Knowles. Mason will be there when 32 opens. Nobody, we got to talk about that. Nauman. Pleasant Hill is about 647, it says. You got Reed. You've got River Ridge. You got Steiner Ranch. You have West Side. So I told Bruce, because y'all know me, I'm a big proponent of equity, and if we're going to do these small micro schools or whatever you want to call them, do them to every single under-enrolled campus here. That's the way I look at it. I'm like, if we're going to do it for one or two campuses, no. We have more campuses, and I've said this the entire time. We have way more campuses in Cedar Park that are under-enrolled. So I suggested, I said, just make them all micro schools. Just do it.
Again, I think this goes back to first, budget. Overall, how are we staffing? How are we going to do that? And then we move next to, instead of talking about campus specific, right. I think we get too much in the weeds. And then the campuses hear us come talk, and gosh, I kind of feel for these parents. They're like, man, I got to go defend my school. And it's like, okay, defended a lot, but I got to point out my school's great. And then they start, well, my school's good and this school, and we're putting them against each other. And I don't like that environment.
I hate it.
So how can, and it's hard. We're all having really hard discussions here, but can we not just kind of elevate that conversation of going, we have an under-enrollment issue that seems to be happening. What are we going to do with under-enrolled campuses, just in general?
Right, and I think about that because, that's a lot of under-enrolled campuses. So if you tell me that number of what it looks like to combine versus to turn it into a micro school, we're looking like at over $1 million difference there. And so can we take that cost? Yes, let's turn them all into a micro school, and then that's going to cost us, but maybe it is a, some type of partnership and stuff like that. But I think, yes, okay, if you show me a financial model where we can turn all of those campuses into a micro school, and we're okay, we can take that, it's going to, it's going to be $1.5 million, whatever more than our traditional school, but we're okay with that. Financially, we can cover that without it impacting our other campuses. Then let's do it, because right now we are being inefficient, right? So I think regardless, we got to do something on all those campuses, right? And if you're telling me we can scale down and do something efficient, then we should be doing that as soon as we can to scale down and be efficient. Start sharing those specials. Let's start, where can we do that? I know we have to be in proximity and we got to figure out some things like that. But show me a financial model that we can afford to do that. But if you're gonna tell me, Gloria, we're gonna do that and we're gonna go bankrupt in 3 years, then that's not going to work. And so that's the real conversation. I don't think anyone up here wants to take a school, to close a school. We want to keep every school open. Let's think of innovative things we got to do. But I don't think anyone up here also wants to go bankrupt. And so we've got to figure, I need to know financially, can we afford to do this? Is it sustainable? Like I said, show me that it is, and I fully support it. I just need to know financially we can afford to do this and it's sustainable.
I mean, that's what our community was asking tonight. I feel like a lot of these questions and unresolved matters and a lot of the tension is because that information just hasn't been presented. I mean, board member, I've been asking for it. We've all been asking for it. I thought this was the meeting we were going to get down in the dirty and do it, but we're not. And now it seems like the 29th we're not going to do that. And so again, I hope, I know, but I have my concerns, you know, about some of the data, and y'all know that. And I don't think that 29th meeting is going to be the final meeting. I don't, because I am not going to be able to make a decision until that audit comes in, because I'm sorry, but the trust for me in this whole realm has really been broken, and I got to get it back. And so I've got to see an outside third party come in with that numbers. And I really do feel like once we have those actual numbers, I think it's going to help our community with this process. It's not an easy process, but I know as a board member for me, I can't sit up here and be like, please go give me a model with ECCs and with small micro schools and a small high school, not knowing the price tag. And then 2 weeks later, we see the price tag, we get our community excited for this hope, whatever. And then it's like, oh, guess what? We're going bankrupt in 6 years. I can't do that. It's just not fair to us. It's not fair to y'all, and it's not fair to our community. So I know board members, I wanted clarity, and I know our community needs it, but we need numbers. We need solid numbers to go forward.
And we need to know what we're talking about. So
yeah.
please go, you've heard us give suggestions, develop, bring something back, and then we can go from there.
No, I think we have an opportunity to, as I stated earlier, it's not a small schools or micro schools issue. We have to look at our staffing, a sliding scale, whether you have 325 kids or you have 850, and we have to be able to look at what does that mean, what does it look like, and what are the numbers that are tied to that? And then what is that changed with our current setup? What does that change our staffing, and what does that amount to? Then we know that, and that moves that over here. Then we go, okay, now what does that get us? What do we still need to get? Because there's a lot of things, like if you look, I mentioned this is not popular, but if you look at the Moak and Casey report, it's $1 million per high school for the double block schedule. The way we staff it. Doesn't mean double block costs that much, but the way we staff it. Now that's not the same now because we just changed a lot of the positions, so we'll have to get that updated with some numbers. But I think everything needs to be looked at. Are we using the staff that we have as efficiently as possible?
I would love that, because I know there's some rumors, right, given the current projection we're on for budget, that getting rid of band double block, getting rid of athletics double block, losing a band director, like those are all the conversations that we need to have potentially, because we know they're coming. So I want to have all of that, and with that.
So my philosophy is the more information we have, then we can narrow down to what our non-negotiables are and where we feel comfortable with.
I think once people understand what we're getting out of the double block,
Well, I think also people had to understand, like, okay, well, we're going to do all of these micro schools, and this is the cost savings. We've opted for the 600 cost savings, not the 1.6 million cost savings, and we can do that, but we're also going to have to make some other choices, like getting rid of double block. You may have a whole line out the door of band and athletic families yelling at us at that point. And so I think it's important to know that's why we need to look at it financially. And I think that was, I know when y'all posted these slides, I was hot. And a lot of y'all got a text message from me. I was hot because I thought it was really unfair to put this out here, let people see this and say, yay, we can do this. This is a real viable option, but there's no financial piece to it. And so it may be that 2 weeks from now, you're going to say, and this is what it cost us all, and we'll go bankrupt in 3 years. So psych, we just got you excited about this concept that we absolutely cannot afford to do. And so that's why I can't sit here and go through like, oh, this is wonderful, this is great, when I don't know if we can afford this. And at what cost? Do we do this and we can afford this, but we're gonna have to get rid of double block?
No.
And are we willing to do that? Because right there, we can save over $1 million on every campus, every high school campus. Are y'all willing to do that?
How much? I think we've talked. How much would we save if
I
we
don't
got
wanna
rid of
talk
double
about
blocks?
No,
Like
we're
we
not
would.
talking about
I know, but I want this part of the conversation because I want to see everything laid out. So if we can create these micro schools, right? Give communities what they need. Do not close schools. We're gonna have to, like you said, and you said, we're gonna have to find other costs. I just want to know, what does that cost look like?
But is the cost, like what Pete's talking about, different staffing? Is the cost the fact that we have a couple of grades in a classroom, so when we get a few more kids, you don't hire another teacher? I mean, are there other ways to do
I want
the
it all.
cost?
Yeah, I know. I just
right?
want it all. I think there
I want to
is.
make sure it's not like, oh, well, it's this or that. I think I really do want to have that robust discussion. I don't want us to go down a path and then find out, oh, if we just had asked a question, if we had just, we just want to see the totality of it, like all the different pieces all together, budget first, then this. And to Gloria's point, yeah, I mean, bring us a model that is realistic. If it's not, there's no reason to have a discussion. Yeah.
I figure we give you the bulk of the information, the estimates. There's a few things we're going to put on that table that we're going to take right off, right? But we're going to put them on the table.
Yes, okay.
Then we can take the things off that we know are, hey, these are non-negotiables, we don't want to go that route. What's remaining, then we can calculate it and come up with those options. But I think that I've always, even in my, I always say, we want to be student-centered, but we want to be data-informed. So to make this decision, we need to be data-informed, correct? So as we have those, and some might be a little tough conversations, and I think I'm getting the vibe from the board that we need to have these tough conversations to get us where we want to be and to get there. So, no, definitely can get that.
So my question has to do with that term, the phrase innovative academies, as it applied to the long-range planning committee, because the small schools model wasn't particularly discussed as we're talking about it now. They talked about different types of qualities or features that could be in a school, and so is that kind of what you'll be looking at to see whether any of those can be adopted in a small school model, or it's just something different? Just seeing how we can leverage the work that has been done by the community as we go forward with this analysis.
I would say that everything's on the table. I mean, we can say, do you want to have an academy? What kind do you want to have? Do you want to have a magnet concept? Do you want to have whatever you want to have? When we take those, okay, are there some places where they can plug and play in certain areas where it would make that campus have more enrollment? That makes sense. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But once we kind of get an idea of what we're looking at, what we want, then we can kind of look at the data and the campuses and see what's essentially located, what fits best, what's going to attract the most. And if we can find some solutions, we can bring them back. And if we can't, we can come back and say, hey, we're really struggling on this part. But these two work, but none of them really works great. And we can have those discussions, whether it be in a meeting such as this or a workshop or coming up through the summer. So,
And can we just also keep working on that? I know I've asked about it, so I'm sorry, I might be getting repetitive. But the definitions, so we all know when we're saying a small school, what that is, or when we're saying under-enrolled, what does under-enrolled mean? Are we all gonna be okay with 60%, or is it whatever? And what is over-enrolled? Where do we feel like we've hit an ouch point that we really, so we're just all on the same page as we're talking about that.
All right, given that, I really don't know if if we want to go through the rest of these slides. I honestly, I don't, because I think, but if somebody else wants to, because it's all about this micro school, small school concept, and we just said, we need data first. We need to look at the numbers first. So if y'all want to run through it, y'all can run through it. I don't know. What do y'all think? Do you think it?
I think
we already did.
Yeah,
okay.
we gave direction.
So
I
we
think.
gave direction, and I think, right? Do y'all feel like you got direction? That's a great question.
So the goal for tonight was for you to tell us if any of this needs to come back on the 29th. And I think you did, right? It needs to be paired with some further detail. Like I mentioned in the beginning, we know that you're going to want a little bit more data, some cost analysis, and some clarity. That's all. That's what I heard from each board member. There's some details that we need to bring back. We'll have to huddle up and figure out what that's going to look like in order to meet your expectations, given the other conversations, the other half of this conversation from optimization that's involved. And so we'll need to figure out how we're going to package that and get that in front of you based on this feedback.
Pete, will you be ready to discuss some of those staffing? Because you know that's something I've been on y'all about. So I'm super excited about this because that's really a big part of my concern through this, right? Is that equity piece across the district. And so will you be ready to possibly talk about any of it? Just kind of any of it?
High level.
Okay, that's fine. I don't need the details. I just want to know what the plan is because for me, if we can fix that piece.
Yeah, because a lot of it will be, I'll have to get with Casey. I'm going to pull him into this one.
No, that's perfect, Casey. You're not off the hook.
Yeah.
But no, I'm really, y'all know I've been talking about this since last year, and I'm super excited that, I can't believe I'm saying that. I'm excited that but it needs to be had. I don't like this standard across the line thing that we do because it's not going to ever be the same. So I just want to make sure we're going to get that conversation.
All right, then we have concluded this agenda item for tonight. If anyone on the board, wants to reach out to these gentlemen to give more direction, please do. But I think we've given some. I will talk to Bruce and Pete and and Holly to get some language for that motion so that we have some clarity to at least have that discussion about what are we voting on around that, what that's going to entail. So I will work on that piece. And with that, I'm going to move it over. Oh, I do want to say one thing, though. Sorry. We did have an agenda item tonight that, hold on, I moved it, our shack update. Because of the number of citizen comments and how long this item was, we have moved that agenda item to the first board meeting in June. So that shack update will come at the first board meeting in June. So that's that update about that. And now we will move to the superintendent report.
All right, I'm talking fast, so listen fast. So we're super excited about the Early Childhood Center groundbreaking that we had. Lots of small children in sand piles, which is always fun. You saw our student tonight talking about Early College High School design. We also had 2 students involved in the Early Childhood Center interior design. These are interior design students from our high schools, and so that was really great to see them participate in that process as well. We have a fantastic team, as you met earlier, of project managers in the district, and so it was good to see them get together and enjoy that. We got to surprise Coach Drew at Vandergrift High School with the Texas High School Coaches Association Coach of the Year Award, so he did not know, and so that was really fun to do. Thanks to all the board members who came out to support that effort. Very well deserved. And then the highlight that we had this week was our 5th grade students at Baghdad Elementary had the opportunity to go to Leander Middle School to do their 5th grade exhibitions. And so these are defenses of learning based on their student portfolios that these students got to participate in 2 languages for most of them, just really aligned with what's in our strategic plan, especially in empowered student learning in Goal 1. And so just fantastic to see this. I was also really, really excited to see how excited the Leander Middle School administrators were to have these students over there, because of course we have moved the dual language program from Danielson Middle School over to Leander Middle School starting next year. And so these 5th grade students will be attending Leander Middle School next year, and just really that excitement of the combination not only of dual language but also the portfolio and exhibition work that Leander Middle School is doing is very well aligned with what Monica has been doing at Baghdad Elementary. So just phenomenal work going on at both of those campuses. All right, that's all I got.
Thank you. Okay, next we're going to move over to item 7B1, which is our legislative committee update. Trish, if you can give us a brief update.
Well, I can say that tonight we've actually lasted longer than the House, but the House just adjourned at 11:59. So it is that time of session where both House and Senate are going later into the night. Bills are moving, but everybody keeps asking about school finance, and there is not an answer yet. So that bill has not moved. It is sitting over in the Senate side. So either the Senate can pick it up and move it forward with their discussions. And they can do that all the way up until to the very end. So, it's not over yet. But also the House, if they want to, they could just pick up the Senate bill and just pass the Senate bill and be done with it. So they could do that as well. So you have a lot of moving parts out there, and we've already discussed all the different pieces of legislation that could impact public schools in a way that really fundamentally change, and that's what we're talking about, of how public school can deliver the learning that our kiddos and communities have come to expect. And so please, I'll say it last time, I'll say it again, remember it's the totality of legislation, so it's not one bill, it's several bills, how they're all passing and how they're all stacking on each other, ultimately how they're going to impact. And so legislative committee, Gloria, Anna, and Bruce, thank y'all so much for continuing to be up there, whether you're on that Monday morning call or you're texting or you're calling people, that still matters. So right now it's to the floor. It's not as much of watching committee hearings. It's about calling your members when you see things happening on the floor. And seriously, I have parents going, what are my talking points? The best talking point you can do is tell them how public education is making a difference in your kiddo's life. It's the stories. And I think that's all I have, unless y'all have any questions.
House Bill 1813 passed the floor. Yeah. That's the bill I've been working with Representative Busey's office, and it's the parent empowerment bill, basically to ensure that advocates are good actors, and it passed the floor 140 yays and 3 nays, and so yay.
And that's taken how many sessions?
3 sessions, and we did it.
3 sessions. That was a lot of work. Huge
and
kudos.
What
That's
I loved
really
about
good
it
stuff.
is at the end, Representative Buckley signed on to it. So it became with bipartisan support. And what I loved is that everybody knows in Leander ISD what we're doing and how we're leading the way. And so I'm just special education. So thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Paige. Thank you, Trish and Gloria, for giving me space to let me do my thing. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you all for that legislative committee update. Next, we're going to move to item 7C3, which is consider approval of the 2025-26 total compensation recommendation.
Are y'all doing a presentation, or are we just doing the motion?
I was just going to go over I was just going to read the recommendations to you. Would that work?
Yeah, that's okay. And then if you can, clearly, I think, I just want to make sure our staff and our community, because it's like the authorization for the lump sum payment, it isn't a done deal. It's if the funding comes, this gives Bruce the ability. If we don't do this, then he doesn't have the ability if the funding doesn't come through.
I'll just go straight to the recommendations. Is that the direction you want? Okay. All right, no problem, no problem. And so there are 3 recommendations that we would like to share with you tonight. Note that these recommendations are written in a manner that allow for some flexibility as we wait for the outcome of the 2025 legislative session. The first recommendation is implementation of the pay scales adjustment recommended by the TASB compensation review. You heard that review presented by TASB in February. We went over it again at the last board meeting. The next is authorization for Dr. Gearing to approve a one-time retention payment. And then the third is an authorization for Dr. Gearing to amend the compensation plan after the start of the fiscal year based on the outcome of the 2025 legislative session. If y'all
I move the Board of Trustees approve administration's recommended compensation plan to include all pay scale adjustments with a 0% across the board increase for all employees for the 2025-2026 school year. Authorization for the superintendent to approve a one-time lump sum retention payment not to exceed $1,000 per full-time employee or $500 per part-time employee based on the guidelines set forth in the compensation plan, and authorization, very important here, for the superintendent to amend the 2025-2026 compensation and benefits plan after the start of the fiscal year as required by law, administrative rule, if additional legal requirements or interpretations necessitate such a change.
I second.
Trish makes motion, Anna seconds. Is there any further discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor? 7 in favor. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That moves us over to item 7C4, our cash flow report for the third quarter of the fiscal year 25.
Madam President, members of the board, with your permission, would you want me to just go ahead and do all 7C4? Shocking, I called that one. Okay. No, just tonight we do have the monthly cash flow. We also have our monthly reports. Our bond status report. We did add in a separate one for 2021 bond. Monthly finance report, our monthly investment report, and our monthly tax collection report. Just of note, our tax collections are about 0.5% behind where they have been in the past. But I'm more than happy to answer any questions on any of these reports. There's nothing out of the ordinary, aren't any anomalies in them. They're kind of the standard monthly reports, so.
But our ASF is down from what we thought it was gonna be, right? FSP is down, and the federal dollars, that's SHARS, right?
Yes.
That, I mean, when you look at all those and you add those up, that's quite a large bump there.
We're watching it, but we still will get, the ASF will get and we'll get that throughout the summer.
Okay.
Foundation School Program will have a payment in August, and then settle up in early September, which will go on this year's books, so.
And then the contracted service recapture is like 15 million different than what we had planned. I'm looking at, it's the second, under disbursements, it's the second line under payroll.
Let me look at it real quick. I think I have an answer. I don't want to give you on the top of my head. So on the finance report.
What that is, yeah. Disbursements, contracted service, recapture.
I'm 99% sure I know, but let me verify real quick here. Recapture. I think if you look at that, you looking at the 57 million?
I'm looking at the 15 difference. So I'm looking at just the difference column. And so it looks like 15,075,314. And I read that at 1 a.m. I'm so proud of myself.
Okay.
I can't see anything.
Well, I have my 1.75 readers on, so I can see them. But no, a recapture on function 91 on 199 on the general fund? It has 11,400. Oh, I thought, okay, sorry. I thought you said the monthly, I was on the wrong one, so that was definitely explained.
Just because we're looking at, 34 million, I just like to stay on, make sure I've got my numbers right.
Yeah, the cash out to TEA, Chapter 41 prior year payments,
Yeah,
the 152, the 9.4, then the 80,000.
you got it.
Yeah, so this is strictly on cash flow.
Okay.
So a lot of that is on the prior year because we don't pay it until middle of July.
Okay.
But, I mean, we are, if you look at the monthly report, we're actually right within our budget.
Okay.
Which was like 11.6 million.
Okay.
Any other questions for Pete? All right, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we are going into closed session. It is 1:05 a.m. and we will go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Codes 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel deliberation regarding resignations, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of the employment of Florence W. Stiles Middle School Principal. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of the employment of Leander Middle School Principal. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration employment of New Hope High School Principal. No action will be taken in closed session. Any action related to closed session agenda items will be taken when the board returns to open session. It is 1:28 a.m. and the board is returning to open session. Board members, do you have any motions related to closed session agenda items?
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of Timothy Cornett for principal at Florence W. Stiles Middle School, one-year probationary employment contract for personal additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2025-2026 school year.
Second. Anna makes motion, Trish seconds. Any further discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor? 7 in favor, motion passes.
I move the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of Christina Lane for principal at New Hope High School, one-year probationary employment contract for personnel addition as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2025-26 school year.
A second.
Trish makes motion, Anna seconds. Any further discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor? 7 in favor, motion passes.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of Robert Gillis for principal at Leander Middle School, 1-year probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2025-2026 school year.
I second.
Francesca makes motion, Anna seconds. Is there any further discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor? 7 in favor.
I move that the Board of
Oh,
Trustees.
sorry, motion passes.
Sorry. All right. I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation that the board terminate the probationary contract of certified educator Lorena Judith Limas at the end of the year in the best interest of the district pursuant to the board policy DFAB legal.
I second.
Nkosi makes motion. Trish seconds. Any further discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor? 7 in favor. Motion passes. It is 1:30 a.m. and having no further business of this meeting of the Leander Board of Trustees is adjourned.